Good afternoon, everyone. Still have to get used to these loud mics. Welcome to the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, January 9th, 2023, 1 p.m. regular meeting. And if you would please silence your cell phones and devices. If you would be willing and able to stand, we'd like to ask you to join us for the invocation as well as the Pledge of Allegiance. Doug, do we not have, we have someone giving the invocation? No? Excellent.
Would you join me in prayer this afternoon? Father, thank you that your sovereignty is unending and ever before us in all that we are blessed to do. Thank you that we live in a country where we can gather and decisions can be made. And for those decisions, Lord, we ask for your wisdom. We ask you to come, Holy Spirit, to bring peace to this place, Lord, to bring wisdom and calm and specific direction, Lord, to those that are charged with making these decisions. You put government in place, and Lord, for which you call us, you equip us. So we trust you for that. Thank you for our first responders, Lord, for those that you call to stand between us and danger every day on this soil and soil abroad. Be with them and protect them, Father, and make your ever shadowing of grace, Lord, just be so strong and deep on their lives, Father. We thank you for them. Be magnified in all we do. Come help us to be your servants. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. It's always wonderful to have Madam Clerk here to give our invocation. I'd like to invite Richard Floyd up. He's a 20-year veteran of the United States Air Force working on fighters, and went on to a successful career as quality engineer in several large national corporations. And he has been with the Citrus County Veterans Coalition since the beginning of 2004. And we thank you, sir, for your service.
Please remain standing, hand over your heart, and veterans may hand salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty with justice for all. So, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again, Madam Clerk. Let's have roll call, please.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, this 9th day of January, 2024. In attendance, Chairman Holly Davis, First Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Second Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Ruthie Schleybaugh, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise Lynn.
Thank you. Okay, board, do we actually, Mr. Howard, do we have any additions, deletions, changes?
Just additional information to reflect for the record. B5, Fire Services Billing Policies, changes, updates to the backup documentation. Additional information, H2, the 1:30 p.m. public hearing, the vacate, direct the clerk to record. Additional information, M1, non-performance assessment for Core Civic. It's just additional backup documentation. Also additional information on O3, a send letter to the Attorney General reporting IV4, updated draft letter, email from IV4 resident, and Florida statute and contracts. Additional information, O4 is COPS grant, COPS impact presentation. That's all.
Outstanding, thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to move to approve the agenda with the additional backup material.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, a second by Commissioner Kennard. I would like, with the board's pleasure, for efficiency of various staffers and whatnot, that to move up item O, which one is it? IV4, O3 or O4? Anyway, whichever one. Move up.
O3 is IV4.
Yeah, move up O3 to right after our time certain, and then move right into the COPS grant after that. So we can get those two big things out of the way and let people go on about their lives, if that's okay.
Do you need me to? Yes, with those with those two, 03 and 04 moving.
And I'd amend my second.
Okay, thank
Madam
you.
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
does the sheriff's office know about moving that forward? I don't, okay.
Yep, they do.
All right.
Yep. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, consent agenda. Board, what is your pleasure?
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any public comment? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, proclamations. Board?
Motion to approve C1 and C2.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by, I'm just going to call it on Schleybaugh. Any public comment? No, there's no public comment on this one? No. Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we have, after we do that, yep, we're going to go do that. And we have, sorry. It's a big day.
Would those individuals representing Law Enforcement Officer Appreciation Day please come forward? Whereas the law enforcement officers of Citrus County play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of Citrus County. And whereas law enforcement officers of Citrus County are daily risking their lives to ensure that each citizen can live in a safe and secure environment. Whereas law enforcement officers work in partnership with their community to protect life and property, solve neighborhood problems, and enhance the quality of life in this county. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement officers. And whereas the deputies of the Citrus County Sheriff's Office recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, call upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the day of January 9th, 2024 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, with appropriate ceremonies and observations in which all of our people may join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in doing so, have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, do hereby proclaim January 9th, 2024 as Law Enforcement Officer Appreciation Day in Citrus County, Florida.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Lambert at the Sheriff's Office, and on behalf of Sheriff Prendergast and all the men and women that work at the Sheriff's Office, thank you. Thank the county, the citizens. We work in a very blessed community for us to have support for law enforcement. So thanks for everybody for coming out here today and for the county's recognizing our men and women out there do the hard work for the agency. Thank you.
Would those individuals representing Bob Metz Day please come forward? Whereas Robert Paul Metz, known to all as Bob, was born in 1930 in Berwyn, Cook County, Illinois. By 1936, he was making annual trips to Floral City, Florida, and residing in what is now known as the historic Duval Metz House, a property owned by his grandparents and which stayed in the family for 75 years through 4 generations. And whereas, by his high school years, he had become a full-time resident of Citrus County and graduated from Citrus High School in the class of 1947. At age 21, he married Betty Rawls and remained married for 71 years, served in the Army, stationed in North Korea. And whereas Bob was always an adventurer, hunting, fishing, exploring, and inventing, he helped a friend make water skis used on the Floral City pool of Lake Assoc. He built and restored classic automobiles, trucks, boats, and even airplanes. He continued applying his woodworking skills beyond cabinet and furniture making, most recently building 7 of the windows for the restoration of the oldest county residence, the historic Duval Metz House. And whereas Bob has been a long-standing advocate for preserving the natural environment, he has more recently become an author, recording his memories of growing up in the Duval House and of growing up in Floral City and Citrus County for future generations. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby establish Bob Metz Day for Saturday, January 13th, 2024, and have hereto subscribed their names and have caused the official seal of Citrus County, Florida to be hereto affixed on this 9th day of January, 2024.
All I can say is that I'm pleased that I got this award, and especially pleased with the recognition that is given to people that do things like I've been doing, and hope that it encourages other ones to continue on with the work. Thank you all.
Just real quick before they all exit out the back door, I would like to say, if you would like to join us on Saturday from 11 to 1, we're having a birthday party for Bob to celebrate his 94th birthday. This is a group of people that work tirelessly to preserve the history of Citrus County, particularly Floral City. So if you haven't had the opportunity to go out and see the oldest structure in Citrus County, it's in Floral City, and it's the old Duval House. And so we would love to invite you out. We'd love to have you participate in the celebration of Bob's birthday. And it would be an honor to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bays. I have to echo what Commissioner Bays said. The Duval House is a true gem in Citrus County, and for everyone who has tirelessly worked to, revitalize that as one of our assets, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I did a thorough tour, and then I enjoyed a beautiful day on one of the rocking chairs and thought about what it was like back in the day. So thank you. Can everyone hear me in the back? Apparently someone was saying they were having a difficult time hearing. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. All right, it is now 1:13. We have a couple of time certains. First one's at what, 1:15? Is that right? I need to find the right page on my agenda. Yeah. So we are going to go to the 1:15 in 60 seconds or less, and then we have a 1:30. If there is time between the 1:15 and the 1:30, we may have time for a couple of open to the public. And then we are going to move directly into dealing with 2 different items that have a lot of people in the audience, and some of whom are on taxpayer payroll. So just want to be cognizant of that. Are you teed up and ready? Okay.
No.
Feels different over here. So I guess since I'm a lawyer and John's a lawyer, I'll just stand here and pretend I'm John. So John Eden was going to be here at 1:15, probably got held up in court, so he's not here. But I'm pleased to stand in his behalf. We have a special bequest presentation today, and Doug has a photo for us. We at the county are very pleased that a very special woman made a very special gift to the county in her last will and testament. I believe it might have been a trust, but she gave a gift to the county, and John was going to be here. John was her attorney, and he was going to be here to present it to you. But the county is receiving an amazing gift from Susan B. Gordon. And go ahead, Doug. Ms. Gordon owned this piece of property that's outlined in red, which is immediately adjacent to the Ozello Park and boat ramp in Ozello. Next slide. Ms. Gordon felt that this property was it was part of the greater ecological environment surrounding Ozello, and she had sent an email to Commissioner Bays, actually, and in it she was said to say that she believed the saltwater marsh was a miniature microcosmic representation of an undefiled working system. And upon her passing, she has given this property to the county. And one more. And as you can see, it's mostly wetlands, but it does hold some treasures environmentally. And I know John would want to be here and present this to the county. So I think Commissioner Bays might have some things to say, or maybe Commissioner Kennard.
Commissioner Bays?
Susan Gordon was a very dear friend to our family for many, many years. And from what I understand, this had been in some type of ownership, and then they let it go. And then she went back and she paid the taxes, the back taxes on it, and regarnered it and kept it in preservation, because that's how she felt. She was just a very unique lady. She spent many, many years in Washington, D.C. as the Secretary of Education. She was private. She didn't want anybody to know about her life. I heard wonderful, wonderful stories that she told over the years, working with the different presidents and senators. And she actually had a car in her garage when she passed away that all the senators and different folks up there had borrowed from her, because it was a brand new vehicle at the time. But unfortunately, it became to a point that it wasn't really repairable. But just a cool lady, neat stories, could listen to her for hours. And so I'm very grateful that Citrus County is going to have this piece of special property and its environmental assets in its protection in perpetuity.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just a couple words. It was a fantastic phone call when John called me. I believe it was last fall, and said that that this was left in her will to the county, that she wanted this to be in the county's hands, in the public hands, to remain as it is. And I said, well, you know my passion for Pirates Point out there. He said, that's why you were my first call, to let you know what was going on. So we're very thankful for her gift to the county, and assure her and my colleagues on this board and the folks out in Ozello, this is not the last they're going to hear about Pirates Point.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennard. And I would love to hear more about Pirates Point, because you know I'm a huge fan of that. So any further board comments? Okay. All right, we have 11 minutes open to the public, and we are continuing to test the number system for the remainder of January, I believe.
We have 18 individuals so far. You want to start off with just number one?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, please come forward, please.
And number two, be ready to go, please. Downside to this system is it's going to eat up a lot of time. So 1, 2, 3, we have time for at least the first three.
Get on deck.
And please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Sabina Mohammadi. Excuse me, sorry, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. All right, let me know whenever I can start.
Go ahead.
Good,
Yep.
okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sabina Mohammadi, the President and CEO of American Infrastructure Development, also known as AID. I'm here to discuss concerns we have for the county regarding the Crystal River Airport Runway 927 Extension Project and to ask the board to consider taking action. In early 2022, a comprehensive schedule for the runway extension was developed by AID in partnership with the airport. The airport submitted it to the FAA for approval. AID was tasked with completing the preliminary engineering for the project under AID's existing general engineering consulting agreement. Based on the 2022 schedule approved by the airport, the preliminary engineering design for the runway extension was to start October 2022. At the time, AID was working with former airport manager Quincy Wylupek and the FDOT representative on the work program, which included the 927 extension. Per the schedule, the conceptual engineering and permitting were to start November 2022. The actual design was supposed to begin in March 2023 and be completed by March of this year, with bidding to follow immediately and construction to break ground July 2024. A former AID employee resigned August 2022, opened his own firm, MDG, and under MDG, he worked with Quincy to create a new project schedule and added costs that forced the project to be advertised per Florida CCNA procurement. This delayed the project by over a year, and design still hasn't started. Quincy never mentioned that a new schedule and cost estimate for the project were being created. It wasn't until we met with Quincy in March 2023 that he revealed that the runway extension was being advertised. The project was finally advertised 4 months later in July 2023. Only AID and MDG submitted proposals for this project, and MDG ranked number 1, slightly higher than AID. The award was challenged by AID based on a number of procurement and FAA conflict of interest violations, resulting in the award being vacated. As opposed to incurring further delay for the county, AID asked that MDG be precluded from winning this contract and that AID, as the number 2, be awarded the contract. However, county staff have decided to re-advertise the project in the future. This redundant procurement process is going to further delay this project, resulting in higher construction costs to the county, possible material procurement delays, and more funding that will be needed to cover these additional expenses. On behalf of the AID team, I humbly request that the commission make a decision to grant this project to AID, which the commission can do. AID was working on this project in 2022, has the necessary background information, and is fully staffed with the necessary technical resources to continue the design immediately and get this project back on track. And we do have a packet we could give to each of you for your review.
Thank you. We respond at the end when we're done.
Okay. So 2 and 3 are with me. So they have 3. Oh, okay.
No, it's who's number 2 on the card. You have number 2? Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He's number 2 and then he's number 3.
Okay, go ahead.
So they were just with me in case there were any questions. So that's why they filled out forms. We didn't know how this process worked. So
Right.
in case you have questions and if they could answer them with me, that's why they're here with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
This is kind of an unusual situation. We typically are hearing from residents, not folks that we've done business with before in this sort of situation. So,
Okay.
Board, do you have any issues? Move forward?
No, I'm interested to see if 2 or 3 has anything to say or add.
I don't have anything specific prepared. You know, the document that's here has the whole history of the procurement process, and it outlines the different procurement violations that took place, and it's pretty specific. I don't want to get into each item unless you have questions.
You know, my background with Crystal River Airport, I've been all over this. So I'm comfortable with the direction that staff has gone, but I will certainly look at the packet and give you a fair review on that, okay?
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
My name is Kyle Hawley, engineer record for AID. I don't have anything to add, just here for technical support if there's any questions from the commission.
Yeah, and we can, you know, if we do, I'm sure y'all will make yourselves available if we have questions. Today's kind of a big day. We have a lot on our plate today, so thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
That is, I know we will address after everybody has spoken, but this is something I would like to talk about, so perhaps staff could get it on, should I bring it up under my commissioner list or put it on the agenda? What do you suggest?
I guess it depends what you want to do. I mean, what kind of discussion it is. If it's a full discussion today.
I just want to discuss delays, and I talked about that yesterday in my briefing, and nothing is as affordable as it is today, and every delay is just astronomical in government prices. So I would appreciate staff letting me know the direction we should go, but I'll talk further about it at the end, open to the public, but thank you, Madam Chairman.
Absolutely. I'm sure staff can get you a full briefing on everything and then look at that in the packet, so that they just gave us.
Chair,
Yes.
with regard to the packet, the administrative regulation provides how procurement and bidding is supposed to be undertaken. It also provides for how a protest to a bid is supposed to be undertaken, and so forth. And my office has been working with staff. There was a bid protest that was filed. There was actually a second bid protest that was filed. And working with the administrator's office, the administrator handled the bid protest. And as far as that I think it was an RFQ, I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for this coming up today. But as far as that particular solicitation is concerned, staff has completed the provisions of the administrative regulation, and that solicitation is considered to be done. I don't know that it's appropriate for the board to see what's in this packet because, as you know, procurement issues are handled by administration and staff. So I wasn't handing these out because it's not something that this board gets in the weeds about and in the administrative regulation. Now, if y'all want to change your administrative regulation so that you do have some kind of appeal authority or some final authority on procurement, you can do that. But as the regulation is written right now, the board doesn't get involved in those types of matters.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I appreciate that. That's kind of what I was searching for, but I needed the legal explanation of why this was odd. 127, we have time for number 4. Come on up.
Hi, my name's Casey Worthman. I am part of IV4. I live on East Maryland. I have a sheet here that was given to my husband and I when we purchased the lot that we live on. And it's got DRAs on it that we're supposed to, I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, so I brought a copy for you.
Thank you.
There are definitely lots that were designated as DRA, and then somehow the lots were sold. Now, how that all got okayed, I don't know. I'm not that smart to figure all that out. But we were told that after 90% of our street was completed, that the roads would be installed. Nothing was said about drainage or anything like that. They just said, your roads will be put in. Cool, sounded great. For like $6,000, $6,500 at the most, which, seemed reasonable, manageable, fair. Now to hear that it's $109,000, it's unacceptable and it's crazy. If I wanted to spend over $300,000 on a house, I probably would have looked somewhere else. So we're paying over $4,000 on our taxes, which we were told would be about $2,000. And I just don't know what we're getting for those taxes. We don't have infrastructure, we don't have streets, we don't have drainage, we don't get trash pickup. I mean, just weird stuff. My husband and I are fortunate, our house is done. We're in, we're golden, life is good. My dog loves our pool. But I'm heartbroken for all of the people who originally, I'm sure, paid for a construction loan. Those last like a year or whatever. And then in the meantime, their house isn't done. They've had to put all their stuff in storage, pay for storage, find another place to live, so they're paying rent, and they're also paying on their construction loans. Once the construction loan is done, how many banks are gonna go, yay, we wanna give you a loan for IV4? That sounds great, after all this mess. So I'm afraid that some people aren't even gonna be able to get loans for their homes. I don't know, the interest rates are higher. I just wish that you guys could have a resolution. I know you're trying and I appreciate it. And, you know, I'm one of the lucky ones because, like I said, our house is done. We don't live here permanently. We bought here because we thought this is going to be a great community. We have wonderful neighbors. The only thing that is messed up is the rest of it, as you guys know. And I don't know anybody that can just throw out $109,000, even if it's over 10 years. You're adding a lot of money to that. So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Here, I'm gonna give you this.
Okay, time certain for 1:30. And then we're going to roll into IV4 right after that.
Having a bit of technical difficulties with the PowerPoint, but are Mr. and Mrs. Hughes here? They were sure, okay, good. They weren't sure they were going to be able to make it, so. We can go ahead and start if you want. You have pictures in your packet. This is a request to vacate a drainage and utility easement lying between the 4 lots in Crystal Manor Unit 1. And in your packet and on the PowerPoint, I do have a diagram. They want to put a house over the easements. They have an application in-house, but until they cannot do so until these easements are vacated. They are not used by utility companies, and you have sign-offs from utility companies, and county and state environmental health staff have reviewed and have no concerns. And the Hughes are here if they want to present or with talking to all. Y'all can come up if you want to. They're waving me off, so. I think I'm done.
You're done?
Yeah, unless you need to see the PowerPoint, but it's not working very well, so.
Nope. Madam Attorney, do you have anything? No? All good?
On this, no, ma'am.
Okay. Board?
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve PV 2-2023-0005.
Second.
A and B?
I was looking, A and B.
Yep.
And there was a C, we forgot to ask the clerk to record the resolutions.
And
Thank
C,
you.
direct the clerk to record this.
Okay, we have.
Chair.
Yeah?
And there was also one more zero on that number.
I thought
PV 2023-000005.
I thought I missed a zero in there. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, a second by Commissioner Bays. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none.
Commissioner Bays, do A, B, and C.
Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, 03. Get back to that. Sorry, we're flipping through so many different things in this agenda. Although actually we should have done 01 as well. Madam Clerk, can we do 01 as well? It's the 2 parts to IV4.
No.
No, it was.
We didn't move it in the agenda, but,
No.
okay.
You
So,
you can do a motion to reconsider. Somebody in the prevailing side of that motion.
Which was all of us. You want to do it real fast?
motion maker, I think.
Madam Chairman, I would like to make an amendment to the agenda.
A motion to reconsider
Motion to
item.
reconsider 0.1 to move in front of 0.3 and 0.4.
Madam Chair, I believe the appropriate
It's
is a
agenda.
motion to reconsider A4 to add 01 in front of the rest of the agenda.
So instead of move, I say add. What an attorney. Okay.
No, it's A4.
It's
not-
A4, it's the agenda that we're reconsidering.
Okay.
Motion to reconsider A4 to move 01
01.
in front of 02.
Yeah. Thank you, what she said.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 01, would like to continue the temporary stop on new permits. Board,
Madam Chairman, I move to extend this moratorium and extend it one more time.
90 days,
Is that what it is? That's what I was looking for. 90.
A and B.
A
01.
or B.
I
Sorry,
move to extend the
sorry, no
deadline an
reading
additional
glasses.
90 days.
01B, thank you. I don't have my glasses on, that would be a problem. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Schleba, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 03, as you know, I've spent coming on 3 years trying to get to the bottom of Inverness Villages 4. Any of those in the public that want to know a blow-by-blow of everything to do with Inverness Villages 4, there is a 4-page letter that I would like this board to consider sending to Attorney General Ashley Moody up in Tallahassee. And it has a tremendous amount of backup to prove all the allegations in the letter. My preference is that all 5 of us would live sign the letter. So Chair normally doesn't make motions. I'm allowed to in this point. I make a motion.
The chair is always allowed to make
Okay.
motions.
Depends on which
Always.
rules you're going by. Motion to approve to send a letter on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners to Ashley Moody, live signed by all 5 of us, 03.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Motion by Davis, second by Kennard. Any public comment?
Yes.
Yes?
Very briefly. Am I good? On behalf of
Name, please.
William Grant, today, I'm asking all of you to endorse this, to seek the consumer protections of the Attorney General's office is what it's for. Clearly, there have been some entities that have been bad actors for unsuspecting buyers and consumers to our county and our community. I would like very much for you to embrace the findings and actions of Chair Davis. Her efforts in this regard have been outstanding in the way that she has very methodically over a very long and extended period of time tried to remedy matters for our community. This is not a time for us to ever consider that anything but fairness and justice is what's needed here. Now, that's a two-sided coin. I'm involved in justice every day. Perspectives matter. Evidence matters. Empirical things matter. Photos matter. Engineering reports matter. Contracts matter. Representations regarding roads matter. Things that are in there matter. The meetings that I was invited to attend by Attorney Lynn and Chair Davis, I went and I listened. It's remarkable. I hope that the Attorney General Consumer Fraud Protection Unit takes this matter up and reviews it for the purpose of being sure to ensure the safety and financial well-being of the men and women that have invested life savings for the purpose of coming to our beautiful community. I know that you are familiar with this. The depth of your familiarity I'm not sure of, but I can tell you if it walks and talks It is. This particular matter is ripe for investigation further. Not only are we talking about a realty company, a construction company, and a developer that's not a developer, but I think there was clearly a scheme here or an idea to compel the county to do things that it shouldn't be doing. The idea that you sue the county for roads, the idea that there was trust money put aside, that there was MSBUs that were denied at 11,000, and then new property owners told that it would be somewhere around 6,500. All false. I encourage you to please vote yes. What's the worst thing that happens is the general tells us, no, we're not going to take it. Or she says yes, and she empowers her office to investigate on behalf of the men and women that I believe have been defrauded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Well said.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Carmen Kubitschek. I had an opportunity of reviewing the proposed letter that you want to send to Ashley Moody. And I don't know if this is the most current one. It's dated January the 2nd.
No, it's not. I updated it per
Okay,
your email.
so it's been brought to my attention that you mentioned that we were aware of the cost of infrastructure.
I changed it to
And we
roads.
were not. Okay, so that definitely needs to be amended. The other thing is that we were told just for the pavement of the road. You yourself, and even in this letter, said that you were aware of things going on in 2021, and yet permits continued to be given. So I didn't move into my house until 2022, okay? It took them over a year to build my home. But the thing of it is that Swift Mud, in one of your paragraphs from January 2nd, issued you not only DT Villages 11, but also the Investment LLC and the Ninja Investment and Vanderbilt, and also the county to be held responsible for this. And we as residents believe that the county is at fault for this, for allowing this to continue despite knowing that they had no permits, no ERP or anything like that. I don't think we should be held responsible for the infrastructure. I think that's all on you as the board. I really believe that. You talk about people or other taxpayers not being held responsible, but you created this mess as a board, not just you specifically. For those of you that have been sitting on the board a lot longer than you have, you know, this is going on since 1972, and it's been permitted to continue going on. I'm glad that you're reissuing the memorandum. I think that's important, but you're not addressing the problem. You know, $109,000 for anybody is ridiculous. It really is. And I think something needs to be done. I really do. I hope that the Attorney General can read through in between the lines and figure out how this got to be so bad, you know? And I hold all of you responsible. I really do. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Doctor. No, I let it go the first time. Thank you.
Do I need the green sheet for this, or is this the public, or just to the
You
comment?
you always need a green sheet
Oh,
to
you
address
do?
this.
Okay,
But you can
sorry.
do it after.
Okay, I'm number 12 on the thing, I think.
Then you have one.
Yeah, I'm like really unprepared, exhausted from reading
aware.
and doing research, trying to find facts. The biggest thing that I saw in that letter that you did address, which I really appreciate, is that Van Oosten did get.
I'm sorry,
with-
your name?
I'm sorry, Carlene Sempert.
Thank you.
You got several emails from me. That Van Oosten, or the property owner, the majority of the property owner, did state that they would sell the lots back for market value. Since they did address that to the board, is the board going to send that MSBU back? Work on it, get grants, possibly but via resolution, remove the fees of the county that they usually charge for MSBU's. I mean, that's just something that we could do without, and I don't think any other taxpayer should be responsible for that. We want our roads, we do, but we do need the infrastructure fixed in the subdivision first before we even talk about roads. I walk the whole subdivision daily, and the things that I'm seeing it's heartbreaking to me too. I'm a Hurricane Ian survivor. I spent, I don't even know how many hours was in that storm. To wake up, my house was gone. I did my research. I went all over Florida. I knew I didn't want to be on the coast anymore. I wanted to be inland. I contacted the county. I sent emails for flood zone maps. Never in my wildest dreams did I think of asking for the infrastructure plans for the subdivision. I wouldn't do that. I used to work for Public Works. Infrastructure has to be in place before you issue permits for anything like that. So my thing is I'm begging you, please work on this MSBU. It can be brought down. Just by the market value for those lots. Originally it was 19 million. If they cut that in half, it would bring that way down. So I really do believe that we can have an affordable MSBU for the residents that are in that subdivision. It can be done. I've done it in the past for subdivisions and entities and townships that are poor. You can get grants, you can waive fees, it can be done, and we can be done with this, and you'll never see these people again. Thank you.
Thank you. Nope. It's a slippery slope until chaos reigns, so everybody behave, please. Name for the record, please.
John Drum. I live in Inverness Village for just finding out I do. My property is at 401 North Independence Highway, and also the lot behind me is 404 North Cunningham. Our primary residence is in California at this time. I purchased this property in 2018. I'm just finding out about all this going on. Back in November, I sent Commissioner Davis, Mr. Howard, and a few other people a number of questions. The only reply I got back was from, I think, Elaine Thomas, and all she sent me was a website to go to. None of you have answered any of my questions. I don't know how this actually impacts my property because I am north of Bennett. All the flood issues and road damage is south of me. I did go to the planning department over in Lecanto, and they sent me a map of what your engineering study shows, or not shows, but what they came up with the DRAs. And that impacts my property. I don't know how, because all the water damage is south of me, and I am above everything in elevation. So, basically I would like some of my questions answered. I have copies for all of you. Since nobody answered my email, I figured I'd hand deliver them. I just can't see how your planning department and I guess the board, this is all new to me, how you can approve the site approvals without all the permits being approved, especially the swift mud issues and the road damage. I mean, I've been in construction a long time, and any development being built, the first thing they put in are roads, storm drains, or, water runoff controls. None of it's been done. I don't understand it. I agree with the lady before me, or the two before me, that the board is responsible at some point. Citrus County is really responsible. Maybe not you personally. I mean, you guys, I think some of you are new to this, and
Thank you.
yeah, who do I give these questions to?
Is there anyone else to speak on IV4? Only on IV4.
Madam Speaker, my name is Jeffrey Zambrana. I just moved here 2 months ago. I came from Fort Myers, Florida, where we were devastated by Eden. The insurance company bailed us out, didn't bail us out, just bailed out, period. And we didn't know where to go. So as a veteran with the Air Force and the help of the American Legion, I was able to get a VA loan here. Now, I have no money, but I have a house. I'm going to be 80 years old in 5 months. And I have a choice. If it's going to cost me $100,000 to live here, I'm going to walk away. I don't know where I'm going to go, but the federal government will have to take this house over because it's their loan. Now, I don't know how many veterans we have here that got loans, but I think once we start to complain to the federal government and letting our VA people know that we're going to abandon these homes and somebody's going to have to pay for them. So as far as I'm concerned, I came here now to do the best I can. This is my last stop. So I hope that I can talk to you and tell you from the bottom of my heart the way I feel. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Enoch. Last name is spelled E-N-O-C-H. I'm not a resident of IV4, but my mother is. I'm concerned about how these permits were issued in the first place. Really concerned that it doesn't sound like anything's being done to make sure it doesn't happen again. My mother was very fortunate. She's one that is in a home, but she's worried. I'm sorry. It's been very stressful. I'm just here to ask you to do what's right. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Do you want me to do this one now, or do you want it to be with your letter, or I wasn't sure. I mean, it has to do with IV4, but is that okay?
You can speak on IV4 at this moment in time, but that's the only subject that we're allowing at this moment in time.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
My name is
But
Janine.
remember your number, so if you want to speak at the open to the public that's general, then you'll need to know your number.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm Janine Eady, and I, of course, live in IV4. It is interesting that I'd like to bring up about the roads, hoping that my road is passable by the time I get home and with all this rain coming, and I'm not sure that it will be, but I'm hoping. It is, what I would like to address is an email that included a resident, a commissioner, the county attorney, and SwiftMud, and this was December 12th and December 15th. And in that email, it was talking about just doing emergency maintenance on the roads, just so that they are passable and that they're safe for the residents. There are trenches on the roads that cars can't get through. There are ponds in front of houses that you have to go through to get to your house, into your driveway. I'm not sure what it's going to look like once this bigger rain comes through right now. But in those correspondence, and I understand why the attorney would not want to do emergency maintenance or any maintenance, it does kind of put the county out there. But SwiftMud had a response that said emergency maintenance is allowed. to allow passable roads and so that we could at least get in and out. So I guess I'm addressing that point in that correspondence. There was a request for a meeting between that resident, the commissioner, the attorney, and Swift Mud. I don't know, and as far as I know, that meeting has never taken place. Like I said, these emails were December 12th and December 15th. Could that meeting take place? We're just asking, I get it, we're in the process of this whole thing. I know a resolution's gonna come about, I know it will. But in the meantime, emergency maintenance is possible, I do believe, and would just ask that that meeting take place and that be considered by the county so that our cars don't fall into trenches and that we can go in and out. And that emergency vehicles, I would imagine that the post office may not be delivering today. They may not make it in or out. So I would just ask if that meeting could take place. And I would appreciate that and appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dee Dee Headley, and I live at 4433 East Maryland in IV4. I'd like to ask you again a question that has been asked multiple times and never answered. How is it that the counties allowed the roads to be stripped in IV4? I know my neighbors have reported this activity to the county, so the fact that I've heard we didn't know cannot apply. The county already was aware of what was happening, and this illegal activity, and said we didn't have the staff. Well, if you already knew that that was happening and you're short on staff, you should already take that as a priority. I also would like to know why the county's not taking any type of legal action against the parties that did strip the roads. And just to say that I really hope that what you're doing with the letter helps. And going forward, I know that there were several corrections asked to be made, and I believe they have been. So in that light, I just appreciate, that you're attempting to help us get the infrastructure we need. We knew we were going to have to pay for the roads. Never in your life, when you walk into a subdivision, do you think that you're going to have to worry about whether or not there's drainage? It was platted. It was designated for drainage. So that should have never been a question any homeowner in our community should have had to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Donna Sly. I'm a prospective resident at 4518 East Walker. It's almost 2 years since I purchased. I'm still living in an RV. The summer was brutal in an RV. I sold my place in Michigan thinking I would be moving in. I was told it'd be ready in a year. I'll be lucky 2 years. I just wanted to give you an example of some of the things that I'm going through right now. I have a permit for a swimming pool. It's never been dug. It expires in January. I don't know where that's. I'm between a rock and a hard place of where I stand, and with the building permits, nothing's been done on their, they haven't done anything. I paid for a package to have a trailer, an RV. There's a slope. If you put a trailer there, it's going to tumble downhill. I don't know. They didn't put a flat area next to the driveway. They put the septic hookup on the other side of the entrance to the garage so that if you hook up your septic, it'll be going uphill. I don't understand. I don't even know that it's going through the I can't say it, that it's going to crush things up before it goes into the septic. I don't think the septic's the right size. I'm looking into that. I keep looking online to look at all the regulations. I'll be going to the county again I talked to them about way back when my place was first, the cement came in, about the elevation. Next door to me is Van Anton's, one of his rentals. His plot was elevated. It's not the same level as what's on the maps. And he's 4 feet higher. It said it was only going to be 2 feet higher. So he's higher, all his water's coming to me, and then all mine is being washed away on the other side. I mean, cracks in the garage. And when I tried to have a meeting with Vandervalk, he dismisses me. He either disagrees with me or dismisses me. He'll be in contact with me. He's never in contact with me. The last week I asked for a meeting. I've been asking for a meeting since last Thanksgiving, and I'm not getting a meeting. And when I stop in and spoke to Mel, she walked out. So that working relationship is now done. If I'm talking to you, don't disrespect me by walking out. I wasn't being emotional or irrational, just simply discussing where we're at and where we're going. And I think there's a beeper here that tells me I'm done.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
So with that, thank you very much. There's more, but
There's tons more, yes, I know.
It's exhausting. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Martin.
When Martin IV4, it's kind of confusing the way you're doing this. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I'm going to go ahead and state it. I do agree the letter needs sent to the Attorney General. I do believe that saying the residents knew about the drainage and the infrastructure is incorrect. None of us heard drainage or infrastructure. I assumed it'd been platted. Why do I need to check the drainage? Because it was accepted by the county. My next biggest thing, we ask, there's no signs out there. This has nothing to do with the letter. There's no signs of no kind out there except street signs. No speed limit signs, no stop signs. We asked the county 8 months ago. We were told by the former chairperson, that's not a big deal. There's dirt road signs that say 15 mile an hour. If they were at least put up, they might not go 40 mile an hour. But our number one culprit is Citrus County in their white trucks. They have more dust coming behind them. And I don't know if you know what these streets are doing to our suspensions. We pay for the trucks in Citrus County. We would like the trucks slowed down. Okay, and we would like the signs up because I believe we're going to be in this mess for a while. At least somebody might read the sign. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
It's in the back.
Anyone further just remember your number, and yes, I agree, it's confusing. We're just trying this in January and it may go away soon. Anyone else on IV4? All right, seeing none. Commissioner Schleybaugh, you already said you wanted to speak first.
Yeah, I just want to say a few things for the public that hasn't been in the loop with this. Dr. Kubitschek, this was not discussed until Commissioner Davis and I were really elected. This is frustrating. I sympathize. You know, I've been in this neighborhood. I think it is deplorable what you're having to go through. But like you said, this started in 1972. But this board is the board that put into place a moratorium in April of 2023. That's how long we have been working on it. And so I want to commend Commissioner Davis. She every week is dealing with this. Before, I don't remember ever seeing IV4, I always want to say IVF, IV4 in these meetings until Commissioner Davis was here. So I do want to say that you might have been, but I don't remember. The group that you have now is very strong and organized, and you're here, and we see you every 2 weeks. What I'm saying is you have ears up here that are listening. And this letter, I had kind of hoped that all our cards wouldn't have been shown, maybe, but it's out of desperation that we have to get something done for you all. So I just want to say that you're being heard. And I know it's got to be frustrating because it's frustrating to sit up here for 3 years and hear it and know that we have citizens being lied to. And I don't know that if I had built there that I would have asked if there was, the proper infrastructure there. I probably would have listened to the lies of, oh, it's going to be, $9,000, $6,000. But I just want to say that we're trying, and I think this letter hopefully will be heard by the AG and she will do something. My other comment, Commissioner, is to staff. That homeowner is right. I did say signs are not a big deal. Are they not up with the speed limit? Because I remember staff saying, yeah, that can be done. So I'm sorry that I didn't follow up on that. But I would like to see some kind of more signs being put up, if the board is all right with that. But I do remember that discussion, and I'm sorry I didn't follow up on that. I've been a little tied up lately. And then the third thing is Commissioner Davis, has Inverness stopped running water lines?
I believe our latest was they are not. Staff, can you answer that?
The latest email I got from the city manager was that they are not currently being installed.
Well, I would like to encourage them to put a moratorium also. Just going to throw that out there. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Schleybaugh. Commissioner Bays?
This has been a very contentious point. I kind of addressed this issue because someone had emailed me the last time, the last board meeting, and there were water pipes sticking out of the ground, and I said, who's installing water and who's authorizing this? And so when I started this investigation, that's where this is going. So I guess the real issue is, and what we're trying to find out, is there a right-of-way utilization permit that authorizes the installation of water? Because if water lines weren't run, there wouldn't be any homes there. And that's really kind of where we're going with this. I will say one of my frustrations, every time I feel I'm with you, because when I ask a question, I feel like I get half answers as well, or they're complicated, and I feel like I live in a world of craziness with it. But anyway, I'm not sure if we can legally put signs out there. So I guess I would like staff, Mr. Administrator, can staff legally put signs up?
That's the note I put on my pad here. It was the first thing to look into legally. I don't know if we can or we can't, but we'll follow up with that. And if we can't, we're going to relay that to the board. If we can, then we'll relay that we
You're
put them
talking
up.
about speed limit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because legally, we can't grade the road.
Yeah. There are some signs I've seen, because I've actually been through that area, but talks about they're not county maintained roads or maintenance, but I don't know about that without looking with legal, but we'll follow up that and expedite that tomorrow.
Government.
You done?
I'm done.
So after Commissioner Schleybaugh just said government, that's exactly right. I come from the private side, and I was talking about there's a brick wall with this has gone flat on this spot on the brick wall that I've been beating my head against for the last few years. It is such a Byzantine mess of various government agencies and agency rules, and they just know how to navigate them. And so we are restricted by a lot of different things, and it drives me crazy. So I'm with Commissioner Bays. It's we're living in insanity with this entire project. However, I did want to say to the gentleman that you did not get a reply from me. I apologize for that. I do respond to many, many, many emails. I do miss a few here and there, depending on what's going on that week. So my apologies. I have written extensively on this topic. I've written articles for the Chronicle, so you can search Chronicle online for that. I've also was the author of the 4-page letter that's in our agenda backup for today that's going to Ashley Moody, and it is a blow-by-blow of everything. You can talk to staff, but you're not supposed to address me from the audience, but we have a ton of staff up here, and someone can help him with that. So there is a ton of information out there that'll answer a lot of your questions, I hope. And for Mr. Enoch, where did he go? I read your email, and my heart bleeds for you and your mother, sir, and it bleeds for a lot of the Inverness 4 residents. This is why I have tried so hard to bring this to some sort of resolution, and I can only hope that Attorney General Moody will be able to help us with that. And thank you, Mr. Grant, for your very elegant, eloquent presentation of the entire matter. Is there anything further, board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Grant, you know better.
You do know better, Mr. Grant. Bad, bad, bad. 04. Colonel Vitt or any of the sheriff's staff, the seats are reserved up here, but they're open right now if anyone wants to move up.
We're waiting for the presentation to show up. Actually, so where is the?
It's the next one. That's the next slide. So you want to go down? Just go down. Paste it. Is that what you want?
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. This information we were asked to put together after the agenda was published. So some of this is historic information, and some of it is based off some scenarios we were asked to.
Hang on just a second, Erin.
Sorry.
If those of you with IV4, if you're getting with staff, thank you for moving out. And I see you're now moving. Sound comes up here and it's very distracting. Thank you. Sorry, Erin.
So the first slide just talks about the county's taxable value history. It starts in 2008 when we had the recession, and basically we just wanted to make everyone aware that in fiscal year 24, we finally got past the taxable value from 2008. So in 2008 was 12.3 billion. In 23, it was 12.1 billion. And in fiscal year 24, we're up to 13.6 billion. So just some information. Obviously, we hear people talking about recession. Some people think that'll never happen. Some people think it's definitely going to happen. Inflation, things of that nature. So we just wanted to provide you some historical data with that. This looks at the general fund taxes as a percentage of the sheriff's office budget. There is some information down at the bottom, and obviously some things we wanted to make you aware of. So from 15-16 through fiscal year 19-20, the county continued to decrease the general fund millage rate. So you will see maybe the sheriff shows a larger portion of the general fund taxes, but just to let you know, at that time, there were some other things going on. In fiscal year 15-16, that was the year that animal control was also moved over to the sheriff's office. So we wanted to start with a year that would be apples to apples as far as what was included in the sheriff's budget. We continued to decrease the millage rate. However, due to growth and other things, we did start seeing an increase in revenue in 1819 and 1920. Bottom line is obviously even with the county decreasing our millage rate and doing some cuts and things like that, obviously the sheriff's office, its budget continued to go up as we would expect, including the last 2 years. However, because we generated more general fund taxes, percentage-wise, it is a smaller percentage. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see that in fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24, we subsidized EMS when the county took that over. That was 0.2 of a mil, so that obviously would not be available to fund the sheriff's budget. That was for a specific purpose, as was the 0.5 mil that was approved for this year for pay and class study. We were asked about 3 different scenarios regarding positions under the COPS grant. So this first one talks about 5 positions over each of the first 3 years, totaling 15 positions overall. You will see that the first year, fiscal year 24, which is this year, is not listed there because this is looking at growth. More than likely, any positions that are approved this year to be funded from the COPS grant will have to be paid for out of reserves. So looking forward, fiscal year 25, 26, fiscal year 27 would be the year that grant funding would no longer be available. And along with fiscal year 28, the grant funding would also be gone.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Is this all 43?
Nope, this is 5 per year for the 3 years, totaling 15 positions.
Okay, I think I'm on the wrong page then.
We have 3 different scenarios. We have
so
15 total,
okay.
24 total, and 43 total.
I'm sorry, I see it right here. Excuse me.
So this is looking at general fund growth. Obviously, the last few years we have seen incredible growth. Taxable value has been up 8% and then 11%, almost 12% this fiscal year. However, the assumptions that were used was that the general fund would be based that revenue on 5% taxable value increase and no millage rate adjustment. We know that that's something that the board has discussed, but just for the purpose of these assumptions, the assumption was to leave the millage as is. We didn't want to assume anything the board would do, and a 5% increase in taxable value. Underneath that growth assumption, the projected sheriff's budget increase, we did that at 3% on salaries and 4% on operating costs. Generally, the lowest we've asked constitutional officers to come in at is 3%. And we do know from the information the sheriff provided this year that even the cost he was unable to control was almost 4%. So we put them in at the bare minimum. Underneath that, you'll see the funding that would be required from general fund for those 5 positions for the 3 years, totaling 15. And then what would be available for the other constitutionals and for the Board of County Commissioners budgeting additional. Again, these are all based on assumptions. We hear, I'm sure just like you do, that inflation will go up or inflation will come down, growth will go up, growth will go down, we'll get more commercial. There's just a lot of things that we can't assume. And so this is basically what we believe that, could be for sure, that we could get 5% taxable value. And if the board wanted to, they could ask the sheriff to stay within these increases. The next slide talks about the 24 positions over 3 years, or what would be 8 per year for the 3 years. Same assumptions as far as growth goes, projected increase from the sheriff, how much those positions would cost, and what would be available after that for constitutional officers and budgeting for the Board of County Commissioners. The next slide includes 43 positions, which would start with 15 in fiscal year 24, then 14 in 25, and 14 in 26. Same assumptions, just with different figures. I'm sure, as you all know, the more positions that are approved, the larger that cost will be. Phasing them in this way will help how much has to be expended from the general fund during these first few years. This slide goes over if 43 positions were approved today in fiscal year 24 and all of that funding was provided. At the end of 5 years, this is what that 5th year would look like. So adding every year those 43 positions to the sheriff's office budget, providing that 3% increase, and then that last year of what the 5th year of the COPS grant would have to provide. So it says at the bottom, the cumulative cost of the COPS funding would be a little over 25 million. That does not include the 3% that we added on top of that for those years that we would expect the sheriff to increase. We were asked about the figures that were provided in the backup. So the assumptions of total of 15 positions and 24 provided. We did update those. I just want to make you aware, those figures include no increases at all for salaries, capital, or operating costs. I know that I included that in my email. With inflation the way it is, there is no way we can accurately predict how much a car will cost in 5 years or what type of car the sheriff would need. We don't know. We don't know what kind of increases they need to provide their officers in order to keep up with the state or surrounding communities. So in the backup, those figures are stagnant. And obviously we don't expect them to be correct because we don't expect the sheriff will have a flat budget for 5 years. But we did not want to make assumptions based on current information that would make that cost look unobtainable. Obviously, it is up to the board, and whatever the board direction is to budget, that is what will be put in the budget. The last slide talks about considerations. This is actually from the Florida Office of Economic and Demographic Research. Just normal when we do budgeting, we tend to be conservative when we budget for revenue, whether that's taxable value or growth. We always hope that we're wrong, just like in private business. You hope that you make more. You hope that it's better than you think it's going to be. But this is the state saying, although we've seen double-digit increases, we know that that's just not going to continue. That's just not realistic. At some point it will slow down and we will not have that. What year that happens, again, we don't know. So that is the information that we were asked to provide, and all of the myriad of caveats that are in there. I know I've spoken to several of you regarding assumptions and outlooks. Again, we had a few days to do this, so we just wanted to provide that historical data and some of those scenarios. So if you have any questions.
Just for clarity, the one that potential financial impacts that has the 3 yellow lines.
Mm-hmm.
So the top line is total, 100% total from growth, yes?
That's correct.
And then projected sheriff's budget increase on the current staffing levels, and that's 3%. So
Right.
the net in fiscal year 25, for example, is essentially 3.3 million.
Right. If you took the growth minus what we would project, if the board chose to say to the sheriff, hey, we're going to allow you a 3% increase and maybe a 4% on some of those other costs, that would be about 1.2 million. It was a little over $1 million this year. That would leave about 3.2 million with this
well,
assumption.
Point being is that that first line is total general fund taxes from growth. So
That is
to keep an
correct.
eye on what the percentage of the total general fund that the sheriff is getting, because we need to look at the balance on all of this stuff, then theoretically a little less than half of that 4.5 at the top would be available to keep the percentages in check. I'm just going to insert that thought. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I'm just going to insert that thought. Commissioner Kennard, it looks like you have something on your mind.
Yeah, I'll be ready to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we direct the sheriff to amend the grant to 24 positions. We approve adding 8 positions a year. And I disagree with pulling the money out of reserves, and I'll tell you why. Stay with me before you go too far south on my idea. I think we need to pull the money that is required. We put everything we can from law enforcement impact fees to pay for the capital costs. And then the portion that needs to come from the county, I would suggest we pull that from our road resurfacing budget. And here's why. That contract, that $13 million contract, is too big for one contract. The current contractors in this particular year, the current contractors that do the road resurfacing in the county are uninterested in bidding on that. If it's $13 million going straight down one road, they might be able to get it done between now and May. May is when the cost of the asphalt products go up. When the states up north start repaving, the cost of those products go up. So the contractors, when our road resurfacing contract is spread all over the county to these different districts, they're doing a mile here, 2 miles here, another mile over here. They're not interested in doing that for $13 million. They can do it for $6 million, $7 million, as they've done in the past. $13 million is a wallop of a contract for them to try and get it done between, and the bid hasn't even gone out yet, is my understanding. So if this thing goes out and we get it back and we're opening the bids the end of February, first part of March, however long that might be, they're trying to price that out at current prices between now and May. And then once May hits, they have to account for increased pricing in there, which means you get less lane miles paved for your money. Now, if we want to go back to that 13 million in October and have that bid ready to hit the street the second or third or fourth week of October, that's different. We're going to be, right now, we're looking at March before we're even opening bids, would be my guess. This money, we could move from there. It's not a lot of money that we're moving out of a $13 million project. I think we still struggle to find one contractor that's willing to do a 11 or 12, that's willing to bid on $11 or $12 million road resurfacing contract the way that we've done it in the past. I think that takes care of the county's portion. We can take care of the capital costs with impact fees. And the sheriff has been before us many, many times telling us we need X number of new sworn officer positions. We need them in road patrol. We need them out in water patrol. I'm sure they need stuff in investigations. Our county's growing, the sheriff's office, so sworn positions, number of sworn positions needs to be growing as well.
We need a second before we keep going.
Okay.
Would anybody like to second that? Anyone? I have this on my agenda specifically because the deadline for this grant is January 31st. And because we have an enormous day today, the thought was put out there that we would possibly wait till the next meeting, but we need to hash this out today, whatever we're going to do. And then theoretically, if we don't vote today, we can vote in 2 weeks. So that's why it's on, that's why I shoehorned it in today.
Well, Madam Chairman, we have a motion on the floor.
Yes, and it just died for lack of a second,
Okay,
I believe.
you needed to say that.
Okay.
on, guys, you gotta help me. Anybody have any other ideas?
No one's going to say anything?
Well, we're supposed to have a second before we have discussion, and I'm
Thank
ready for
you.
discussion, but I mean,
She called that motion dead.
Yes.
She called that dead, so now you have nothing on the floor.
so can I just discuss without making a motion?
Sounds like that's what the chair's looking for, ma'am.
Is that acceptable, Madam Chair?
As long as it's fine with the attorney, yes.
Sure, it's fine with me.
So here's my thoughts. Obviously, the sheriff wrote a grant for 43 positions. He didn't think he'd get it. When I saw the amount of match, 25, that's why I love grants. We pay very little, they pay a lot, but we're matching 60%, not 25%. So out the gate, I think that's why so many were allowed. Obviously, we cannot afford that. Commissioner Kennard was good with the 24. And at first I really thought I would lean that way, but my problem with that is not year 25. My problem is 5 years into the grant, when we have the amount of general fund from growth. Basically, we're saying whatever we get in by year 5, the sheriff takes it all. So what about our own staff needing raises? What about the costs of things going up at the county expense? The answer cannot always be just raise the taxes. The answer cannot always be stick it to the taxpayer. If the economy in 5 more years is thriving, maybe everybody will want that. We're growing and people are happy to pay a little bit more. But today, when we need this answer, people are afraid, people are scared. And every economist says something different, right? I read them, they vary a little bit, but I'm starting to read in a direction of it's going to get worse this year. Some people say first quarter of the year. I've read some said we won't see the effects till maybe May, it'll come later in the year. The scary one said yes, but and we all thought house prices will go down, right? We've lived through this. There's been a bubble. They won't crash totally, but maybe to the prices of 2012. Well, I bought a house in 2013 and sold it in 2020 and realized the gains. And I also can realize if that actually happens, the loss that's going to be for our taxable income. So what happens if everyone's, I don't know where inflation's going to be. Everyone's paying more for everything. So if it looks bleak in 5 years and we're not getting what possibly is expected, it scares me. That's the only thing. I want more deputies. I looked at the 5 per year. I like phasing it in. And honestly, even the 15 makes me a little nervous, but if that's the appetite of this board, I could probably swallow that a little bit better. But let's face it, 5 years into this grant, some of us, or maybe all of us, may not even be on this board. So we have to think and not, stick it to the taxpayer and to whoever sits in these seats. And I never, ever want them to say that this board has caused them problems. I don't want 5 years from now, whatever board this looks like says, oh, that board did this to us, because all the capital expenses would be up again. And this is just salary, by the way. In year 5, the sheriff's office could verify, but what I'm understanding is that's not the only expense. Everything will need supplies and vehicles, and everything is going to need to be a lot more again in 5 years. So that's the part that scares me. So before I make any motions and decide what we do to go further, I think I would like to hear more from you all. I'm sure we could come out with something. The sheriff has said he needed more deputies. As far as funding, I like truth, and I like us, when we say something, to just stick with what we say. That works. That's why I like contracts. That's why I like, okay, I personally sat here when we were going through all this budget and the sheriff wanted his money. It was 2-point-something million. Aaron, 2 point?
Yes, it was. I have the exact amount. It was $2,524,917.
So $2.5 million roughly. He wanted the money for the budget. And I had said, Sheriff, you realize that's your COPS grant money. Yes, I understand. We talked some more. I beat it home just so we're all on the same page. You know that's your money. You understand that. Yes, ma'am, I understand that. That's what he told me. So he hasn't used all that money. So I feel like whatever we decide, he has that COPS grant money in his possession to use. Now, I don't look at his budget. I don't, we don't make those decisions, but he didn't have that money for whatever he wanted it for, and he was going to have to figure it out if we didn't give it to him. So unfortunately, when I say he, it's probably you, Tracy. We'll have to probably figure something out. The other option, if this board has an appetite for it, I'm not completely opposed because other money set aside was for the sheriff, and it was listed as to be saved money. 3 commissioners decided it should go into roads. If those 3 commissioners want to pull that back out, I would be okay with that. But that's kind of, so it's all over the place, but that's where I am. So anyone else wants to throw in their 2 cents, I'm willing to listen.
What you just said can be encapsulated with this job doesn't come with a crystal ball. So Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to a couple things that Commissioner Finnegan said. The proposal that I put out there did not involve any tax increases. It already it involves using money that's already been pulled out of taxpayers' pockets. It's just reallocating it to something that from a contract that I don't believe is going to be able to be fulfilled in this budget year, and putting it towards public safety. The sheriff has been here. He's told us he needs the deputies, told us he needs the sworn officers, and it's our job to find the funding for it. And I believe that I've given the board an option to do that. The other part of this, and this is digging up a little bit of old news, but I would remind this board that I was outvoted 4-1 when this board voted to hire 13 new firefighters. So you have no idea how you're going to fund them in year 4. We got a grant, a SAFER grant for 100% for 3 years. And when we discussed how we're going to fund them in year 4, we had no plan for that. In fact, the question was asked, well, can we let them go? Well, yeah, you can, but that's not a realistic option. So we've got money in the budget right now for those positions. The sheriff has told us that he needs those positions. You're not going to be able to spend that money in road resurfacing by October 1st of this year. And if you do, you're going to spend a lot of it through the summertime when the price of materials is much higher than it is in the wintertime.
I think Commissioner Bays had her microphone on first. Okay. I just want to say one thing, and I'm kind of like Commissioner Finnegan, there's a lot of moving parts here, but I do want to say this board does have control of the firefighters, the fire department's budget. We do not have control of the sheriff's budget. So there is a big difference. And also it was 100%. This grant is, which we all agreed to go for, but I think there was some things, it was so fast. It came before us on a Tuesday. They didn't answer like Wednesday or Thursday. It was, got to get it done. But this grant states that the feds' money decreases as the county money increases. And it would be by 2028, the feds grant would supply 5.375 million, and the county would be supplying 18.977 million. There's a big imbalance there. And so that's what I have to say right now.
Commissioner Bays?
Across the United States, of all the COPS grants, there was Illinois for 50, Ohio at 50, Houston at 50, San Antonio at 50, and Citrus County came in at 5th for 43. That is a big swing when you're applying for something. And we were assured when they came through with this grant that they felt there's no way they're going to get it. After doing some research and talking with different people, a lot of times these different sheriff's departments, these grants don't require asking for a match. They can ask for this money without a match. Ours asked for a match. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we also gave the sheriff 10 positions in March of 23. At the same time that they were applying for this COPS grant. And I made it perfectly clear at that time, I had no appetite to look at a grant and then add 10 positions on top of that. And with the legislature, I think it was 2 years ago, the governor came back and said, the sheriff's office have full autonomy over their budgets. We can give them this money, but we can't ask them how they spend it. So I guess my question, and it's not me questioning and asking them this, but, and I don't think that they're held responsible to just this board, it's the taxpayer. Have those 10 positions been filled? What other vacancies do they have that they're getting money for? We hear it all the time, they get the money, it has to be paid for overtime. Demonstrate the need. Where is it that we need these? I mean, I hear we want them. Every business wants something. I mean, I said, thank you, Commissioner Finnegan, for the canvassing board, but I just listen. You know, we have things that every constitutional officer is asking for. The judges are asking for more space. The supervisor of elections needs more space. The clerk needs more space. The Board of County Commissioners, I mean, the residents want their roads paved. Everybody's got their hand out, and there's only so much money to go around. I lived through the times in 2012 when you set your budget for October 1, and in September, when the transition of Duke from Progress Energy to Duke, and they came in and it was just like that overnight, because at that time they represented 45% of our budget. And they cut $19 million out of the Board of County Commissioners budget in October or September to October 1. We laid off over 250 employees. So I've lived through these. I don't want to see it. I think it's time that we get very realistic. We have the taxpayers that live in this county today that have made an investment in our community, and we voted to pave their roads. I don't think it's time that you start to retract what you've promised them. They've waited. They made an investment. It's our time to make an investment back in our taxpayers. And if I thought we were so upside down in our sheriff's department, I would be the first one holding the banner and saying, we got a real problem. I'm not seeing it. And I haven't really talked to any of my constituents that are telling me, I want you to put me on the hook for it, because that's who's on the hook, the taxpayer. We're not just sitting out here in an island and we make these decisions because we can't give you what we don't previously take from you, being the taxpayer. I'm just not going to support this. I don't want to be in a position that we take something as what's considered to be a grant, and then we don't know from budget to budget where we're at, and we have no control over that budget. So I would rather be in the position to know what we're going to get in revenues. We've given 10 positions this year. I would rather say we're going to give 10 positions next year, but know that we have the money to pay for it. and know that we have the growth. But I think we're playing a fool's game. I don't know if you were going out to the bank and you, as a business person and gonna borrow money, I don't know any lender that would do this for you. I'm just, I can't support this. I think we're better off to keep going down the road and make sure that we have those positions that if, are they filled? How many are we paying for today that are unfilled, and how many of those 10 that we gave back in May were filled? And that's, they don't have to answer that, but that's how I feel about it.
Commissioner Finnegan and then Commissioner Schleybaugh.
Just want to answer a few things on my other commissioners' comments. To Commissioner Kennard, I would agree. We have the money this year. And I see that. And if it was this year, I'd even be okay with 43. I worry about 5 years, and that's my heartburn, not so much this year. Commissioner Schleybaugh, you probably understand, but I want to clarify your comment in case someone else does not. Year 5, the federal government gives us nothing. Year 4, the federal government gives us nothing. So we're pretty much on the hook for everything at year 4. To Commissioner Bays's point, the sheriff does need deputies. And I understand that. And if we are looking for next year, another 10, or even if it's 5, I would be okay to move forward with that today, because at least we'd get some help with that for the next 3 years, even if it's only 5 deputies over the course of time, or 10. And then later, if we can add more in a different way. I hope that we can leave here today and have some resolve and get some new deputies. I just don't know that, that it's going to be the full amount. And I hope that I don't hear from anyone, well, the Board of County Commissioners left 43 on the table, because I truly believe the only reason 43 was given because of a 60% match. And I think everybody in this room could agree, there's no way that we could match 43 deputies at 60%, and then it increased over time, and then we're left, the taxpayers, not us, the taxpayers are left on the hook for the rest. That's all.
Commissioner Schleybaugh.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Finnegan. She is correct, but what I said was that the max that the feds would pay by 2028 is the 5.375, and the county would be responsible for the 18.977 million. I voted to fully fund the sheriff's budget, including the 2.5 million. I voted to fully fund the roads and to make sure that the constitutionals, the other 3 that we share with the budget, 3 or 4, that and to make sure that our employees were properly paid. Took a lot of heat for that. And I agreed that the 2.5 million, that was COPS grant money, but once the sheriff has it, he has it, and then we're on the hook for it indefinitely. I tried to get even to the 15 positions where it would take some out of the net available to the BOCC, the 1.799 million. But what happens if we do this and vote on this and 15 positions aren't filled? How does that work? 5, 5, and 5. I mean, if they don't hire them, we're still on the hook for the money? That's one question. The other question is, we've heard from the citizens. They want their roads paved, they want the sheriff fully funded, and they wanted different things that have been put off for many, many years. This board, 3 of us voted for it. So now to say we're going to take money from the road resurfacing is going backwards. So I can't support that. But if you can come up with another idea, like Commissioner Finnegan said, is there another preference this board would have? But I do want to know, if say this board said we want to do 15 positions, what happens if those 15 positions aren't filled? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The most recent Florida Trend magazine, or I'm sorry, it was the January edition, or I guess that is the recent one. In there, I read with surprise that it said the Monroe County Sheriff's starting salary is $58,689, and that they're the most expensive for rent. Compare that to Citrus County. When we first heard from the sheriff in the budget cycle last year in March, the starting salary without benefits was $55,000. By June, it went to over $60,000. And if Monroe County starting salary is $58,000 and they have the most expensive rent in the state, why is it that we are outside of that marketplace? So that was just something else. I don't remember the details, but they're also, with no cost to the taxpayer, they're working with private developers to build housing for their deputies and support staff, not on the county dime. So I found that as another interesting way that they're facilitating getting the staff that they need and supplying them. I just think we have to be more innovative and we have to think outside the box as opposed to just throwing money at stuff that we have no real answers for.
We lost Kennard.
I'm just going to say this, even though I respect Colonel Vitt, I respect the sheriff's office. I, again, going to say it, fully funded you. And we spent many hours in there crunching numbers. But I just don't think that sometimes free money isn't free and it's not a good deal. And I just don't feel like that. I just don't have an appetite for this. And maybe if we could come back and let's look at 3 a year. I mean, I know that's, seems so minimal, but we can't put this on the taxpayers. And we said, we did what we did this year with millage, and our millage needs to stay the same. We can't keep throwing money at things. And the sheriff has gotten, since I've got a number here from, let's see. His budget has gone up since 2015-16, 10 million. And this, even minimal numbers, his budget on the 15, what would the budget go up to? 3 million? That's without any salary or fringe increases or capital outlay. I mean, the sheriff is at 45% of our budget right now, and that's with the board getting the rest, and 3 or 4 constitutionals. I never can remember. How many do we share that our budget with?
We do the tax collector, property appraiser, supervisor of elections, the clerk, and the sheriff.
Okay, so is it 45%? I don't want to say what he's getting right now of the current budget. 45, 47?
45, I think.
Right. If you remove the 0.2 of a mil that we subsidize EMS, that would not be available to them, and the 0.5 mil this year that went to paying class, that would also not be available to them. It comes out to 46.25%.
So that leaves 44 million for 4 constitutionals and the board. And if we do this, we're on the hook for 75%. And again, I don't know if y'all answered or staff answered or Colonel Vitt can answer. If we even went with 3 or 5 positions for the next 3 years, what if they're not hired? Can somebody answer that question for me?
Colonel Vitt?
So in the stipulations of the DOJ grant,
the only way that DOJ pays you that salary and benefit dollar amount is upon hire. They don't give us anything pre. So it is upon hire.
So you would have to say, we hired these 3 people, and then those 3 people will be in the report for the next 3 years.
Yes.
And if you didn't say you hired 3 people the next year, one of them left.
Then your goal is to fill it.
To fill
obviously,
it, yes.
right?
But you're responsible for letting the DOJ know that
Yes.
these are the people that are a part of this grant. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think one of the ideas here is that we want to act professionally as a county, and whatever we agree to with DOJ, we want to live up to it to be in good standing with them. I'll make a couple of comments, and then perhaps we can revisit this in 2 weeks. Number one, I reread a lot of stuff from the sheriff's office, including Colonel Ferrara. I see you hiding in the back corner. Your staffing analysis thoroughly. I remember reading it at the time, and I reread it. And it goes back to the old saw that if you actually really need something and it's on sale, then that's really good fiscal management to get it on sale. But if you don't really need it, then you're just burning money. So it really comes down to that staffing analysis and what the sheriff's department really needs at a minimum level. Because one of the other key takeaways I got from former discussion of this in December, was it December? December 12th, was that, we can do a much smaller grant, and then when that crystal ball shows up, when we know what our growth is, what the economy is doing, everything else, that we could always go back and apply for another grant, hopefully this time without matching funds. So I wanted to have this discussion. I am leaning much more towards the bottom end of this. There's a reason I did those 3 different, the original 43, but I did 24 and 15 officers total, because of the 22 officers, we've given you funding for 10. So that would leave a net of 12 that would still be needed. But then this is also going out years, several years into the future where theoretically we may have growth. So these are all the thoughts that are going into my mind. I certainly always back the green, and I want to do right by our security as well as do right by the taxpayers. And so those are the thoughts that are going through my mind. I didn't think we were going to get to a vote today. I appreciate Commissioner Kennard's fortitude to jumping out there with a motion to bring that in for a landing. Thank you, sir. But perhaps we all have some, now that we've had the discussion in open, which is what we have to do, then we can have meetings with staff and perhaps with the sheriff's office and come up with a different plan for 2 weeks from now. But that's why I had it on my agenda, because I was left in charge last time. Yes, ma'am.
I did have to go out of the room because the 501 is already starting. So I don't know if you discussed this while I was out of the room, but are you going to address the signature requirements at all, or are you going to leave that to the next meeting?
Is there any reason that we need to do it now if we haven't voted on amending the grant?
It was just a question. It's up to y'all.
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, there's no agreement to sign, so I would say we'll just punt it all for 2 more weeks.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Before we completely punt this off, I don't want to do this again 2 weeks from now. So can we maybe get some consensus of what we want to see, how many deputies, and do we want, if it's a low number, do we want to just see them hired the first year and continue it? If it's a little bit higher, do we want to phase it in? And I think that we need to go ahead and talk about the money, where the match money's coming from each year, because I don't want us to then have some consensus. I want us to have a consensus next week, but I don't want it to happen and then we can't agree on where we're getting the money. So I don't want, in respect to the sheriff's office, push it 2 weeks, and then we have a million more questions, and now they're at their deadline. So I do think we need a little more discussion on how many we're thinking in our heads, and then Aaron can get us that information. And then where are we getting the match money for this year since the budget's already set?
Madam Chairman?
I think there was already pretty much that discussion, but we can tidy it up.
That'd be great.
Yes, ma'am.
The most I'm gonna support today, without knowing the numbers, but it would be 3 a year. But I also would like to revisit Commissioner Finnegan's comment where she did state it over and over and over and tried to get that through with a 2.5 million. We gave that COPS grant money that we had set aside to the sheriff. And you had said, can we get some of that back? I don't even know if that's a possibility, but I would like to discuss that.
Okay. Commissioner Bays, you have anything? Would you like to, no? Going back to I originally asked for us to have numbers for 8 and 4 per year, but to alleviate the workload for staff, they already had 5. So I figured that we could just throw those numbers in there. I am comfortable with, I believe comfortable, pending further review, of course, a total of the 12 that were presented in Colonel Farrar's staffing analysis, which would be 4 per year for 3 years. And I would like to see this year's budget not come out of road resurfacing, although I want to hear more from staff about how we can make road resurfacing contracts more efficient based on the calendar year. That 2.5 million, that the match needs to come out of that. That's what I'm comfortable with right now.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Commissioner Schleibel walked out of the room, but she can hear. I believe when she said 3 a year, she meant 9 total. Just when she comes back, we'll clarify that. As you had said, 12, 4 per year, you want to stagger that. I could go probably with either one of those. I want to see the numbers. I mean, if everyone wanted to do the 15, I'm just year 5, I start to get very nervous, probably even year 4, but definitely by year 5.
We just don't have a crystal ball. Commissioner Kennard?
I'm good.
Okay. Staff, you have a consensus?
We will bring the information back. I believe the sheriff's office also has updated figures they made mention this morning. So they might look slightly different, but we will get those from them. And so hopefully that will help give you a clearer picture of what it might look like going forward.
Okay, and hopefully the 2 budget directors can work hand in hand to bring this in for a landing for us, please. Yes.
Case in point, again, as I've asked in the past, I think 5-year budget forecasting is desperately needed for this very reason.
Yep.
I would like to know if any, to do an anticipation of any roadways, particularly where the Suncoast Parkway is already designated to go. Has all of that property that's been purchased come off of the tax rolls? Because that's going to have an impact on your taxable valuations. And if there's any other, like we have 41 out here, you've just taken stuff off of the tax rolls. I think that's something we need to look at, even though we have other stuff coming online. We have an imbalance of where we're going.
So I know we spoke earlier and we are in the process of getting quotes to do that 5-year analysis or to update it. I believe at this point they're just going to have to redo it. But we will get with technical services and see which roadway projects property has been taken off the tax roll that we have purchased or the state has purchased, and look at that taxable value.
And then as far as, I know we had the presentation on the MSBUs, MSTUs. I would like to see this board still consider, maybe we'll talk about this on the 18th, shifting some of these dollars into a TU, even though they're still part of your taxable value. The BU is a little bit different, but the TU is the same. What that means for the board and then looking at fire, roads, any services that we can start to look at, that we can, if it's a service, there's a fee for service. And maybe we go that route and look at this and see what we can do to be more equitable.
And I know they are currently updating the study for fire, that MSBU study. I believe though it will still be April, May before we have the results of that. So obviously we will bring that to you when that is completed.
I mean, the only way you're gonna get me on roads is you're gonna have to, I mean, this board is going to have to convince me that they're behind having an MSBU for roads throughout this county, because number one, we made an administrative regulation that we're not going to accept new subdivision roads any longer. And I've heard a lot of chatter about you just implement a sales tax for that. I'm not interested in doing a sales tax for roads because that puts everybody at an unfair disadvantage. If these new roads are going to have to come up with that money on their own, then it should be treated equitably across the county.
Agree.
Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If you're intending to come back in 2 weeks and have some resolution to this issue, I'm not sure, I haven't heard today, and I'm not sure of a way, given that you don't control the sheriff's budget, I don't know how you all intend to require or suggest that he only do X or Y with regard to his hiring, short of some type of an agreement with him that, you know, an interlocal agreement or something with the sheriff that he agrees to only hire X number of people or something like that. So I'm not sure how you intend to enforce your statements that you want him to only hire X number of people, because you have no control over his budget, you have no control over his hiring or firing decisions. So if you're planning on coming back in 2 weeks and doing that, I think some thought needs to go into how you intend to require that, and whether or not you're going to have something ready, a contract or something within 2 weeks, and whether or not he'd be willing to sign that.
I don't know how, I missed the part where we could require, it's just that we are signing a grant for X number or not signing a grant for X number.
Well, the grant that you've been provided is 443.
Mm-hmm. And there would have to be an amendment to that.
So that's how you intend to ensure that.
Or one of the, that's one of the possible resolutions, yes. Depending on the timing. Yes.
So if I can just recap something that we had given you a while back, it was a questions and answer sheet from the Department of Justice with some of the requirements and stipulations that as it stands now, you have to execute the existing award. That's the first step. Before you make any modifications, it has to be executed as is. Then you can go in and make modifications. But the expectation from the Department of Justice is that you attempt to hire those positions that the award or the modification is within the first 2 years. That is what their expectation is. They don't want you to put a number on it per year, because the point of not being able to fulfill that grant award within that time frame, like we discussed before, we might have 10 people sitting out there now to be hired, but that doesn't mean we'll have 10 people next year at the same time. It might be 1 or might be 2, and then you're not fulfilling the award requirements. So just keep that in mind.
All very good points. Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan.
Indulge me one more time, please, while Colonel Vitt is up there. That is a good point, and please accept our apologies. So I think when we come back, if we're going to look at 12 or 9, maybe make it 7 and 5 also, if they just hired right away, and see what those numbers are, because maybe you wouldn't be allowed to phase it in. Second, Commissioner Bays had some questions. Are you able to answer her questions that she had earlier? Are the 10 that we funded you, are they all hired, and are there other vacancies? And of course, we understand that people come and go and you may have some, but.
I don't have that data in front of me because I didn't know that that's what we were going to be talking about, but literally just a week and a half ago, we hired 6, and I believe we're only 3 down. To answer the question that Ms. Lynn gave, we are bound by that DOJ contract. So when you're saying, how do we know you're hiring? Well, we have to report that. And we've already said we fit that stipulation like we have always where our agency is responsible for submitting that data. So it's not like we're going to tell them we hired somebody when we didn't. That's how we get the money back. Otherwise, we don't get money. We have to prove through documents that we did hire that individual. So, and I'm sorry, what was your other question? I don't remember what you had asked before. One was
Well, we were
hiring.
talking about the 10 that we gave you the money for, but what were your vacancies that you were getting paid for, the positions that you
We didn't
already-
receive anything from DOJ. Remember that.
No, I'm not talking about DOJ. I'm talking about on your annual budget. You have positions in there that are unfilled positions, but they're still being funded. Or how many of those positions are unfilled?
Currently, right now, I believe there's 3 on the sworn side of it, but that's where we got into the conversation last time. When we talk about the overtime, is having the understanding that all of the other tasks associated with that sworn position is because we have to fill them because those 3 are vacant. That's where the overtime comes into play. And the salary is not at $60,000. We explained that before, where that includes other benefits with an overtime association and so forth. So on paper, that is not what their salary is. That includes the overtime potential and so forth. And holiday pay, different things that you have to pay extra when that person works. Because you have shift work. It's not the same as your office 8 to 5 staff. They work shift work. So depending on how many work shift work, you have to pay them that overtime. So
I
it's
was just simply going by what you outlined as their starting salary on your sheet. Said starting salary plus benefits, and then you added in all of the capital costs and the ways to
55.
outfit them, and I think it was just shy of roughly $190,000 per hire.
Correct. And if I can clarify, I can't remember who made this statement on a grant in the future. COPS grant will not give us the benefit of having something that's 100% paid. In those situations, those are designated for fiscally constrained counties, which we are not. We are not designated a fiscally constrained county. So we will always have, in today's standards, unless they change it in the future, that matching portion. It's only, and I've already talked to previous administration, and I don't ever foresee us having that designation as a fiscally constrained county. So
what is the starting salary without all the extras?
55.24, I believe. I don't have my calculator with me, but it's
roughly 55. That's close enough.
55, right.
Anything further, board?
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry. So what I'm hearing is the only option on the table in 2 weeks is going to be to sign the award that's been issued for 43 deputies.
Yes. Yes, so we would need some sort of, now worst case scenario, it's up to them to hire or not hire 43 deputies. We don't have to fund. We still set the budget, right?
Well, obviously, we're not going to hire 43 deputies. We don't have the funds to hire them.
Exactly. That's kind of the point, is that we control the purse strings on that end. So if we have an understanding with the sheriff that we are funding X number, then I'm sure you will take that into account.
I would always recommend the board have a
Memorandum.
understanding in writing signed by both parties.
That's fine. I
Madam
appreciate that.
Chairman,
Yes.
I'm not going to support that. I'm not going to support you signing it. I'm not going to. So if you're looking for consensus, 43, if that's what we have to do, I'm not going to support it. I said 3 because at least we could have one employee in the 3 years get 75% of their salary. But I just think, again, sometimes free money doesn't help. There's a cost to it, and I'm just not going to support this, even though I very clearly support the sheriff's office. And it's hurting me from a business sense because I'm thinking I need that 25%, but with all the strings attached, I don't think that 25% grant is worth it. What it's going to involve.
Thank you, Commissioner Schleybaugh. Commissioner Kennard, are you comfortable with me signing it if there's an agreement on how many we're funding?
Sure.
Signing for 43. Commissioner Finnegan?
No,
You're not comfortable?
and I don't know that the sheriff's office should sign it that either if they're not going to fulfill that grant. That looks bad on what they're doing. So they need to have some sort of amendment with DOJ, or unless Colonel Vitt has another suggestion, because we weren't privy to the application in full. So no, I don't think that you can sign for 43, and
So-
I don't know that they should sign for 43 either.
The county did receive that application in full. I have a copy with me today if you'd like another one, but yes, the county administrator did have that copy. It was completed on May 11th upon, as you know, approval 5-0 to the board. We did not know how many we were going to receive, as I myself stated here in front of you that day. I did not anticipate that. So, but how it stands is the grant requires you to sign off on the existing award, but it can be modified. Obviously, there has to be some trust, but realistically, we can't hire individuals if we don't have the money. So if you don't give us the money, we're not going to go out there and hire them because we wouldn't be able to pay for them. And it's in your mind, if you already said, in looking at the studies that we have had and posted online and provided you copies, we were 70 positions down at that first study. And I believe it was 22 in the initial first year, but the sheriff had tiered it. The board was gracious enough to give us that 10, and that's where that 2.5 million came into play, because you said you would give us 10, and the 2.5 had been placed in reserve, but then given us to fulfill those 10 positions. So if you look at it realistically and say in the future, what would be the ideal amount of positions that you would be able to fund? Think about that in your mind. If you're here and I hear different mixed comments, if you're saying 5 a year and you already have that in your mind, well, think about getting those 5 positions of some money from DOJ is better than nothing. And that doesn't mean that it can't be to where funds become available, that you can't give us more beyond that. We're just talking about the DOJ restricted positions.
Madam Chair. Colonel
Commissioner
Vitt,
Finnegan?
yes, I agree. If we're doing anything, we should do the grant. You said something incorrect, that we gave that 2.5 million for those 10 deputies. We did not. We gave you separate money for that. And if you wouldn't mind, Aaron will correct that statement.
So when the 10 were approved in July, obviously we moved that money over for the rest of fiscal year 23. And then those 10 positions were added into their budget for fiscal year 24. I'm not saying that maybe that $2.5 million did not go to, I don't know, something for those positions. I don't know, but that funding was already put in the budget. So their budget overall increased over $4.7 million.
The 2.5 included our other necessary increases to include the cost for having the 10 added in. And the 2.5 was approved and awarded. It was pulled from what you had agreed to set aside, the 6 point something that you put in reserves to be able to cover the COPS grant if we got awarded the 44 positions. And how it was said was you would take the 2.5 from what you set aside in reserves to cover our necessary increases, which were our budget increases, things like FRS, and the 10 positions that had to be added to our budget, our overall budget, the 2.5 that was needed.
Correct, but in all fairness, that's what everyone does. They have their increases in budget, and then we put it in the budget, which we did, and we fully funded your budget. And then the sheriff wanted an extra 2.5 million to just add to that budget. So we've increased your budget greatly, and we're gonna try to get you some more money in here, but because it's a long-lasting grant, and you all put in that the grant's only giving 40%, not only for the first year, and then they give less the second year, less the third year, and then it's done. That's not a lot of money. So if we were to do 43, which I understand we had planned for that, but I think we all said, hey, if that happens, we're probably not gonna be able to do that.
The grant's
That's so
120
fiscally irresponsible to our taxpayers.
The grant's 125,000 over 3 years for each position.
Correct. Yes, which according to the numbers that I saw from the grant, that's 40%. We're paying 60%, and then we're paying 100% forever. And actually more than that, obviously every year your costs go up. I don't have to tell you that.
So my colleagues are not comfortable signing off on me signing the 43, and I understand what you explained, and I am comfortable with it because only with the understanding that we have a very clear understanding of how many that we would be funding, and it's nowhere near 43. What did we come up with? Somewhere between 9 and 12, or 5 and 12 total. So it's dead as of this moment because the consensus is showing 4 of them are not comfortable. If something changes, then I'm sure it'll show up on the agenda in 2 weeks.
Well, Madam Chair, when they,
Yes.
when she's signing off, are you doing that on paper or on typing it in a computer? That
It's-
would make a difference.
As I understand it, I would be signing the grant for 40, and Madam Attorney, it looks like she has something on her mind, 43, a grant for 43. However, we would have a letter of understanding between the Sheriff's Office and the BOCC that you would be applying for an amendment to whatever we have authorized you to hire, which needs to be roughly the minimum of what we think we need to, to have accommodate the growth that is coming for the next 5 years, basically. And it has to be a minimum because we just can't keep hitting taxpayers for things, and we do need to keep the millage the same or lower. So I am comfortable with all of those understandings in signing the grant. If we then, the second part of it is what is that number that we are willing to fund to make the most of our funds with the grant money. But right now, it's dead.
Oh, I support you signing it, just with an addendum from Madam Attorney. If
You had said no.
Well, no, to just blankly sign for 43, I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry, and Commissioner Kennard was in favor of it, so there's
Yes.
2 in favor. Commissioner Schleba was against.
I have a question for you,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Mhm.
Why is it that you're comfortable signing this now? Because the last board meeting, you weren't comfortable signing this grant.
Because I've had an enormous amount of time to do a lot of reading since then, and that was a surprise, that hit us with very little heads up, and so simply I've done a lot of reading and a lot of discussing with
So
various
you're
things.
telling me then that we're gonna be acting as the authorized representative of the grant funds?
No, that would be part of there's an entire litany of things that Madam Attorney would like us to have as an understanding between CCSO and BOCC. And that is, we cannot sign off on what their reporting is because we have no control over it.
Madam Attorney, can you please address?
So a couple things. Commissioner Finnegan, you asked, is she going to be clicking a box on the computer? So yes, the application is done electronically, but above the box that she's clicking, she's certifying under penalties of perjury that she, on behalf of herself and her organization, are accepting the grant terms and conditions and all of the other documents that go into that, which is, I sent an email to all of you, including those terms and conditions. So once that's signed, then the county and Commissioner Davis are on the hook for whatever's in the grant until such time as the sheriff, because only the sheriff can do it, can amend the grant. So what I'm suggesting is, if you want to somehow assure yourselves that the sheriff does that, you would need a second contract with the sheriff where he signs something saying that he will agree to amend the grant for a maximum of X number of positions or something like that. I haven't prepared that yet. What I've prepared is a suggestion that the sheriff sign the affidavit, which is including all of the terms that are immediately above the signature, which is, under penalties of perjury, that he or his counsel has reviewed the grant terms and et cetera, et cetera. It's those, I think, 11 or 7 things that's in the agenda item. I don't know yet whether the sheriff is willing to sign that affidavit. The last I heard, Colonel Vitt said that she had signed a letter and sent that over, and she was suggesting that that was sufficient.
That
So
was on December 8th.
that's the last I heard. So I didn't know whether the sheriff was inclined to do the affidavit or whether they were still saying that Colonel Vitt's signature of December 8th was sufficient. So I would say you need a contract between you and the sheriff saying that he will amend the grant application, the grant award or application, I'm not sure which word it would be, to reduce it to the number that y'all agree on.
And you had said puts us on the hook for 43 deputies. Nobody's pulling money out of us for 43 deputies though, regardless. We would just be in non-compliance with the contract because of financial hardship that we cannot do 43 deputies.
Yes, you'd be in breach of the contract.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Save me.
I've tried once. We're in charge of his budget. If we only give him X amount of dollars, I say him, if we only budget so much for the sheriff's office next year, and he chooses to use the entire amount, hiring 43 deputies, that's on him. He can shift that money to wherever he wants to within his own budget. We're not going to be able to budget for an additional 43 deputies in 1 year. It seems like we're going through an awful lot of gymnastics when we control the checkbook. We budget what we feel is appropriate, what he feels or the sheriff's office presents that they need next year, and that's it. If the sheriff's office can make it work with the budget and hire 5 more or 10 more or 15 more, that's on them. But here's your check. Do what you need to with it. Keep Citrus County safe. That's their job, is to take that money and do with it as they need to fund the sheriff's office. I think the rest of this, if we want to go through all that, fine. But we're only going to have so much money to send over the sheriff's office.
I made the same point. Commissioner Finnegan.
So I agree, and I was gonna bring that up earlier, except for I thought, well, it matters for cars and stuff, but the same, I think Commissioner Kennard's right on. We should decide how much money we can give each year and let them decide how many deputies to hire. Whether it's 2, whether it's 43, whatever. This is how much we can eke out, and this is what we're willing to do, and they can figure it out.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schleybaugh, anything? Yes.
Except that you're making a representation to DOJ that you will fund it up to the 43. Like, that's what the signature is. They want you to tell them, yes, we as the governmental entity funding the sheriff, that we will fund X. Like that, I mean, that's.
Madam
Chairman. I
Chairman.
think we need to move on. Pardon?
Yes, I was going to say, that's why I'm not going to support this. So there's no motion, there's no second. So can we move on?
Yep, let's move on. Thank you, Colonel Vett.
Okay, so just to clarify as it stands now, because obviously if it's not signed electronically by you as the board, then it's not accepted. So as it stands now, we don't move forward with anything anyway until it's approved. So as I leave.
I understand that. We
okay.
tried very hard with DOJ to get them to understand that we are 2 separate constitutional entities. And we thought we had them to understand that, and it didn't work. So I prefer to have grant money pay for things that we already need. So I have tried.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, open to the public. What number are we on? 5. We're on number 5. Is anyone still here? There's not that many people here, so I'm gonna call an audible on the numbers and you can just come on up, like the old system. Billy, Mr. Casey, did you wish to speak?
42.
Come on up. Oh, is that you have the longer card, I think, for tonight, but this is open to the public for our regular meeting.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yes, sir.
My name is Billy Casey from Citrus Springs. I hear you talking about the DOJ. Let's not forget it's a weaponized DOJ. Now, why do you think they gave Pendergrass the most in the state and the 5th in the country? Because he does their bidding, and it's going to cost the taxpayers money. You're doing the right thing by stopping this right here. You gave him his money, When he come in the spring, you gave him his budget. Now he comes with a grant. And the next thing is the red light cameras. What do you think that's about, huh? DOJ wants them all over the country. Big Brother is here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Next speaker. I heard that.
I found it very interesting. I'm Gil Phelan from Lecanto. I have to say, thank you. Thank you for the number system. Show some respect for the citizens. Thanks. Because I have a bad meniscus and standing for hours was not fun. You know, over the last couple of years I've been coming, it was really like watching the Titanic sink slowly. Every time I'm here, I'm ready to, like, fit to be tied. This is the first time I see some hope. And especially it's because of the two new commissioners. Okay, I think they brought some real life to the board of what the citizens deserve. They deserve the respect that we're the one, I mean, paying your salary, obviously, but we're paying for all these grand ideas. And it's wonderful to hear it acknowledged today. I would say it's amongst maybe the first time I've heard it. I may be wrong. Kitchen was a little more on our wavelength, but lately it's the first time that I've heard we're important. So thank you for that. This was fascinating. I had a whole bunch of other junk to say, but this this whole, Billy, yeah, with his DOJ, I agree 100%. I was wondering why was Pendergrass so willing to have helicopters and arrest our citizens and throw them in jail, you know? Because if anybody's awake, they're watching what the January 6th stuff was. The Capitol Police Chief himself is gagged and said, no, it was a Fedsurrection. So most people who are paying attention understand, but not our sheriff, okay? Now it makes a little bit more sense because he's going to get millions and millions of dollars, you know? No wonder he was so happy to have the DOJ as partners. This budget thing, I'm a business guy, certainly not to the level and money you guys spend, but that was the most pathetic presentation of money. It's just like, yeah, I want money. Yeah, give me money. Give me some millions. Why? Where was the talk of the robberies and thefts and carjackings and oh, I just want more money. Well, yeah, why? What's the basis for it? I want more money too. You know, I have a business, give me more money. But why do I need it? Am I the only one thinking that there's no backup for this grant? And, you know, thank you for understanding that, you know, we're going to be on a hook for it later. Although paying this year and not realizing that we're going to be on a hook years down the road, that's, you know, that's a whole nother subject. So thank you for that, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. It gives me hope that the Titanic is not going to completely sink. And the only other thing was the contractual part is how can you tell somebody, go ahead and you sign that contract knowing that you're going to renege on it on this end. That's not good policy. So hopefully this thing is dead completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phelan. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Darren Nichter, Lecanto. Admittedly, I came in about 10 minutes late. I was here to listen to and possibly speak on agenda item L.1. Has that been postponed to a later time? Did I miss it?
It's still coming up.
It is?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Well, I will wait patiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, anyone? Mr. Phelan, we have our very first strategic plan for the county that launched a year ago. And and I was the spearhead of that. That's what I ran on for my campaign, that we've never had a strategic plan to look down the future, a document that lives above the comprehensive plan. And I was stunned when the facilitator said, you know, in all the years that we've been doing government strategic plan facilitations, not once have we ever had one that's citizen-led. Ours was, by the way. And I looked at him stunned because I'm a team player. I like to build teams and get consensus. And I said, who normally does them? He said, the commissioners. And I just laughed. I'm like, we could be the smartest, biggest hearted 5 people in the county, but we're only 5 people. do you really want 5 people setting the course? So I do listen to citizens. That was my baby that I brought across the line with the help of the people sitting up here. So I think all 5 of us are very committed to citizens. So anyone like to speak? Open to the public? I said, it is general. I said next and you didn't come up. I thought maybe you were standing.
No, I
Thank
just,
you.
Amy Pennard.
Yep.
Hernando. I do want to congratulate you guys because, yeah, there was something shiesty about that. And I think everybody sitting in the audience felt the same hesitation that you guys were feeling. But I also had a little bit of a speech prepared. I'd like to see, and going back and forth with all the Attorney General, Investigator General, Governor's Office, been here before. I'd like to see if you guys can enact some type of local law. You guys do have the power, I found out. There needs to be something done about the illegal ridings on the roads. In the last 3 years, there've been a number of ATV golf cart accidents. There was 2 this year where 2 gentlemen got killed. One was riding in a golf cart community. The other one was not. The sad part about that was, just prior to that, the sheriff's office had put a post on his Facebook stating that you could ride on the roads, which is not true. I provided you guys with a packet, which you'll see all of the information that I'm talking about's in there. Not saying you got to read it word for word, but just want to give you guys an example of what's going on.
Oh, I believe it's a tornado.
Of course.
No worries, carry on.
One of the other things that I noticed, and I was so glad when I saw you guys kind of connect the cops grant. There's a lot of sheriffs in the department that need to abide by the laws, and they're not. I have seen posts by family members of sheriffs that they're illegally riding. My whole thing about these ATVs and UTVs, obviously you guys know, I've been here, was me being attacked on the trail. I have gone to state agencies that are saying, I went to the parks, the head of the parks department. He said, the trail is getting destroyed. At the moment, it seems like there are more illegal vehicles on that trail than there are people. And something needs to be done, and the sheriff is not enforcing it. We saw ATVs on the trail, contacted FWC. They called the sheriff and said, we can't get there fast enough, can you go? We waited at the end of the road and said, there's ATVs down there. The sheriff said, we're too busy, and turned around and drove away. So they need to put some type of rein on people within their department that aren't doing their job, because that's a major issue. And like I said, in the packet that I gave you, there's posts to prove everything that I've just said, and the harassment that I've had from people that have turned into the sheriff's department, because there are some great sheriffs on that department, and they have tried to assist me. But then there's also sheriffs that have come to my house and said, leave us alone, which is kind of not their job to do. So I'd like to see if you guys can consider what's going on. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Seeing none, board, any comments, or are we moving on?
I just want to say one thing about, he left, but I could have fallen over when Gil Fallon said that, because for 2 years, we, Commissioner Davis and I really fought to get things done, and luckily we had Commissioner Kennard there, but this board right now is a very cohesive, cerebral board, and I'm thankful for it. And so to have somebody like Gil acknowledge that, I could have fallen over.
I thought he was gonna be mad that open to the public was delayed.
But, and then Amy, you know, I don't know if she left, but they're not to be, Jenny Grammer, but, or Ginny Grammer. There's many deputies, one sheriff. So just so that people understand that you've been dealing with the deputies, not necessarily the sheriff. So I keep up the hard work and keep it up. And I will look into local law enforcement, but if that's saying that the BOCC can do citizens arrests, I don't think we have that. Because otherwise, some people are gonna be in trouble. So I think that's it. Oh, I do want to say one thing to our Madam Attorney. That pamphlets, that packets that you were given, I do believe that's public record and I would like it. So if it's public record, give it to me, please. Thank you. That's it. Thank you,
Okay,
Madam
we are
Chair.
now going to move into the speed round of the day. We are on E. Regular business.
Motion to approve item E1A through M.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Schleba. Any public comment? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. We will get Commissioner Finnegan when she returns. Next.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bays, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion.
This microphone is not on.
Bays, microphone.
Madam Chairman, motion to approve E3. Is it A and B? I don't see B. It has an A. Okay. E3A.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E4, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve
Hang on.
E5.
Wait just one second. Commissioner Finnegan, item E1 through whatever. M.
E2.
E2,
Aye.
E3.
Aye.
All right, take it away, Commissioner Bays.
E4 for Commissioner.
Didn't we say E4 already?
Yes. Okay, sorry. Continue.
E5.
Second.
Motion to approve A and B.
Okay, we have motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Any public comment? Any board discussion?
Right back in.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Come on, guys.
Motion
Speed
to
round.
approve E6.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
A and B?
Yes, ma'am.
A and B?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Schleba. Any public comment? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E8.
Motion to approve E8.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E9.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E10.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E12 A and B.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan. I was writing your initials, sorry. Any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E13.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E14.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E15.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleba. Any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. One more.
Motion to approve E16.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item F, Commissioner Howard. That's what you get for being fast.
That's right.
Mr. Howard.
Just one update, just the, on the Betts Farm, that due diligence is underway. The proposed buyer is currently doing the wetlands delineation, so that's going as planned. That's just an update, and we'll continue to keep you updated on progress.
Okay. You want to roll into G1?
G1, Eric, Eric, come forward for this, please.
I'm trying to get us a 30-minute break, guys.
Good afternoon. G1, Madam Chair, is a request to have the county consider accepting an application to amend developer's agreement. So you're not actually voting on an application, you're just deciding whether or not we want to accept an application.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
motion to deny.
Second.
So this is a voting item or not?
To accept the application, but not to actually vote on the application.
Okay, so the vote is on the to accept the application. Okay, we have a motion by, to deny by Commissioner Bays and a second by Commissioner Schleba. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, any board discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to hear reasoning for not accepting the application.
Well, we went through great deliberation on the target project about having monument signs and how we're trying to upgrade the aesthetics of our community. This is taking us backwards. This is asking us to eliminate monument signs and let every parcel have its own sign. And as we move forward in this county with all the growth and development that's coming, I believe that this is an opportunity that we can increase our standards and make it more aesthetically pleasing. So I think this is taking us backwards, not forwards.
Raising the bar.
Raising the bar.
I take it you missed open to the public because it was a lightning round?
Pretty fast, sorry.
Okay, spit it out quickly because we are trying to take a.
Fair enough, okay, well, I mean,
Because it is out of order, but I'm gonna give you some grace.
Okay, fair enough. Well, yeah, I just wanted to provide perspective. We've got two parcels, we've got 4 tenants. Oh, sorry, Corey President, Corta Development. This is gonna be a very, very small monument sign there for 4 tenants. So we just felt like, to bring these quality of tenants to the table, that it's going to be detrimental to our project. And we'll have them spaced out. I know that was one of the concerns, spacing, to make sure that they're not boom, 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 all over the place, and they're all look the same throughout the project. So.
You're not gonna change my mind. But nice try.
Mr. Landon? So this would be for the application where we would then either permit or deny what the plan is.
You would then have the opportunity to decide whether or not you want to amend the development agreement.
Okay. I never have any problem looking at plans, but overall, I'm with Commissioner Bays and Schleba that we are going forward in better aesthetics for the county, not backwards. So. Commissioner Finnegan.
I would agree. I think that we need to have better aesthetics, but I'm willing to hear the application and see what, I mean, I feel like we should, if they want to put something forward and show us what they have in mind, I'm willing to see it.
Okay. Commissioner Kennard?
I don't see what it hurts to accept it, take a look at it.
Commissioner Bays and then Commissioner Schlebaugh.
Is this, I want to be, I mean, these developers that are coming in, they are fast and loose with their words, and it scares me to death because I feel like we got hoodwinked on a recent project. And
That's an excellent word, by the way.
I just think we're opening, even hearing it, I think you're opening Pandora's box. I mean, we've known what these are. We went to extra great lengths and discussion to make sure that we had, and across the road is a lot more intense than this project. And they worked it out. So why would we want to take up valuable board time to go backwards on something we already know that we've set a standard for across the road? Because you know, if you approve this and you listen to it, they're coming back across the road to do the same thing.
Let me ask one point of clarification, and then Commissioner Schlebaugh was ahead of you. Mr. Landon, the current signage requirements for the Walmart complex development, are they more or less restrictive than the ones at the Target development?
I wasn't here when both were approved, but it's my understanding that they are more restrictive, requiring the signs to be shared. Madam Attorney, if you can correct me if I'm mistaken, but okay.
The difference in the two is this is a development agreement that was negotiated between the Board of County Commissioners and the applicant at the time that it was brought forward. The new developments that you're seeing across 486 have not been done that same way. There is no development agreement. So the board didn't have the opportunity to weigh the options and actually be in contract. So what they're asking you to do is amend the contract that they entered into with you previously. And I would just ask you to consider that when they do the next step, there will be consultants, drafts people, planners that will invest funds to get the project to you. So just be mindful of that. If you're inclined one way or the other, just bear in mind that there's going to be some money spent between now and the next time it comes before you.
Including county.
Right, but I'm always mindful of the expenses that are put into projects before they come to you, drawings, engineering, drafting, consultant type things.
You're third in line. Commissioner Schlebaugh, Commissioner Finnegan, and then Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I would like to move on. I'm sorry for your luck, but I did get burned by just yesterday, and I don't have an appetite for this right now. We spent 2 hours on this one meeting that we'll never get those hours back, and you know, sorry for your, I'm not going to support it. I mean, I'm supporting the motion to not revisit this.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I don't think it was this developer that burned us, and it's my understanding they're not asking for stick signs. It's still monument signs, but right now they have to share the monument sign. So monument sign, business, and certain businesses just say, well, we want a monument sign, we just want our own.
What are you saying? It wasn't this developer?
What? I don't think this developer was the one that
I didn't say he was. I didn't say he was. I said, I'm sorry for your luck that you came before when I just got burned yesterday.
Right. Well,
yeah. Okay, moving on. Commissioner Kennard, are you done?
Well, I got cut off.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
So my point is with the signs, yes, we don't want some of these taller, ugly signs, but I can understand. I don't know what it'll look like. I'm willing to hear the application. They're still looking at monument signs, according to what I'm hearing from our people and what Mr. Presnick has just said. So, I mean, if we could get better development and they have their own monument sign, to me, would be better than maybe not so great development because they're sharing a sign, but I'm still willing to look it over.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I thought that over on the Target site, I know that we had some taller signs at both ends there. But I thought that the individual businesses along there had individual monument signs. They had to be identical in the way that they looked, but I thought they each had their own monument signs. And isn't that what these folks are asking to be able to do?
They're asking, right now, they have to share signs, and they're asking for an opportunity to come before you to ask to not share signs.
And potentially to look like the Target development site on the northwest side. What we allowed there. Individual monument
correct?
signs that look similar, they're just not shared. They're similar in height, similar in construction material, similar in size. But they each got their own, and I mean, if my memory serves me correctly, I thought that we had one maybe shared monument sign at each end of it, each end of the entrance. I'm not positive on that, but I thought for sure they each had their own monument sign. I mean, to me, aesthetically, that would look better from the south going north. That each one of these pieces of property that's being developed with multiple businesses on it, the signage looks similar. There's a continuation of what you're seeing. So just a thought.
Anything further? I'm the swing vote on this. I can see both directions. Personally, I think since we didn't see this development as a board, I wouldn't mind re-looking at those with the understanding that we may actually get an improvement. But I am definitely not for downgrading the looks of the county. You hear me? Okay.
There's a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second. I'm about to call the vote. All those in favor?
Wait.
Yep.
The vote was to deny,
Correct.
right?
The vote is
Okay.
to deny. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails 2-3.
So, Madam Chair, I'd make a motion then that we approve this to accept the application for the board to review potential changes.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any public comment? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. Okay. I-1, selection of 3 members for
Madam
PDC.
Chairman?
Yes.
Make a motion to nominate Robert Bass, David Bramlett, and Robert Shera for the 3 regular member term positions expiring January 31st, 2024 for PDC.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Discussion.
Oh, sorry, God, I'm tired. I didn't get my, afternoon caffeine break.
Doug?
I am so sorry. Commissioner Finnegan.
I'm just curious because I don't know any of these people, not one. They could walk into this room, I don't know who they are. But on paper, I would agree with Bass, he's an engineer. Shura was the new one. He has a lot of experience with infrastructure and utilities, I wrote. And then Stone is an engineer with transportation. And I feel like that would be very important if he's already been serving on the PDC to keep them. So I don't understand why we wouldn't go that way. So I was looking for on paper what I thought to be the 3 most experienced for what the county needs now. So I'm not going to approve that motion just because I'm not sure why we wouldn't want the transportation engineer on the PDC.
Commissioner Bays.
I completely agree with you.
Thank you.
I just made this motion because looking through the applications, I wanted a little diversity on that board. And, you know, 2 engineers are great, but I also appreciated the real estate background, and that's why I made my motion.
Commissioner Kennard, do you have any preference one way or another?
Yeah, I seconded the motion. I'm gonna stick with it.
Okay. I am nominally fine with either direction. Again, I'm gonna be the swing vote on this. I'm honestly fine with either direction. I do think that there is a lot to be said for having experience right now on our boards, because we are getting slammed with so many changes in the county. So, if I had to flip a coin here, I would say I would go with the current Commissioner Stone versus a new one. So I'm not going to support it by a hair. Thank you.
Well, do we have to call the vote?
Yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails 2-3.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion for the 3 members of the PDC to be Bass, Stone, and Shura.
Second.
No, Bass, Bramlett, and Stone, I thought, is what you would wanted.
No,
3 to go
Stone
forward.
is the transportation engineer. Bramlett was a real estate person. Bass is an engineer for traffic. Stone is an engineer for transportation.
Didn't you
Shura is infrastructure.
earlier say that you were for keeping all 3 going forward?
No, I did not. Bass and Stone were already
Doug,
there.
I'm gonna need that coffee.
Shura is the new one. My motion
So,
stands. Bass,
Well,
Stone,
I'm definitely not
Shura.
supporting that, so. What,
Was there a second?
is there a second?
I think I did second, but I misunderstood what you said. So you said Bass, Stone, and Sharara?
Sure.
So Bass is, I made my notes, he's an engineer with traffic. Stone is the transportation engineer. That's the one that Commissioner Schleba did not include, and I was not sure why we wouldn't want the transportation engineer. And then Shara has experience in infrastructure and utilities. Seems
So
like.
you were leaving out Bramlett.
Well, there's
on the
only
realtor
3
side.
positions, and I didn't see how a realtor would be, maybe as knowledgeable in the things that we need help with than these people.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so are you
So-
rescinding your second
I
then?
am
Because you-
rescinding my
okay.
second.
So we have a motion. Anybody's going to second that?
So the only change for Commissioner Bays, which she agreed with, was to keep the transportation engineer, but now you don't want the transportation engineer?
I want the transportation engineer, but if I was gonna trade somebody out, I would trade out Bass for Sharara, just because I think it gives you the diversity. I think transportation is just a huge issue that we need to keep in the forefront. So if we were gonna get rid of an engineer, I would get rid of Bass. I think it does good to have diversity. I listen to those regularly, and I think Bramlett brings some real value being in the real estate industry and seeing what's happening there. So I would be happy with Sharara. I just think if we were gonna change out one, I would change out Bass.
My motion stands. We'll see if I get a second.
Okay, motion dies for lack of a second.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair,
Bays?
I would make a motion to appoint Bramlett, Stone, and Sharara.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Bays, a second by Commissioner Schleba. Any public comment on that motion? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
I was gonna say nay, but I thought we wanted to do this unanimously.
What was the vote?
4-1.
Commissioner Slayball had it to start with.
I thank you.
Did I say the wrong name?
Yes.
I did.
What did you say?
I guess I just, sorry.
I'm,
Did I
Okay,
actually say the wrong names?
moving on, please.
okay, can you read that back, Amy? We have got to get a break before 5:01.
Bramlett, Stone, and Shara.
Bramlett, Stone, and Shara.
Yeah.
You
I
had
voted
said.
with you. I voted with you. Let's move on.
All right, thank you.
No, your motion, I'm sorry, but her, Schleyba's original motion was Bass, Bramlett, and
The
Sheriff.
only thing that Commissioner
Bass,
said is that I
Bramlett,
had
and
it right
Sheriff.
the first time.
I'm, okay. Those were
Made
two
me
different
question
motions.
myself. You should.
Let's hope I2 goes faster and better. Anyone?
Sure, I'll make a motion, to appoint Charles Moore. I think he was the only person that applied. That should be pretty
Second.
easy.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Schleyba. Any public comment on this item? Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Bays, did you vote?
I did.
Okay. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Mr. Howard, would you mind reading I3 to give me a break?
Yes, this is the Water and Wastewater Authority announce expiration of terms and vacancies. We're announcing the expiration of 2 terms for 2 board members' positions on the Water and Wastewater Authority. The current term expires on January 31st, 2024. The new terms will be 1 year that will expire on 01/31/2025 and 4 years that will expire on 01/31/2028. Also, as a result of that occurrence, we're announcing 2 vacancies in the taking of applications for 1 lay member position with the terms that will expire on January 31st, 2028, and 1 alternate member position with the terms that will expire on January 31st, 2025. Deadline for applications is January 31st, 2024. We'll bring this before you in February for nomination and appointment. It's an announcement only.
Any committee reports? Oops, I turned that back on. Sorry. Commissioner Schleyba?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Bays?
No.
Commissioner Finnegan?
No.
Commissioner Kennard?
No.
This is my caffeine. All righty, and I have nothing either because we just came off a Christmas break. Commissioner Schleyba, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I'm looking for consensus to give direction to staff to come back with some options regarding these homes that are being constructed out of non-conventional materials. And it seems relatively benign until a shipping container gets dumped on an empty lot because somebody's decided they're going to make a house out of it. I've seen a lot of, I won't say a lot, I've seen a handful of pictures of absolutely beautiful small homes that are constructed out of shipping containers. And there are actually some that are being constructed here in Inverness that they're doing a fine job with. However, where this agenda item is coming out of is up in my district, particularly up in Crystal Manor. We've got shipping containers being moved in on a vacant lot where somebody's decided they're going to build a house on it. There's no foundation built. There's nothing else that's been done to improve the lot from which anything visible anyway. And I just want to make sure that if these things are going to be utilized for constructing homes, that the county has a process in place for making sure that that they are completed, that it actually completed in a reasonable time. And we don't just have a hobbyist out there cutting holes in the side of a shipping container with a hacksaw on the weekends, deciding that someday it may be a home for them. That's just not fair to the folks who have invested in building homes around there. And quite frankly, while there are protections that exist in neighborhoods that have an existing HOA and deed restrictions, we have many communities in the county that are not protected. And before it goes too far, it's not that we're going to prohibit these things from happening, but let's make sure, let's have staff come back with some recommendations so that there are some assurances that that there will be a timely start and a timely finish to constructing your home. And do what you need to, but let's make sure that the process gets complete in a timely manner.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Schleyba.
I'm glad that you clarified what it was because I didn't really understand what you were going for. So my notes are that you can't just hacksaw a shipping container. You have to go by the Florida buildings code, and we do have things in place. I actually am a big proponent of shipping containers in the right places. You can see coffee shops in major cities that have been done. There are some beautiful homes that have been done out of shipping containers, but they have to follow the Florida building code and our process. So I brought a plan of actually one shipping container, and you know, they have to follow the end product has to be with the residential character. So I'm not really sure what you want from me, but I know where you're going. We don't want somebody hacksawing it, but I don't believe they can do that in the county. If I'm right, can they do that in the county? What, you know?
I mean, we have code compliance.
I mean, Eric can talk
Madam
about that.
Chair?
Let's let, and do you have something specific or for Eric?
No, I can tell you, I've got one specifically, a couple up in, Crystal Manor.
Okay.
That has emailed me. They're very frustrated with the situation that they're looking at, where a shipping container has been, dropped on a lot up there. There's no foundation for it. There's no other improvements. They are now sitting right next door to a shipping container, with no idea of what the completion plan is for it. You know, my guess is that that container would need to be moved if the lot is gonna be improved and a foundation poured. The shipping container is gonna have to be moved again once the foundation is poured and put on top of that. How are they gonna move that big thing? It seems to me that if there was a plan or a timeline for actually making this thing into a house, there are some certain steps that you would see taking place before this thing just drops on a lot. And it's probably not a big deal if you've got a street that's full of vacant lots. When you've got a street that's full of site-built homes, and now somebody decides to drop a shipping container on there, and they're gonna finish it over the next year, 2 years, or 3 years, now we've got a problem, and that's gonna start coming back to us. You know, again, I'm not opposed to these things, the shipping containers being used to construct beautiful residential looking structures, but let's just make sure that we have some protections in place so that those things do happen.
I want to I want to say how much I absolutely agree 100% with what you said. My end game is to protect the creativity of different building materials, and I have to say that shipping containers are reusable, right? They're reused, recycled things, which kind of fits with the nature coast and stuff like that. So I want to protect that end game, but we absolutely have a process problem as evidenced in Crystal Manor. So you want to speak before
Yes,
Mr. Landon?
I do. I just want to make sure, I didn't understand that a shipping container was dropped off. That is not the proper procedure.
Mhm.
So, but it said vote on living in shipping containers, so I just want to know what you want from me.
Just a consensus to give staff direction to come back with some options so that we can put protections in place for the neighborhood. You know,
Yes,
I think
agree.
any one of us, and most people paying attention would have very real concerns if you've got a vacant lot next to your house and a shipping container gets dropped off there.
Absolutely.
You have my agreement.
You're gonna have a concern and you're gonna hear about it from your neighbors. How does the county let this happen? But if we have a process or a timeline and say, this is what has to happen, this is the order that things will happen, and they ultimately will have this beautiful home that they built out of a shipping container. So we're just looking for consensus, have them bring us back options on what we could do
Do you want to
put
say
those
something before I
protections in place.
pull consensus? Nope. Yes.
I agree with him.
Commissioner Bays? Yes.
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 All right, we're good to
Great,
go.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're almost done, guys. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. Commissioner Finnegan.
Okay, so of course, after our last meeting, when I wanted this item on the agenda, I was very frustrated that we have been working with CoreCivic for a year and we don't seem to be moving forward. And I wanted us to look at bringing the fines up. So of course, shortly after that, I had Mr. Jason Ellis reach out to me. He flew in from Tennessee. He's over many of the CoreCivic jails. And once upon a time, he was actually the warden of ours. He's moved up. So I agreed to meet with him and I told him my concerns that we weren't getting anywhere in a year. They're still not fully staffed. I am still very upset about the deaths that had happened out there, some very needlessly, with speaker boxes not being answered and mental health not being addressed and meds not being given. And then some of the new complaints I've heard about overdoses at the jail. So he listened to everything and was explaining how they've improved. There's a new warden, there's a new assistant warden. And he invited me that I should just go out, pop over to the jail at any time and not let them know I'm coming. But I told him I don't know that that's me being a good partner. And if for some reason the warden wasn't there, I would just assume they're just saying that. And so I challenged him. I said, you're here now. Why don't we go over right now? Because I met with him at the Lecanto government building. So he was like, well, I have a plane to catch. I might not stay the whole time, but okay. And they were not expecting him. I think the warden who was in town, he had lunch with him offsite and said, there's no way I'm going to be at your jail, but that's it. Well, we ended up at the jail. And of course, when they buzzed, they said the warden wasn't in, but he was meeting with the judges. So he did come back quickly. I got a tour of the jail. Last time I'd been out there was 2004 during Leadership Citrus. And I'll tell you, honestly, on the surface, I was impressed. I'm a little bit of a neat Nick myself. I know when people fake clean because people are in town, and I know when things are clean, and it was very clean. The funniest part I have to say is when I went into the kitchen, all the inmates, the male inmates were in there getting the food ready. They all looked at me with horror. And I thought, well, who do they think I am? And they were not happy with me being there, I could tell. And then I kept hearing the same two words, hairnet, hairnet, hairnet. It wasn't me, it was all of this hair. They were so particular because they had been taught that way. They could not have hair in their food. So these are the things I was impressed with. I don't know if I was in the exact cell, but I think I may have been in the cell where Lisa Trombley met her demise. And after ringing that box, so I walked over and pushed the button and nobody answered. And the floor supervisor may not have his title right. I buzzed again, no answer. And he's up, telling her to answer. And he's like, I think because you didn't say anything. So I had some concerns about that. I had a nice meeting with the warden and the assistant warden and the gentleman, the supervisor, and after touring the whole jail and explained my concerns with the speaker boxes, because when I was in the tower, someone else was trying to, and they had trouble hearing. And it could have been that that person was too far from the box. She kept saying, move closer. But I wanted the speaker boxes looked at. I want our contract monitor. I've been saying that to Mr. I want our contract monitor. It shouldn't take this long. So I laid it out for them, the things that I was really impressed with, the things that I wasn't. And the warden had promised next day even to evaluate the speaker boxes. And I wanted to make sure someone was always on the floor. That had been a problem. And I hear it's with night staff. And that's, for the warden to look more into, but we want to make sure, and a contract monitor would help with that. The people that say they're supposed to be where they're supposed to be, they're actually there and not somewhere else in that building. So after talking with them, I had an idea. So if you'll forgive me, I'm calling an audible on this vote. I'm going to change what I'm asking of the board. I want to work with CoreCivic. I see that this new warden who was not responsible for all of those problems is trying hard. When I talked to them about still there's too many vacancies, I did not realize when that warden stepped in and the assistant warden, they were out of the wardens here, I'm going to say 135 positions. They were 80 vacant, 80. That's crazy. Now they're 25 vacant. So they have been working diligently. he walked into a big mess, and I see that, you know, it's gonna take a long time to clean it up, but I do have faith that he's doing a good job to clean it up. But I still want that contract monitor. So here's what I talked to him about, and he was in agreement. I want to see what the board thinks. I want to give him some time. If he wants to clean more people out, hire more people, I want those 25 positions. I also want that contract monitor. Now, what's being held up is the addendum. They want certain positions to be counted. So if they're at the hospital transporting and they're not actually on the floor they're supposed to be, they want certain positions not to be able to do that. And they want to put video. I don't know that the county wants to do that, but that's going to take some time to really look into it. So I'm not saying we're going to do that or not. But in the meantime, while we're going through some of that and to give the warden some more time, I told him I would be okay with waiving all fees for 6 months if we get our contract monitor pulled out of the addendum, separated and signed for right now. And he seemed to be good with that. And just for those listening, the contract monitor will be paid by Core Civic, and it will be our employee. I want our employee to actually be at the jail. I want them to see things. I want them to make sure that people are where they're supposed to be. I want them to be able to check the speakers, interact with the inmates. I want them to be our eyes and ears. And this would be up to Mr. Howard, I guess, at the end, and maybe have a staggering schedule. So maybe they're there some nights, maybe they're there during the day or some weekends. We may not know the schedule, but Mr. Howard would know the schedule. So what I'm asking the board, help me with this, and if this isn't it, discuss it with me. Let's waive the fees, be a good partner, and get our contract monitor as fast as Mr. Howard can hire one, because I believe the warden is ready to sign.
Madam Chairman, is that your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second that. And I just want to say, Commissioner Finnegan, I'm impressed with that. I'm impressed with the fact that you're putting yourself out there, because having faith that they're going to honor this, and I hope they do. So thank you. So I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by, I'm sorry?
Discussion?
I have to call the motion. Yeah, we're all getting a little, we need a break. A motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, board discussion, Commissioner Bays?
Mr. Howard, don't we have a contract monitor in place?
This would be, do we have one currently? We have one within the office of OMB, but not, as this would be, to be a different type of contract monitor. This is something actually I proposed when I came on board, thinking that's probably something you need. It's more boots on the ground there at the jail. That was a suggestion which they quickly said they would do. This would be a different type of contract monitor.
I'm all about being a good partner, but I may need Aaron's help here a little bit. As you know, I as the chair of the public safety, and I'm not trying to be hard here, but we have issues with staffing. We have, you have to separate it into two things. One's the contract and the running of the jail, and then there's some things on the outside. And we have some hurdles to overcome in the court system and other things that are going on. And then, you know, the healthcare of the inmates and some of the reporting and the things that we're asking for. And Aaron, you're probably better suited to address that, but I want to make, before we tell them or lead them to believe what you're saying, and I want that, I want us to get there, but I want to make sure that we're not giving them a false sense that we're A-okay with everything that's going on.
So, hi, Chair and Commissioners. Erin Dorn, Management and Budget. Yes, currently the contract monitor is in the Department of Management and Budget. I myself did it for several years. Part of the issue you were speaking of comes to reporting. So this new contract requires them to provide us a lot of reporting. We've met with them and discussed it with them several times. Like we discussed, we do not monitor all of their positions. So front office staff, medical staff, things like that. We monitor what is considered the critical positions. That was in the RFP. That is in the agreement we have with Core Civic. So that is the information they provide us. Because we had so many issues, they now provide that on a daily basis. We also follow that up with, we will pick days within the month and we will tell them, hey, we actually need you to provide payroll data for that day, and we will continue to check it with the staffing report. I can tell you we did it for years, and even now it does not match up. So part of that will be, we'll see somebody's on paid time off, or they're on vacation, they're not actually here, they worked a different shift. Again, some of that are what we've been told, the people on the floor who are trying to track them and say they're moving here to there. So you will see, just like today, we provide you, and we were asked to provide from the board, here are those critical positions and the percentage that is filled. There are other reports like that were provided. So there's also the healthcare issue that we're running into, which is our contract states that we pay for inmate hospital care. So if they go to a doctor's visit, if they go to the ER, that is Core Civic. They pay those bills. They forward the bills to us when they're inmates hospital. Right now they're having, they want to have a discussion with us that maybe now acute nursing care become inpatient hospital care, and we now pay for that. So that is something that is on the horizon. We've also been working on amendment with them for staffing, where those positions, as Commissioner Finnegan mentioned, they would like to pool and then not have that counted against them. So that was revised. They wanted an emergency, what they determined to be an emergency. We said, and legal, our consultant said that should really be if they go to the hospital, if they need suicide watch, something where they would actually be pooled. And then obviously only for our inmates, being aware that there are USVI and US Marshal inmates that are in the jail, and they are being paid, Core Civic is, for those services from those providers. So we don't want to be on the hook for any charges that may be incurred due to those inmates. So we did have a meeting with them. I knew you were part of that. Some of the judges were as well as our contract monitor, Carlos, and I believe it was Mr. Ellis, I'm not quite sure, where we went over that, and they said they were going to look at the staffing report. They're going to see what they can do. They still want to have that conversation about healthcare, inmate hospital care. So that's kind of where we are with that.
And I'm happy to support this if that's what you want to do, but I just want you to know it's not just about maybe what you're seeing there, but it's other things. I mean, I know the judges are very upset. We're not getting timely transportation to court proceedings or online if they're doing them by video. They've been limiting the DA's visits over there to 6 a day. There's no possible way that you can get through all of the court hearings that we need to hear by them limiting that number. So there's some give and take in this. I want to get it worked out. I think we can get there, but I still want to hold their feet to the fire because this has been ongoing, and I had the judges in a meeting, and I followed up this happened in December. I just followed up the other day, and they were pretty adamant with me that they wanted to get a public safety hearing meeting scheduled, and they want to be make a presentation. So
You said you would support it though, Commissioner Bays?
well, I mean, I want you to know that this is out there. I don't,
Well,
what you're seeing and what's really, in totality, what's going on are because it's odd that we're being opposite of each other. I was where you were and you were where I am, and now we're flipped. So I do want to get this resolved. I know that we have some challenges to work out. I want to be a good partner, but I don't want lip service. I want to get this done and put it to bed and be good partners and everybody do what they say they're gonna do.
Commissioner Bays, what I would suggest, because I'm willing to support it for a brief time as well, just to be a good partner. Perhaps you should have a discussion with the warden or assistant
I have.
warden. Yeah, and just make sure,
Everybody.
as long as they understand that we will give, I personally am willing to give grace for a short period of time to allow them to continue the excellent progress that they've made. Yes, Commissioner Finnegan?
I was just going to say that I think we're all aware that there's still some issues and that they need to work through those. I think hiring those people would be the best thing to work through those issues. And I don't even know that, I mean, that's what Mr. Howard's looking at. We may not want to waive some of these other things, but what I do know is that we need a contract manager there. We need eyes that are actually on the jail, working with the warden. He's doing a good job. Obviously, he can't be in every place at one time, and he's dealing with it. I think they probably know that there wasn't anyone angrier up here at that jail than me. I will never, ever, ever let CoreCivic forget the name Lisa Trombley, who died out there. And then there was someone that died from dehydration shortly after that. So they know where I stand, and that's why I will do anything to get that contract monitor. And if it's not a 6 months waive, if you're not comfortable with that, we can decrease that. But I wanted to show some good faith effort, because that's not going to start getting waived until that's signed. Okay. So they will, I'm sure there's penalties for, what did we just do, November? I'm sure there's December, January, but if they could sign that and we can get that person hired, at whatever you're comfortable with, giving them a little grace, I think that's going to be our very first step in the right direction.
Commissioner Kennard?
No, I'm good with it.
All right. Yes, Madam Attorney?
So when the administrator gets the contract manager hired and on board, the contract manager is going to be enforcing the contract that we have now, correct?
And paid for by CoreCivic.
So the terms of the terms of the contract we have now is what the contract monitor is going to be enforcing.
Yes.
Perfect.
Awesome. Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Bays, do you have anything?
No.
Okay, O2 consensus on Commissioner Kennard staying on Keep Citrus County Beautiful. Ruthie, Commissioner
Yes,
Schlebaugh, Commissioner
yes,
Bays. Yes. Yes. Madam Attorney, do you have anything?
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, and this is going to be the second open to the public for the regular meeting. Would anybody like to discuss anything from the regular meeting? Seeing none, close open to the public.
You have one in back.
Oh, one in back. Come on up. We're trying to get a 30-minute break before the 5:01.
Okay. Hello, I'm Sabina Mohammadi with American Infrastructure Development, AID. We were here earlier. I just wanted to mention that we had given you all a package, and I feel like it's in the best interest of the commission to be able to review the package. Attorney Lynn did discuss with us, she thought that this was a part of a protest or an appeal package, and it's not. It's just an information package, which is public information, which contains information that we exchanged via email with procurement. And I just think that it would be very helpful for you to be able to look at it because it is public information. And it would provide more information to you. I know at the last year's it was the special workshop that you had, the strategic planning retreat. Commissioner Kennard did mention that he was wondering why some of the projects that had been funded were not moving forward. And here we are a year later, and this was one of the projects that you had inquired about. And I just wanted to bring to your attention, this is why it's not being worked on currently, and it's a year.
I appreciate that.
Sure, no, thank you.
Okay. You're good?
I'm good. I know y'all want to.
We'll close, we're gonna close open to the public then. Upcoming meetings, Monday, not Tuesday, January 22nd at 1 PM, right here. Our next one is regular meeting February 6th, that's a Tuesday, here at 1 PM. Regular meeting February 20th, right here, 1 PM, also a Tuesday. Upcoming workshops and special meetings, we have our BOCC strategic planning retreat, Thursday, January 18th at 1 PM. That's at Lecanto Government Building, room 166. We are going to take a 30-minute recess. So we'll probably get started just a couple of minutes late. So you won't have hangry commissioners up here.
Madam Chair,
What?
if you could just announce that the first 2 rows are reserved for the parties to the
Okay.
proceeding.
First 2 rows are reserved for the parties in the proceedings. Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Thank you.
Staff, ready? Everybody good? All right. Call this meeting back to order from our recess. Okay, this is a meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners to conduct a public hearing on application AA-2023-00003, Chuck Pigeon for Southern Oaks Property Group LLC, Pine Ridge Reserve, hereinafter referred to as the applicant. After the public hearing, the commission will be asked to take action on the application either by approval or denial of the application. Madam Attorney, I think you wanted to make a public statement.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Many of you will remember me from the PDC hearing. If you were there, I was the one running around carrying chairs above my head, making room for everyone. Thankfully, we have better accommodations here. I know there are some folks in some outlying rooms. I just want to remind everyone, similar to the PDC hearing, no signs are allowed, no jeering, no clapping, no laughing. The board has had a long day. They will be here until the last person speaks that wants to speak. But please, let's be respectful of each other. Let's, keep the signs down, keep the extraneous noises to a minimum if we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Having sat up here for 3 years, I will tell you, even if you whisper, we can hear it up here. It's really distracting. There's some sort of acoustics where we hear things even from the back row. So please do let us do our job undistracted. It will benefit everyone. To make all aware, the formal parties to this proceeding are Southern Oaks Property Group LLC, represented by Chuck Pigeon, and Citrus County, which will present a staff presentation. We have an application to intervene filed by Michael S. Weiner, I believe, is that? Yep, of Saks K-Plan on behalf, and my apologies if I'm mispronouncing anything, on behalf of Pine Ridge Property Owners Association. We now need to determine whether Pine Ridge Property Owners Association will be granted party status. Looking for a motion from the board.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Make a motion to accept the party applicants?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have an additional application to intervene filed by Michael S. Weiner of Saks Kaplan on behalf of Dana and Diane South. We now need to determine whether Dana and Diane South will be granted party status. Looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. That was an aye for yes, yes?
Yes.
Okay,
My
you're just
mic
a
was
little
off.
slow. Yeah. We have another application to intervene filed by Michael S. Weiner of Saks Kaplan on behalf of Ronald and Michelle Walzer. We now need to determine whether Ronald and Michelle Walzer will be granted party status. Looking for a motion.
Motion to approve party status.
Okay, I'm going to call it for Commissioner Finnegan with a second. Second by Commissioner Bays. Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. A formal party to the proceeding in accordance with the law and as a matter of procedural due process has the right
to cross-examine witnesses, present evidence, and demand that witnesses testify under oath. Although the public is not a formal party to the proceeding, the public does have a right to be heard, and an opportunity will be given to the public to be heard. To ensure that everything runs smoothly, I find it important to quickly go over the procedure of how things are going to occur today. First, the applicant will present its application. Then county staff will make its presentation. After that, the commission will open the meeting to the public. Once the public portion is closed, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a brief rebuttal. Then I will open it up to the commission for discussion and action.
Chair,
Yes,
I apologize
You
because
you missed the interveners in this.
now that we have 3 interveners, I missed them. Yes, ma'am.
Attorney wrote this, her fault, not mine, just saying.
So after the county, then the interveners will go, and we need to, during housekeeping matters, speak to Mr. Weiner as to how he's going to use his time.
Yes. So first, the applicant will present its application, then county staff will make its presentation, then the interveners will do their presentations. After that, the commission will open the meeting to the public. Once the public portion is closed, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a brief rebuttal. Then I'll open it up to the commission for discussion and action. If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purpose, he or she may need to ensure that a verbatim recording of the proceedings is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. During the public portion of this hearing, proponents and opponents' comments will be limited to 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for a representative of an organization that has a letter on file with us. Comments from the public and parties need to be limited to the subject and issue before this commission today. When anyone comes up to speak, we expect everyone to conduct themselves in a manner fitting this professional setting. Personal attacks and other inappropriate behavior are discouraged, and if this occurs, you will be asked to sit down. Additionally, when you come up, this is time for you to comment, and your comments need to be directed to me as chair. Also, please start off with your name for the record and where you live. This may be a long proceeding, and as such, the commission may at its own discretion take recesses as needed. If and when recesses are called, do not speak of this issue with any commission member. The commission retains the right to ask questions of at any time of anyone. Every person from the public wishing to speak today and any witnesses that may speak today will be placed under oath, and as stated before, you are subject to cross-examination by the applicant. Next, the commission needs to formally adopt backup materials into the evidence. Looking for a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Bays. Any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Prior to the proceeding, I am going to defer to the county attorney's office for ex parte communications and then take care of procedural matters.
Thank you, Chair. I think there were a couple, I think 2 portions of the script that I also was remiss in not adding the intervener. So they will be offered rebuttal and closing, just like the applicant and staff. If that wasn't clear, I'm sure Mr. Weiner would correct us if we missed that. So now I'm going to request ex parte disclosures, ex parte communication disclosures, and we'll start at the end with Commissioner Slaybaugh. Have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record?
I have received many emails and been approached at restaurants and Publix, but no.
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 No, but the same as Commissioner Schlabel. I just tell them I'm no comment. People everywhere have been approaching us about this, but no ex parte communication.
And I'll echo the same comments. Lots of emails and approached many times, but
Shut it down.
declined to respond.
I would assume that Commissioner Bays, certainly I've had the same experience, and I assume Commissioner
Likewise.
Bays has as well. It's not ex parte if we haven't responded. Okay. If the formal party to the proceeding makes an objection, anyone who is speaking at the time must stop and wait for the objection to either be sustained or overruled. In a moment, I will give an opportunity for the applicant to take care of any procedural concerns they may have. Does any of the board members have any procedural questions or comments?
No.
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 Okay. Does the applicant have any procedural matters to resolve now?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Clark Stillwell. I represent as legal counsel the applicant in this particular matter. Two things. First, when you swear all the witnesses for each respective party, we would ask that the public also be sworn. Second thing is, under your quasi-judicial rules, each intervening party gets 30 minutes. We have discussed it, and frankly, we need approximately 45 minutes to 50 minutes worth of time. We've tried to synthesize our presentation. The code says that it's in the discretion of the chair to grant that additional time. I recognize to the extent you do grant additional time, it would inure in the other parties would get that same additional time. Those are my two procedural requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stillwell. I would like, Mr. Weiner, I presume? How will you be using your time?
Thank you. For the record, Michael Weiner with Sachs and Kaplan. We have 3 intervenors under the rules. We could obtain up to an hour and 30 minutes. I do not believe we would use an hour and 30 minutes. I'd like to use a little bit of time here. We do have some exhibits, and there is allowance for exhibits in the rules. I can either handle the exhibits right now or as part of my hour and a half. We doubt very much if we are going to use all of that time, and we understand that it's precious time, and we want you to proceed with this as quickly as possible. But I can't declare an absolute time. I would hate for that to all of a sudden cut off our ability to speak before you. Do you want to see the exhibits now, or would you like to see them as part of the presentation?
I personally would like to see them as part of the presentation, board.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think we need to address the time issue first.
Yes.
If the interveners are planning on using up to, he said hopefully they won't need it, but up to the full 30 minutes per intervener, then I think we need to address Mr. Stillwell's request for the additional time on his part. He's asking for up to 45 minutes.
And we should say we have no difficulty with that.
Would you be willing to limit yours to 45?
How about if we say 50? And I'll go down to 45. You have some peculiar rules on exhibits. Now, I do believe that all of the paper that I'm submitting you've seen before, and I know Mr. Stillwell is a very good attorney. I don't know if there's going to be a debate about seeing these things. Assuming there's not, we can stick to the 45, but I'd like time to address any issues with respect to the exhibits. We don't feel, Mr. Stillwell has been worried about surprises. These are not surprising, they've been submitted before.
Madam Attorney?
Madam Chair, don't forget you have a third party,
Joanna?
which is staff.
Ms. Katu? How long do you need?
I will definitely not take 30 minutes.
I assume.
Unless you have a lot of questions.
Does the county have any opinion or position on the requested 45 minutes for each of the parties, of the other parties?
No, that's up to the board. No concerns.
Okay.
I don't think we have peculiar exhibit rules.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Cut to the chase and cut time. If council represents that the documents he wants to produce have already been produced and are in the record, you've already adopted them and we have no objection. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
long as they met the quasi-judicial deadline.
Well, I assume they were part of your
They
file.
did. So then I have no problem with 45 minutes. See how well we're getting along. Thank you.
Let's all try to get along. This is going to be a difficult evening.
Get this in an hour. Thank you.
Board, anybody have any problem with 45 and 45?
No.
No.
And
I have a question.
And staff as well.
I have a question. But it seems like there's three interveners. So I just want to clarify, they should be each getting 45 minutes. I understand he wouldn't take that amount of time, but I also want to know if we have questions for either one of the parties, are we allowed to ask our questions above and beyond their time?
I would say that the board questions, the time can be halted during the questions.
Okay.
And what I believe Mr. Weiner is stipulating on behalf of his 3 clients that he's taking 45 minutes total. I believe that's what he's saying.
That is correct. We have a joint presentation.
Okay, if I have a question and either party's at 45 minutes, I don't want the attorney stating that I can't ask my questions on any of the 3 parties.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
As long as we have our 45 minutes, I certainly, if that's your local rules, interruption is what you will be doing, all right?
So did I understand you correctly, Madam Attorney, that you said that if we ask questions in the middle of the presentation, that the time would stop as soon as one of us opens our mouth to ask a question?
I believe that's fair.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were all
Who's tracking that?
To be specific, I believe the ordinance says that cross-examination stays the time, okay? And also board questions stays the time under the ordinance, okay?
Which is what we just said, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Okay.
I guess I'm tracking.
I'm sorry?
I said, I guess I'm doing that. I'm tracking the time.
I think you're doing that.
Okay.
Okay, where was I?
I think
Are we all clear on everything and we're at the swearing in now? So Mr. Stillwell asked for the public to be sworn in. How many people do we have in the other rooms?
We're prepared to take care of that, ma'am.
Are we okay with swearing in the public?
Yes, ma'am.
Board, everyone good? All right, then let's proceed to swearing in.
Does the county staff have any housekeeping matters they wish to address? I think you asked the applicant and the interveners.
Give me a lot of power. Give me a lot of power today, no.
You realize you didn't write it on here. Do you have any housekeeping matters? No? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to laugh while I still can.
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving on to swearing in?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's doing that?
Thank you. At this time, we're going to swear in the witnesses. I understand there are people in other rooms. If anyone who wishes to address the commission today and testify would please stand and raise your right hand, including those upstairs, outside, around the corner, in earshot. All right, and Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk Tammy is going to swear everyone in. Please raise your right hands.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated. Madam Chair, when anyone comes to the podium, if they could please remember to acknowledge to the board whether or not they've taken the oath, that will make things go much smoother.
So when you come to the podium looking for name feedback, where you live and whether you took the oath, yes? Okay, we're good to go to presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, applicant. Mr. Stillwell.
Madam Chair, as he's approaching, if the attorneys and staff can please let the chair know if they would like any time cues as they're getting through their time, if they want to have, you've got a half hour left, 5 minutes left, please let Commissioner Finnegan know when you start.
An hour. 5 minutes. James Dix, Lake Mary, Florida. Good evening, Commissioner, staff. Thank you. I'll be brief because it's going to be a long night and we have a lot more on the staff that want to speak. I just wanted to take a couple minutes really, one, to address a couple of things that I felt needed to be addressed. You know, it's emotional. I mean, we're doing a lot of things here, but personally, I have read every article, every post, every reply to every reply. I've read everything that I could possibly see. I wanted to respond to a lot of them. However, I chose not to do that, probably a wise thing. But I thought I would cover a few things here that I thought that was just a little not correct, not a lot of good information out there specifically on a couple of items. And then my staff will get to the rest of the issues. First and foremost, I just stated for the record, I live in Lake Mary. One of the big things that I've read nonstop is an outside developer, somebody from outside, and I want to dispel all of that. First and foremost, I'm from here as much as just about anybody in this room is here, right? My father moved here in 1977, at which time I started coming here on every other weekends and summers and holidays, and I've done that my whole entire life. I got my first job I ever had in my life in Crystal River. My family still lives in Crystal River on the river. My mother lives right down the street by Dunellen. So I'm here on weekends. I'm watching baseball and football at the local communities, in the local communities here. I'm here all the time. I stay here probably as much here as I do in Lake Mary. And I love Crystal River. I love Citrus County. And I've seen it all. I mean, this last storm that just came through an hour and a half ago reminded me of just that. I mean, I weathered the 1993 no-name storm here on the water while I watched it for 3 days. So I think we could pretty much dispel the fact that I'm from somewhere else, okay? Because it's not. My father was a businessman. He bought a business in 1977. He was a businessman for 40 years in this community until tragic accident. He lost his life in the middle of Hurricane Irma in 2017. And at that point in time, I kind of said, okay, I'm going to take a step back. So you may have not have seen me for 2 or 3 years in the community, but rest assured I had interest here. And I'm still here, and I love this county, okay? So we'll put that to bed. I'm from here. I'm a 6th-generation Floridian. I've been in this area for a long time. I've watched, I've had a friend that passed away at the power plant from exposure. I've seen what happens when the power plant closed down and how the city and the county just, had financial ruin for many, many years because of that. I've seen the county starting to change because of the Suncoast Parkway. Change is going to happen. You're not going to stop change. I agree that, there should be good, smart development. And quite frankly, that's one of the things that I have a passion in. And that's why I use bigger projects most of the time whenever I can. And that's how we got here, because I was buying land in the area of Pine Ridge all around Black Diamond. And so that brings me to the next thing that I really wanted to talk about, which is specific to the golf course. Now, there's going to be a couple things that lead up to that, which is important that you haven't heard, and I think you should hear. First and foremost, the big thing about the golf course. How did I buy it? How was I able to buy it? Nobody else knew about it. How was I able to do some deal behind everybody's back and they didn't know? Well, I'm going to answer all those questions because that's not true. That's not what happened here. And the POA is going to be able to explain some of that through their representative as well. So in 21, I put the property around Black Diamond under contract. And I went to the POA. And when I say POA, I'm specifically talking about the Pine Ridge POA. So I went to them, had a conversation. Hey, I've got this property, the property specifically that I own right now behind the YMCA. We want to develop it. It abuts 15 lots in your community of 4,000 lots, okay? And, we want to be good neighbors. That turned into, okay, great, we'd love to work with you. That turned into like 6 months, and that was a face-to-face meeting, okay? And that was one of many face-to-face meetings. That turned into, we'll be glad to support you. We want a few concessions. We want 50 feet or 100 feet of separation between the lots. We want $500,000. And so I was like, whoa, hold on. You got 15 lots. I mean, we're just looking for support. We're not even inside Pine Ridge. You don't even have to turn down a road. And so that ended up to the point of 3 presidents, okay? The first president led into the next president, John, who the vice president at that time is now the current president. And we've had lots of conversations. I will tell you, one of our problems, right, is communication with the board. Don't trust them. They've never told me anything that was true, or they never followed through with anything. I don't know how you're supposed to move forward when that happens. And I have lots of emails that I'm happy to document if that's the case, but I don't think it needs to be. It's just a communication. And I'll share some of that with you. So after we started talking about that, we went for about 4 or 5 months, maybe even 6 months. It drug on for a long time. But in March of 2022, they came back and said, okay, we've got all this approved. We had all these meetings. Your terms are approved. You can proceed with your attorney, draft up the agreement. We'll support your project behind the YMCA, you know, in exchange for $125,000 and some other concessions. So I did that. My attorney put it together, spent more money and time. I submitted it to them exactly as they had agreed and approved. And guess what? Nothing. Oh yeah, we're not going to move forward right now. And that led to nothing. I didn't hear anything about it. That was it, done. So then, as I was looking for buying other properties, the golf course came up. And there's a lot of people out there that say, oh, I didn't buy it for a golf course. I bought the golf course for a golf course, okay? I said, I'll buy a golf course, we'll let it run, and we'll see what else we can do there, if there's anything that we can do there, okay? That's how it all started, as a golf course. So let me tell you really quick how that happened, all right? So you've heard a lot of comments like, and even the comment, quote unquote, in the planning meeting, yeah, we had like 1 second to buy the golf course. That's not true, okay? The golf course had a listing agreement that was signed in January of 2022, okay? That listing agreement then went active at the end of January on the multi-listing system, the MLS, all right? Now, it goes on further. Oh, well, that may not be true. Oh, we didn't hear about it, whatever. Well, here's the first thing. The broker who I spoke to out of Atlanta, who I've never met before this golf course thing ever, he tells me the very first person I called when we got the listing agreement was the most logical person to buy the golf course. Guess who that was? The Property Owners Association. They were the first person the broker called and said, it's for sale. Nothing happened, all right? Okay, you don't have to take that. How about this? In March of 2022, they got a contract on the golf course for $1.7 million from a church. Okay, and then they called and they set up a meeting with the Gail Denny, I think it is, whoever their manager is. And they set that meeting up. And from what I was told from the broker of the church was, if you're not doing a golf course, we don't want to hear about it and we'll shut you down. And they're like, okay, well, we're going to walk. Okay, so there's a second time that they didn't know the golf course was for sale. Well, let's talk about the third time. The third time was when they went out and said, oh, hey, by the way, we'll buy the golf course from you. Really? $750,000. We'll buy the golf course from you for $750,000. We need 90 days to close the golf course. Oh, but by the way, we're only going to put $200,000 down and you have to carry the note for us. To a guy that's losing $30,000 a month already. Right, so there's another time that they had a chance to buy it. Now, fast forward, right, until we get to May. That's about the time I came into the picture. So I had heard that, oh, well, we had this money. We were going to buy the golf course. He put it up for auction. The reason he put it up for auction is because he got dragged around by the POA. They never did anything they were going to say. Now, I can believe that because they did that to me too. All right, so he decided, well, I'm just going to put it up for auction. We'll see what happens. So I found out, and I did what anybody else can do. I called the broker and said, hey, what's going on? And they said, okay, it's going to be an auction. It's going to be in June or July or whatever. And I said, okay, I'm interested. So at that point in time, I went on and saw who owned it, Shanty Golf. I went on to public records, found out who owned Shanty Golf, who was the agent, registered agent. I tracked the registered agent down, and lo and behold, I tracked down the owner in Houston. Nobody told me that information. I found it out for myself, and I called the owner, and I said, hey, you've got a golf course for sale. You've got it coming up to auction. I'm interested in buying it. Would you sell it before the auction? Sure. So I made him an offer, $850,000. Why would he take an offer for $850,000 when I just read in the paper the other day that they had $2 million to offer him before they sold me the golf course? Clearly, he's not going to say, oh, well, we're going to take your money and not mine. So whatever they offered was less than $850,000. Close in cash, close quick. So you dispel all of that stuff. That's all gone. But it goes on even further than that. So I buy the golf course. Before I bought it, I went and looked at it twice. First thing, I was like, okay, well, it's a little run down. no problem. No golf going on, a lot of drinking in the bar going on at 11:30 in the morning. But I'm like, okay, whatever. So I went and looked at it again, and I said, okay, well, something's going on, but that's okay. Great property. If we can make it work, that'll be fantastic. I bought the golf course. I went out there, and the first thing that I saw was all the equipment was in shambles. 25, 30 years old, didn't even work. They're mowing the fairways and the greens with a riding lawnmower that you would mow your front yard with. If you were lucky enough to get a ball on the green, you would never see it. You certainly couldn't putt with it. Right? So then I started looking around and like, you know, they had a couple new pieces of equipment all on lease, not paid. They were getting picked up and collected. The two people that were working there, a husband and a wife team, they were shutting it down, going out and mowing a little bit with the mowers, coming back in. Two people came and played golf while I was there. $12 to play a round. All right? I don't know about you, but even if you took the best golf course around that probably did somewhere around, I heard 56,000 rounds last year, that's not even enough to cover. Right now, the PGA will tell you that it's about $38,000 a hole per year just to maintain. That doesn't count land costs, holding costs, superintendents, employees, or some of those, any of those other things. And the revenue coming in wasn't from golf, it was coming in from drinking. And guess what? The liquor license doesn't transfer. So no liquor, no drinking going on there. So I had to get rid of it. And I will tell you, if anybody ate there or wanted to eat there, it took me 4 months to get rid of the rats in the place. It was disgusting. It was horrible. I would send nobody I knew ever in there to eat, much less have a drink. So that dispels the reason of the golf course. I heard that I bought the golf course and ran it in the ground. Okay, how's that? I only owned it for like 14 hours or 24 hours. That's not possible. I met the previous owner before Shanty Golf, and he said, I really love this place. He said, but you know what? My son came up here and he ran this place in the ground. That was before Shanty. Now, I'm not saying he was a good manager. From what I saw, he was terrible. But in the end, the golf course was not playable. People were not going to play golf ever. Now, I also looked around about maybe, okay, if I put some money in it, what's going to happen? I have a lot of friends that own golf courses and in the business. Good friend of mine, dear friend of mine, passed away during COVID. Bob Delarusa owns 6 golf courses and lived right down the street. And I developed his house for him, his lots. And we had a conversation, you know, with his superintendent stuff. It's going to be $2.5 to $3 million to get it to playable, right? All the pumps were burned out and dried out. Irrigation was busted everywhere. That doesn't count having new leases on golf carts, redoing the clubhouse, none of that stuff. Doesn't count $110,000 superintendent to keep the grass green. You know, none of that stuff. So that wasn't feasible. I wasn't going to put another $2.5 to $3 million into a golf course that was going to fail again. It's already failed enough. It's already sold enough times. Something had to work. So then, as we go, lo and behold, during all this process, in October, I got a counter proposal to the contract agreement that the POA asked me to prepare in March. Just out of the blue, random. Oh, here's a signable written contract from our attorney. All you have to do is sign it and we'll support your other project, and you have to give us the golf course. I don't know what you call that or where you call it. I don't care if you believe it or not, because they sent me the contract from their attorney. So now it's, we'll support your other projects if you give us the golf course. Are you kidding me? I mean, what is that called? You know how many times I've heard we want to buy the golf course? We have the money already lined up. We're ready to buy it. You know how many written offers I've had? 0. None. I have not had one written offer. I've had 100 people tell me they're ready to buy it, but not one person has sent me a written offer. And here we are standing there right now before you. So I just want to end by saying, listen, my goal when I came in, as soon as I realized, like, hey, golf course, not going to work. I'm not going to put that much money in it, and it only failed quickly. My goal was to create an environment like I've seen in other places, a community inside a community, okay, gated. Why? Because all the new families and mothers that come here with their kids want security, right? There's a reason there's 1,000 lots in Pine Ridge. People don't want to bring their kids here walking through acre lots down the side of a road with no sidewalks and no streetlights. They don't want to take their pets down the street and get ripped up by a coyote right out of their hands. They want somewhere that they can call home. I don't make the demand. I don't create the demand. Okay, we find products that we know are going to be successful. I have a lot of interest for people that want to live in Pine Ridge and continue to make Pine Ridge great. That was my goal, and that's what I'm hoping that we hear tonight. So I appreciate your time. Sorry for the passion, but I believe in what I'm doing. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Did you pause it?
I did.
Okay.
Staff? None at this time, thank you.
I'm sorry, this is new for me. Mr.
Cross-examination
So,
by
Mr. Weiner?
Mr. Weiner, yeah. Does he have any or no?
Are we allowed to, under the rules, call Mr. Dix back to the microphone after the presentation?
I'm not aware of any opportunity to compel witnesses, no, sir.
So this is my only opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Dix.
I mean, unless he wants to he wants to voluntarily agree.
Just want to know the local rules.
There is no
Madam-
ability to compel testimony.
Somebody's backpack's phone's ringing.
So, Mr. Dix, if I could ask you a few questions. Thank you very much. And
Speak into the mic, please, and then Mr. Dix will stop.
I'm glad you live in two such beautiful communities. So you've told us that you purchased the golf course, and do you own it, or is it a company that owns it? Just asking.
It's a company.
And what's the name of that company, if you could enlighten us?
Southern Oaks Properties LLC.
Okay. And here, you can share the microphone with me. I know I'm looking imposing, but I'm not.
6 feet.
And could you detailed us with some amount of time on the amount of money it would take for the golf course to be restored. Can you tell us a little bit more about what it would take to restore the golf course?
I could probably be slightly brief, but I mean, you're talking about a 2 or 3 hour conversation.
Really?
Absolutely. You're talking $3 million to start from sprinklers on their way up. I don't think we have enough time, but I mean, I'm sure all the buyers that are here probably did that as well.
So your testimony is that you would lose $2 or $3 million in improvements in order to turn around the golf course?
No, my testimony is, besides the land cost, the holding cost, $2.5 to $3 million to get it in playable condition, and that is not the average of $38,000 a hole on average by the PGA to support it. And by the way, no course around here is $38,000 a hole per year to support. The other courses around here are more like $50,000 to $55,000.
And you've also testified you're a skilled developer. You've done this on numerous occasions.
I am not a golf course developer by any chance of means, but people that I know probably have about 50 golf courses.
Okay. So you have testified, though, that you've done a lot of projects in this county, correct?
No, I did not. My father has done a substantial amount, but unfortunately he's not with us.
Okay. So let me ask you this. When you bought the golf course, what did you know about the golf course when you bought it?
I knew it was a beautiful piece of property. I knew that it was supposed to be a golf course. It may have looked slightly like a golf course, but certainly was not a playable golf course in any means. I've got pastures that I've personally played on that were better. At one time, I've seen pictures, most beautiful golf course I've ever seen, but that was certainly not the case leading up, I guess, until the time I purchased it.
So you didn't do any due diligence on what its use was for, and you bought it afterwards and discovered everything? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is the simple fact that I bought it because it was a golf course, used as a golf course, and if there was some other opportunity.
I'm just asking for a yes or no answer. You didn't do the due diligence
I did
before?
do the diligence.
You did or did not? I just needed to know.
I did.
You did do the due diligence. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, could I ask how much time we have?
29 minutes.
Oh, good.
29 minutes and 58 seconds.
Hopefully I'll only be about 10, 12 minutes. Chuck Pigeon, professional engineer, state of Florida. I did get sworn in, place of business, 925 Southeast 17th Street in Ocala, Florida. And I will try to go very quickly but efficiently through this process. If I could have the slide, please. First slide is just a general overview, aerial photo of the property. The key to this is that it's north of Black Diamond, about a mile. It's west of County Road 491, and it is bisected by North Elkham Boulevard. Next slide, please. This particular exhibit is a map that's just been around for a long time. It's not an official map, to my knowledge, but it is a map that shows generally what's in and around where this property is. Just to the south of the property, the intersection of Elkham and Pine Ridge Boulevard is a commercial hub. It's actually a little town center area of a lot of commercial engagement area right near this property. Also on this map is illustrated 4 of the property owner association, call them parks, recreation areas, out of 10 that they own. Staff will go into that a little bit more later, senior planner. None of them have been developed. None of them have been used to the extent of just letting them grow natural. Maybe a resident walks out there or not, but they're not using them as a park. They're not using, in fact, any of the 10 as a park. Next slide, please. This is an enlargement of the master plan itself, 85 lots on 120 acres of open space and over 14,000 feet of walking trails. They're 1 acre lots minimum. And out of the property that's covered by the lots themselves, there are 85 1 acre lots on 102 acres. So less than 50% of the land is even looking to be developed. Within that, also, I'll get into more detail, 85 acres of a conservation easement, just to assure everyone that knows about conservation easements that it'll always be preserved as conservation. Next slide, please. Within the limits of the property, and there's a lot of lineal footage of property adjacent to existing platted lots. There are 196 lots that abut this property. Of those 196, 100% of them will be bordered by a buffer according to this master plan. Buffers are not required by your code. We've elected and designed buffers as good neighbors and also to preserve those trees that are behind everyone's backyard that abuts the property. Out of those, the existing lots near just the planned 1 acre development only represents about 45% of those lots. It's not 89 of those. The number of vacant lots that abut this property is 55, 28%. And lastly, the existing lots that abut the conservation area that we're proposing, more than 63% of the lots will butt up against a conservation area in perpetuity. Next slide, please. You'll hear some testimony by the adjoining property interveners, South and Sulzer. We've gone back and heard what they've looked at, considered what their property looks like, considered alternatives. We have the before back in October design, which we felt was compatible and had buffering, but we've reworked that and in the current version for the South property, we've been able to establish more than 100 foot of conservation area, natural preserve behind that particular property. We moved the road, so there's no more road. It's back of lot, adjacent to back of lot, with a 100-foot conservation area in between. For the Walser property, we were able to do similar, rearrange the layout, long skinny lots. And again, for the Walser property, was able to establish a conservation area directly behind the Walser property and a much, I guess, nicer backyard environment in planner's opinion. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk briefly about traffic. This project is for a north half and a south half. All the predominantly main entrances onto Elkham Boulevard. For that particular area, the traffic, bottom line, is a decrease in what the golf course produces, both on PM peak hour traffic onto Elkham and total daily traffic. It's about a 6.5% decrease in traffic onto Elkham Boulevard. Next slide, please. With regard to community facility amenities, there are quite a few community amenities, and we will get into all of them. Some of the key amenities are the gated community, which Mr. Dick spoke about. There'll be trails, pocket parks, and sidewalks. But this, in addition to the greatest amenity, is the conservation easement, as well as sidewalks and some safety features. Next slide, please. With regard to the amenities, we already talked about the gated communities. Specifically, statistically, it shows lower crime rates in those neighborhoods. It makes for desirable locations, and also leads to increased property values. Not only increased property values within the gated community, but around the gated community. Just in case you did not know, communities within communities, let me speak to that just a moment. There are already communities within communities gated in Citrus County. Heather Ridge and Hunter Ridge over at Crystal Oaks is an excellent example of gated communities within a gated community. And they're all over in Central Florida. I provided a listing for you in your package on the table on page 8. Next slide, please. Within the community standards, this project will meet or exceed the current deed restrictions and deed requirements of community development. Simple things like 40-foot front setbacks, 25-foot side setbacks, 50% maximum impervious within the lot, and a number of other areas. Next slide.
Excuse me 1 second, just for the board, he's at page 1540, 1550 in your packets.
Hold on just 1 second. I have a question for Mr. Pigeon as well earlier, and I wanted to get Commissioner Finnegan's attention to pause it. When you were speaking of the two intervenor properties, South and Walser, I would like you to point out anything that has changed since the PDC hearing as you go through. For example, answer if that was in place during PDC.
Okay, and were you clear on South and Walser, the changes that were made?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm clear. I just want to know if that was the case at the PDC hearing versus today.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
It's all the same.
It is different.
Oh, it's different.
It is different.
You've made changes since the
changed
PDC.
Since then, we've heard the public, we've read the
Okay.
comments, we've gone back and redesigned those areas, trying to do our best to move and adjust and change.
Okay. As we go forward, just make sure you point out anything where you've changed it since PDC. Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide is infrastructure. Yes, central water and sewer provided by Citrus County. They have capacity. We have a letter of service availability to meet concurrency. We're proposing advanced septic treatment systems, although the code doesn't require that. The code does allow standard septic tanks on 1 acre or larger lots, but we've added the extra protections to this process. So we will meet or exceed county standards in concurrency. I did want to point out one issue though with the Swift mud. This project is permitted by the Water Management District until the year 2041 to withdraw 250,000 gallons of water per day, 225,000 gallons per day of water out of our aquifer. With this project, it would be substantially less, to the tune of about 30 to 35,000 gallons a day of average daily flow. On worse days, when everybody irrigates at the same time, could be close to 200,000. Any single day, the permit allows for over 500,000 gallons of water to be withdrawn from the aquifer. With this project, all that goes away. So there's a significant positive benefit to not irrigating the golf course and taking all the water out of our aquifer. Next slide. Just briefly talk about buffers. Code mentioned does not require buffers. We're proposing buffers all over this project as part of open space and as part of buffering. We'll just meet Florida-friendly standards and provide buffering, quite all, including buffering along Elkham Boulevard. Next slide. This slide just shows a brief indication off of Elkham Boulevard of what the buffer looks like, the trees that would be saved, and the fact that we are trying to be very good neighbors. Next slide. We had talked about conservation area to complement all the other open space that's on this project. We're proposing a 85-acre minimum conservation easement, which would be a perpetual easement, and recorded in the public records. That's over 38% of the property being preserved forever. We can go into detail and ask questions about the conservation easement, but once it's established, and it's being good stewards of the property. Next slide. Just to let you know, we have been in communication with the school board, the planner, and there is no need of this project to have another addition or expansion to the school. Next slide. With regard to environmental soil studies, we heard some comments on the PDC hearing about contamination, soils, chemicals. Although it's not required, we went out and did another phase 2 environmental assessment throughout the property, collected over 48 soil borings throughout the property. that national recognized environmental firm produced a report, and the results were no further testing required. The results also stated that all samples were found to be below the applicable state Florida Department of Environmental Protection leachability and groundwater and resident direct exposure. The only exception with that was arsenic. Arsenic is a natural occurring in Citrus County in the state of Florida. And although this was a little bit elevated, perhaps over some normal, it was well within the standards of Florida's arsenic. With that, I'd like to turn this over to the senior planner, Avis Craig, unless you have any questions.
Yes. This is my only opportunity to cross-examine.
Yes.
Mr. Pigeon, thank you. You have a number of credentials. Are you an appraiser or do you have appraisal credentials?
I'm not an appraiser.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you some questions. Did you put the environmental reports in this record, in the public record?
Yes.
And on those environmental reports, do they locate the gopher tortoise holes?
Yes, they located them by a GPS receiver within that accuracy.
And when were they done? Do you know?
I would have to look at my notes.
Okay. Would it surprise you if it said that it was November of 22?
No, not at all.
Okay. Would you also be aware of the fact that these things are only, with respect to gopher holes, good for 90 days?
Oh, yes, sir.
You know about that?
Yes, and if
Okay,
we were to
but
develop the
I'm
property.
asking the questions. You said yes. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Do you know what the property is zoned for? You know the zoning of the property?
I will let the senior planner address that question. I know what is in our application.
So what's in your application?
Property is, well,
It's a simple answer, just what's in your
master plan
application?
overlay. of
A
Pine
master
Ridge.
plan overlay.
Mhm.
Could we take a look at some of your pictures that you offered? Is it possible to go back? So I could take a look at them. I just want to compare for a moment. Let's just go back to, some earlier ones. If you'd be so kind. One more or a couple more. Let's get past the pretty pictures. Okay, I don't know if the resolution on that is very good, but do you see RUR on that? Maybe you go back one more. No, there could be another one. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit of resolution. Do you see RUR on that?
Yes, sir.
So who prepared those?
Prepared these documents?
Yeah.
Well, they was prepared by our Adora, Pigeon Adora. our
Okay,
firm.
under your supervision?
Yes, sir.
And you left the RUR zoning on them?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you thought the zoning was PDO?
Well, we have a
PDUs?
senior planner that can address the specifics of that. But is
Okay, I was
RUR
just, I don't,
zoning-
I'm
is
sure
RUR
he'll
zoning
come up
with
and
the
testify.
PD
Please don't
overlay.
argue with me. I'm just asking some
I'm not
questions.
arguing.
Okay,
providing
so
fact.
the point is that RUR is still on there, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Pigeon, before you sit down, just quickly, apologize, but I'm jumping in too. I think you misspoke on central sewer. Pine Ridge doesn't have central sewer. You said central water and sewer, but I don't think that's what you meant to say.
I mean, Pine Ridge had advanced septic tanks.
Right, right. It's not what you said. I just wanted to clarify that that was the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Katu. We good?
I don't know if any board members have anything.
Anybody? No. This is a rowdy bunch. If they have something, they'll let me know. How much time do we have on the clock?
20 minutes and 6 seconds.
Avis, do you want a warning on how?
Well, there's more to come.
I know, that's why I
Right
said.
now, the warning, the yellow light will come on when the party has 5 minutes left, as requested.
How many more speakers do we have? Just you
Two.
and you and Mr. Stillwell, that's
Stillwell,
it?
yes.
Okay, just you two? How
Yep.
do you want to split that time? When do you want a warning
I asked
light?
for 12 minutes. I can't tell you,
When would you like the warning light to go off?
how about
12 minutes?
at 11 minutes, so I have a minute notice.
When there's 11 minutes left on the clock,
No, 11 minutes
you want
from
to,
now. Okay, before we get started, I turned in my
sheet. What else there were 3 things that we were supposed to, that I had been sworn in. What else did you need to hear from me?
Madam Attorney?
And my name and address I'll give you. My name, and good evening, members of the board. Happy New Year. I am Avis Marie Craig, and I've been in practice in this county for 40 years, previously in Sarasota. I came to the state as an economic planner, and I was the county's first planning director. I am an AICP certified planner and have been for 40 years, and I keep up my continuing education. This application, Mr. Pigeon has just done an admirable job of going over. I would also point out to you, your backup has multiple PowerPoints in there. The one that we are referring to right now is the January 9th one, which starts on page 2267 of your backup. So it can get very confusing in all of the documentation that you're trying to sift through. So, getting back to my presentation. The application was submitted, and I submitted a report dated December the 15th in accordance with the quasi-judicial requirements. And I want to begin with economic realities. You certainly have heard from the owner about some of those. And where are we in the slides? I'm looking for slide 18 of the PowerPoint, which is that one. Wonderful. Thank you, Joanna. As you can see from, and actually I'm going to go back just a second to slide 17. Actually, it's the next slide, if you would please. You can see in that slide that the golf course has changed hands 9 times since 1982. And the prior slide that was just up there, 17, it goes through how progressively the value here has dropped from 1.6 million to $630,000, according to the property appraiser's records. These, and plus a bankruptcy history. Those are economic red flags, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to slide 19. This issue is much bigger than Citrus County. When I began my research, I was frankly as surprised as anybody might be. I mean, I knew there had been some closures locally. 4 in Citrus County, not including Sugar Mill, which closed and has since reopened in Cypress Village, and our 2 closest counties, and there were rumors of more yet to come. This is not a local issue. This is a regional, state, and even international issue. The 1,000 Friends of Florida, and you have a copy of that report in your backup, went through in 21 an assessment called Golf Course Redevelopment or Repurposing in Florida. And what they said were there were basically 3 options. No change. In other words, you continue the golf course. But that is already passed. The second was public acquisition, which I seriously doubt. And the third was comparable development that is consistent with the neighborhood that surrounds it. And so that's where we are today. That's what we're trying to accomplish, to come up with a plan that can be beneficial to the community as a whole, the county, as well as Pine Ridge. And the National Golf Foundation, on the far right, you can see that little bar chart, and that's the ratcheting up of golf course closures from 2000 to 2018. And in that, in 22, they indicated that of the closures, 90% were those that were under daily fee, open to the public courses like Pine Ridge. So as a result, you know, you're sitting here, it's not unlike retail malls, which have become dinosaurs. And we've seen it here in Citrus County. Our own mall is now demolished. This is a supply and demand economic issue, and we can't ignore that as much as we might like to. The bulk of my 2015 report makes reference to the development process here in Citrus County. What we saw in a lot of the documentation coming to us from the representatives of Pine Ridge were claims that were not consistent with how development is regulated here in this county. And let's start with the population projection. That was a fundamental question that was asked, and every plan is foundationally based on that projection. The number in question was 163,390. Now, that was for 2020, a projection, and the assertion was that it's out of date, et cetera. Let's take a look. Bieber at the University of Florida, who's the recognized source, in 1023 issued a report, Bulletin 196, that the 22 population for Citrus County was 158,000, within 97% of the number that was being questioned. The 25 projection in that same bulletin was 163,255. Now that's 130 persons different from the number in the comp plan. And so I would say to you that considering the recession of '08 and the pandemic, I think it's pretty remarkable that we're even in the ballpark. And to, quite frankly, have a slight margin is a positive thing. You don't want to underplan. You always want to have room in your projections and plans to accommodate growth that will come. Now let's move on to comp plan consistency. Next slide, please. There was a question about the project being evaluated against the goals, objectives, and policies. Now, unfortunately, it's a little hard to read on the screen, but in your backup, hopefully you can see it a little better. And that's directly taken from the statement that the significance of the policy is why RMU is applied to previously approved large-scale developments and DRIs like Pine Ridge. Further, that new RMU standards only apply to new projects. So that excludes Pine Ridge because it's vested under 380.06 of Florida statutes. Now, please remember and note that the county was given only two choices during its comp plan settlement process with the state. Pine Ridge was not in the PSA because the county had yet to buy the utilities there. As a result, being outside the PSA, the choices were two, either RUR or AG. Can you imagine applying AG to Pine Ridge? I don't think so. And so RUR was the lesser alternative and where it went. But that was the importance of the master plan. Because there was this recognition that there was development there, the master plan.
Ms. Craig, I am so sorry.
What happened?
Where is that slide? Because that slide.
It's in my report. It's not on the slide. I'm
that
dovetailing.
That particular slide, where is it
further
located in our backup?
And I've talked about the fact that it's in my report.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
You're talking
Yes.
about that slide?
Yes.
It's on page 2286.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That I can tell you. I apologize.
2286.
2286, yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that.
Because I was following along exactly in
Yeah.
this book up until this slide,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
jumped.
All right, so picking up where we were. Now, it's important in my report that I analyze cumulative change at Pine Ridge. Was this really going to be a burden to Pine Ridge? And one of the things that you will see cumulatively over time in my report, in '22, the last time there was a change where 8 non-residential tracts, and remember, that's what we're talking about here, are 2 tracts, tract T6 and T7. And those 8 non-res tracts were converted to 30 single-family lots, which created a net increase of 22. Everything from churches and school sites and community facility sites. And it was replatted and approved by this board in '22. And that's the process you've put people through. Interestingly, all changes into account, Pine Ridge, as a result, is actually down still a total of 107 lots. And that if you were to take favorable action on the reserve project before you tonight, it would still be down 22 units cumulatively over time. So it is not a true addition to Pine Ridge. And so
Davis,
no
you have 1
policy has
minute.
been cited.
You have
Yes,
one-
ma'am.
You have 2 minutes? 2-minute warning.
1 minute, okay. No policy has been cited that applies to the project, including the staff report, and therefore, in my opinion, consistency is maintained. Because the reserve project mirrors the Pine Ridge lot sizing and character of high-quality estate housing, it also helps to ensure consistency. That's really important. Mr. Pigeon described extensively in slides 4 and 5 the sensitivity, the stippled signature on the site plan of the perpetual conservation easement is really important here. Over 40% of the original golf course is being retained in that conservation easement. So looking at lot sizing, it conforms to the greater Pine Ridge community, so it meets the compatibility definition of 163. You heard Mr. Pigeon talk about concurrency, and the traffic associated is down. And so all infrastructure is in place and capable of serving this project. So concurrency is met. The 4 letters, well, actually, it's more than that now because of the latest submittals of the intervener, appear to have frankly never permitted development in this county. Because if they did, they'd understand that you always start with entitlement first. That's the land use. That's the process we're in right now. The next step is the detailed engineering and design platting. And that's a 3-step process before you get to construction permits. And so as a result, this project is simply asking for the same rights enjoyed by others in Citrus County. Please also be aware that Pine Ridge Plat has 2 specific non-residential tract references as, quote, beneficial to the community. And those apply only to utility and landscape tracts. And that's on the next slide. I guess that's not in the slide. I thought it was. It's in my report. I would also conclude from a planning perspective then, if you've met consistency, you've met compatibility, and you've met concurrency, that it allows this board to be able to move forward with a favorable action. Don't forget that the PDC approved this by a vote of 6-1 to approve. That was after an extremely lengthy public hearing, and the developer, as you heard, has made numerous changes to try to be responsive to the needs of the community. And with that, I'll turn it to Mr. Stillwell to wrap up. Yes, sir.
It's Mr. Weiner again.
Yes.
Considering how you were respected in this community, it is difficult to ask you any questions.
Oh, well,
but
hardly.
Somehow or another, I'm still going to ask you some questions.
Ask away, sir.
All right. So you reviewed the comprehensive plan.
Yes, sir.
And you found, and you've reported to the council on every provision that concerns this project from the comprehensive plan.
I have reviewed all of the policies, goals, objectives, and policies that have applicability.
Okay. That's very good. Thank you very much on that. Now, you say this county has a system for an approach to planning. Can you, or to granting approvals. Can you describe that one more time for me? First it's
yes.
land use and then?
Land use first.
Yeah.
Which is the action that we're undertaking here.
I just need the bullet points. Go ahead.
Followed by the platting process, which is a 3-step process.
Platting?
Which is preliminary plat, improvement plan approval, followed by record plat. And that is only at that point that you're able to move forward with construction.
And PDOs and PUDs, they're not there?
That's all part of the stage 1, what we talked about, the entitlement.
Thank you. That's what I need. Thank you.
Okay.
For the record, I don't have anything for her. Thank you.
Thank you.
And no board questions? No?
Any board questions?
I have a board question. I have a question, not a board question. I understand the 2 choices, either RUR or ag for the zoning at the time. But
Yes.
there's an overlay, and when that was bought, doesn't that property become the zoning of the overlay?
Well, you're right. You're exactly right.
Can't have the mic, you need the microphone.
Can you,
Yeah,
do
now.
I need to repeat that?
Yes, please.
I said that you're exactly right, that the overlay has significance, and that's why there's always been a GIS map that referred to what was authorized, if you will. But the older ones are not real detailed.
Okay. Because I spent over a month well, 2 months going through this
I
and
believe
reading every page. And it can be confusing because there's RUR and then
Well,
RMU.
and technically that has the highest, and I don't presume to be an attorney, but the status of the comp plan designation carries the highest weight. So residential mixed use is the comp plan designation on the properties. Then you have the layer of the land development code, which we typically call zoning. And that's where the RUR was kind of agreed to with the state.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craig.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before Mr. Stillwell goes, there was a warning at 9 minutes. You have 8 minutes and 37 seconds left. When would you like your yellow light to come on, sir?
Madam Chair, if I can have 10 minutes, that'd be great.
Really like everyone to stick to 45. Can you not do that?
I'll do my best. Ready? It's
So
gonna
he
be like
does not want a
machine gun.
Okay, how much time was that?
Just let me know when one.
I have no yellow light for him because that was the question, and he has 8 minutes and 37 seconds.
Okay,
Can
so,
you 1 minute, just
Certainly.
wave a finger or something?
so a minute.
You will get a yellow light.
Thank
Alright,
you.
And I'll give a minute and a half to Mr. Weiner.
Okay, to properly set this, this is not a plan amendment. We're not amending the comprehensive plan map, okay? And your flu element, in the very first page, the property rights element says the primary test of plan consistency is the map. And we're not changing the map. This is a PUD process under Chapter 4 of your code, and there are specific standards. The PUD itself is a development order as defined by 380-163 and your land development code. Let's go to the PowerPoint just quickly. The next slide. Included in here is a discussion about our butter testimony, and it's important as to what is competent substantial evidence and what is not. You've seen this before, but basically said technical matters, traffic, things like environmental studies, the soils, and other matters that are unique and specialized education, specialized criteria. Those items generally do not, a butter testimony about those, unless they're qualified, is not competent substantial evidence. There is a discussion in there about value, and that generally speaking, value is not a item that is considered competent substantial evidence unless the abutter is qualified. Now, I recognize your record has a statement about a decrease in value as a result of the golf course closure, and that's from the property appraiser's office. But I would point out to you that that was initiated by the property owner, not by the PA's office, and the property PA's office responded to that. Within the framework of the PDC hearing, we kept hearing the applicant has not met their burden of proof, all right? And I would say to you, first, the staff report, which is in the record, it's entitled to great weight, okay? Great weight. The second thing is you have Avis's testimony on plan consistency and LDC compliance. Important to understand the regulatory framework here. Prior to 2019, if this project was occurring, we would have gone to the Department of Economic Opportunity and we would have gone through a substantial, non-substantial deviation process. That was repealed in 2019, and the legislature said the test is basically planned LDC compliance. Within the framework of the intervener's material, they talk about a third test, other agreements, but I found no legal basis for that third test. So at 2019, the controlling items are Chapter 380, okay, Chapter 163, a section of Chapter 125, your plan, and your LDC. Now, there was a series of amendments to the Pine Ridge master plan that Avis talked about. And I want to address those because they frame some of the issues that are raised in the intervener's material. The staff report indicates the land uses, RM, future land use map is residential mixed use. The staff report indicates that the LDC atlas maps as adopted in 2012 by your Land Development Code is RUR-PDC with a parentheses. In this particular case, the parentheses is golf course, okay? Now, when you did the amendments to allow for this elementary school in 486, you did not go to RUR as the interveners argue. What you adopted was RUR-PDC parentheses school. When you did the YMCA, what you adopted was RUR-PDC community service building. When this was adopted originally, the LDC Atlas maps said RUR-PDC, Plan Development Overlay, which it was, parentheses, golf course. What does that mean? They can do a golf course. Now, when we did these amendments and we took out the school sites and we took out the hospital site, it didn't go to RUR. It went to RUR-PDC, parentheses, residential, for those lots that Davis testified to. Within the framework of the intervener's material, they speak to that Mr. Dix, as the owner of the property, is not the proper party to file this application. There has to be other parties that can join to it, homeowners and the Property Owners Association. Within the framework of all those amendments, that was never required. I would point out to you that, as Avis did, the plat dedication does not dedicate these golf course tracts to the benefit of the POA or the lot owners. That's extremely important. The second thing is the deed restrictions, okay, for Pine Ridge expressly exempt out the golf course. So the POA does not have any interest via those deed restrictions. Mr. Dix had followed a testimony I told him to follow. He would have told you that he does not pay dues to the POA. The lot sizes are similar in those amendments. 1 acre. They didn't go to 10 acres, which is the RUR standard, 1 acre or more. The PR public density is slightly different, as Avis testified to, with the addition. What we heard at the PDC is there's 1,500 additional lots within Pine Ridge that could be developed. You don't need these. Well, the net change is nothing. We're still less than the original approvals. Now, the LDC has specific standards for a PUD amendment. They're not discussed within the staff report. They are discussed within the material that I presented, and we meet those. There's been no showing to date, from what I've seen, that we don't meet those PDC standards. And the most important one is section 433B that says if you are a permitted use in the plan district, which single-family residential is in our RMU, then your proposed PUD is deemed compatible with the adjacent uses. So we have residential to residential, and that very first standard says it's residential. Now, this is the guts of the issue. How did we get these school sites, this hospital site, these other parcels that were changed through the various amendments that were done? Mustang Boulevard went from residential to professional service office under the old regulatory standard. How did we get there? What happened? The school sites were too small. They were not usable. The hospital site, no one was going to build a hospital in the middle of this subdivision. The Mustang lots, there used to be a 2-lane road when this was platted in 1972. It was 4 lanes with commercial on each side. And in that particular case, the landowner, Gulf to Lakes Associate, had to sue the POA because there was a change of use. And that's fundamental. Land use law before 163 and growth management, there were 2 reasons to change zoning: mistake and change the circumstances. And that's where we are. The school sites changed circumstances. They weren't viable when we changed those versus 1972. The hospital site was not viable in 1972. May have been viable in 72, but not when it was changed. The golf course, as per Avis's report, is not viable. So what are we left with? Am I done? I thought
I gave you a full 10 minutes,
Yeah.
and that's going to add an hour and a half, a minute and a half to Mr.
which
Weiner.
is perfectly fair.
Yeah.
So what I would say to you is we met our burden of proof. We are consistent with what we planned. We've met the LDC. And all I've heard, and what I've heard is they don't want the change, but the change is being driven by the market. Thank you.
Thank you,
Questions?
Mr. Stillwell. Cross-examination?
I, as a lawyer, am not sworn.
Nope, not
nor
supposed to?
Unless he gave factual information.
Awesome. This is a whole different 501.
I have to close the microphone for the record. In the respect for Mr. Stillwell, I would never cross-examine another attorney, so this is fine for me. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm sure
thank
he'll-
you.
he'll
Am I
show me
allowed to
this
ask questions?
Similar.
Yes.
Yes, you're allowed to ask a question. Commissioner Schleba.
Okay, Mr. Stillwell, can you, this might not be a pertinent question, but I do want to know it. Was the golf course in Pine Ridge ever owned by the neighborhood?
No. That is the comment I made about the dedication. You know, when you do plats, oftentimes you see the recreational areas are dedicated to the public or they're dedicated to the POA potentially. But in this particular case, the 2 tracks are not dedicated at all to any other party other than the property owner.
Is Black Diamond Golf Course owned by Black Diamond or is it private property?
You want to talk about the original development plan or you want to talk about the
Today.
amendments?
Today. It's owned by a company. It's
It's
private.
owned by a private property, right.
How about,
Originally, it was intended to be developed at a certain point in time after a certain number of memberships were sold. The golf course was turned over to the members. There was a major realignment out there, and then now it's owned by the private development company.
okay, I lived through that change. Citrus Hills, kind of the same thing, Terra Vista, all that?
In Citrus Hills, there is an assessment process. When you join, you get assessed for the golf course maintenance and upkeep, and it allows certain rights as to golf course use. So that's a difference there.
Like I said, it might not matter. I'm just trying to figure out how Pine Ridge got to this point.
Pine Ridge got to this point, Deltona, per their public offering statements, okay, built the golf course. They were required to do that under Chapter 498 in 1972 in the Federal Interstate Land Sales Acts. So they met their obligation, but those obligations under the Interstate Land Sales Act cease when they're done and turnover occurs, if you will, for that matter. And I would note that in Pine Ridge in the mid-1990s, they became, the POA, the members, became the operative body of that institution. Before that, it was run by the developers and the successor developer, the Tamposi family, Deltona, then the successor Deltona. my point here is what you have is in 2003, the golf course went into bankruptcy and stayed in bankruptcy for 6 years. Came out of bankruptcy, it was given to the first mortgage holder, and then he sold it, and then you can see the sales that have been outlined by Avis in our report. If there was the normal amount of play at this golf course, we wouldn't be here, okay? But the golf course deteriorated and people just didn't play it and support it.
Okay, could you explain one more time, because your 8 minutes went pretty fast, can you explain to me the three choices of this land is golf course, make it stay the same, public acquisition is the second choice, and the third was consistent development? Is that?
Comes from the 1,000 Friends of Florida report that's in the backup. And I want to point out to you that this RUR-PDC parentheses in a land use, okay, whether it be school, community service building, residential, or golf course, that is the only use that this property can be put to. It cannot be put to a recreational use without going through this process. It cannot be put, frankly, to an agricultural use without going through this process. It is a golf course. Now the question is, under the statutes, it is indentured. That's the term I use. If you indentured it to be in perpetuity a golf course, is there an inordinate burden you are placing on the property owner in violation of your plan? You have a private property rights element cited in the PowerPoint about the right to own and develop property. And that's where Mr. Dix is. The statutes that we have cited in the PowerPoint say that you cannot develop an development order that inordinately burdens those private property rights. And if you indenture this property in perpetuity for a golf course and it's not economically viable, is that not an inordinate burden?
Well, it was one reason why I asked is if Pine Ridge owned the golf course, because could legally, I don't think we could make, well, we can't, Citrus Springs, we couldn't make Citrus Springs residents continue that golf course. So I'm gonna get there. I'm just a little foggy right now. Okay. But so Pine Ridge didn't own it, so we couldn't say, and I don't know who we is, but we couldn't say to Pine Ridge, listen, you have a golf course, it's platted a golf course or whatever you want to call it, and you have to keep that a golf course.
Well, interestingly enough, if you look at the plats, it's not platted as a golf course. It just says T3.
Where is that in the book?
The plat does not identify these tracks as a golf course. Unlike other portions in Pine Ridge where if you look at the plat, it says school or it says hospital, but not these particular tracks. And as Avis pointed out, there is a section in the plat that says the following tracks are dedicated to community use. They don't include the golf course. And Deltona knew what they were doing.
Joanne, do you know the page? Not that I don't believe him, but he is an attorney, so I want to see it.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if the commissioner wants Mr. Stillwell to point her to a page, he's going to have to do that.
Oh, you have to tell me so I believe you.
Within the framework of my response filed on the 19th of December, we discussed the plat dedication issues. There is not a map. The plat is substantially, it is a public record and basic fact. If you look at that plat, and it's in the plat is in the filings by Mr. Pigeon's office, there is no dedication of the track to the public. or to the POA.
Okay, and thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. We already asked you. You had no cross-examination?
I don't think I can cross him either, and that's fine.
Oh, that's right. This is unlike any other 501 we've had, so, all right. Madam Attorney?
Madam Chair, that
Yes.
represents our application presentation. I want
Thank
to
you.
thank you for the courtesies of giving us an extra minute and a half. Thanks.
Was feeling generous. All right, staff, you're up. Ms. Katu?
Right, and I will not be needing to be timed, but have at it. I'm not going to take that long. All right, this is a request for Pine Ridge Reserve. They are requesting to amend the Pine Ridge Unit 3 master plan from golf course to up to 85 residential units.
What page?
I'm sorry.
What page are you on?
You know, I
Okay,
don't have
keep
page
going.
numbers on my packet, so if someone has a page number, great.
Keep going. I'll find it.
All right, it's about 221.9 acres, and this is where it is. You can see it is surrounded by homes, and it's separated by North Elkham Boulevard.
Pardon the interruption. I believe it is page 1693.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, you think I'd
Thanks,
remember
Eric.
that. All right, this is the plat that we were talking about, but then not really, excuse me. This is the master plan. So the master plan shows that it's a golf course. You can see it's been golf course. This is the oldest master plan that we have. So it was golf course at that time, and you heard the applicants talk about all the times it's changed hands, but it has been golf course. To answer Commissioner Schlebach's question about the plat does not dedicate this as golf course on the plat. If it did, you wouldn't be seeing this application. This is not a plat amendment. So because it only says tracks T6 and tracks T7 and does not say what the use is on the plat, that's why you are considering this tonight. So this is part of the golf course. It is definitely closed. Someone at the PDC, when a member of the public said it's been about a year. I don't know how long. They don't file something with our office as to how long it's been closed, but it certainly is overgrown. And these are, I wanted this picture in here to show you some abutting lots. There was some discussion, especially at the PDC, and also you heard from the applicant that they are proposing a natural buffer of 20 feet between the residences that are proposed and this application. It is unusual in that the Land Development Code does not require a buffer for single family next to single family. So this would be in addition to a 20-foot natural buffer. So here's the master plan that they're proposing. A couple things to point out here. First of all, the density. Every lot here is proposed at least 1 acre, but because they have so much open space, that's the green that's shown on here, their density comes out to be about 0.4 dwelling units per acre. Most of Pine Ridge is about 1 acre, and they also have the 1 acre minimums. They have also tried to keep Pine Ridge development standards of 50% impervious surface and the exact same setbacks for front, side, and rear that Pine Ridge has itself. So those are certainly trying to be similar to Pine Ridge, but as they spoke about, it would not be connected to. So none of the lots here would actually take direct access from a county road. Elkham runs in the middle, but none of the sites would take access from that. They are proposing sidewalks. The comp plan requires one side of the roadway have sidewalks. At the PDC, the applicant committed to having sidewalks on both sides. So that is a condition in the master plan as they have offered, in the conditions. They also have a pedestrian path which circulates throughout the open space that is proposed. It's a little harder to see on this, but it's a very thin yellow line throughout that green space. About 120 of the 221 acre application site will be left as open space, and they have also proposed a conservation easement so that we can make sure that that does remain open space. There are some entrance ID signs, subdivision ID signs that would meet LDC requirements at the access points there on Elkham. They are asking for a deviation of 5-year expiration for the PUD rather than the 3 years that the typical PUD in the LDC has. The Planning and Development Commission did hear this on July 20th, 2023, and they did recommend approval with conditions, which are in your packet. And now you got the page numbers, hopefully, for that. I think that the applicant talked quite a bit about the RUR PUD designation. I hope that's a little clear, and we don't have to go down that little rabbit hole, but it is golf course. It's golf course on the master plan. That is what we would honor as golf course and only golf course. The statement about having only 3 choices, that's not related to zoning. They have one choice, golf course. Can they ask to amend the plan? Yes, and that's why you're seeing them here before you. They have the ability in any PUD to come before you and ask for an amendment, and that's what they're doing. That's it. Told you I wouldn't be 30 minutes.
I have 2 questions for you, and I probably should have asked the applicant, so hopefully you know the answer to this. I saw in reference in writing that the pedestrian paths were continuous. So
Continuous.
there are places where it looks like they probably have to go on a road, but it would be one continuous loop, because out and back, I used to live in Pine Ridge and ride the 33 miles of trails on my horses, so having a loop is always much better than out and back.
I don't know about continuous. They did talk about a pedestrian path throughout. I don't know if there's going to be any jumps or anything. We can always add the word continuous in there. I hadn't really thought about that being an issue.
I mean, personally, if I was walking a pedestrian path and partly I have to go onto a paved road before I get back on the trail, that's fine. So, and then the other question was whether there is fencing around both of the entire properties. Was that brought up at all?
The applicant has not discussed fencing with us at all, no.
We'll figure it out later then. Board, do you have any, what are we doing next?
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
And excuse me.
Applicant and then intervener.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, real quick, I missed on there, condition number 9 says pedestrian connectivity via pedestrian trail is on the master plan, so I think they probably.
Connectivity is what I
yeah,
meant by
yeah.
continuous.
And so that's in there. Thank you.
Here I am saying, thank God for attorneys to keep us straight. There you go. All right, who wants?
Applicant. And
Applicant,
if the applicant.
would you like to cross-examine?
Counsel, you're there first?
Fighting over it.
We can after both of them.
Questions, and it's because we have a court reporter, we need to make the record straight. Your position with the county is?
I did not introduce myself, and I was sworn in. I apologize. Joanna Coutu, I am the Deputy Director for Growth Management and also the Director for Land Development.
And your professional education?
I have a bachelor's and master's in education, and I'm American Institute of Certified Planner.
You are a certified planner?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And did you prepare the staff report?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, the tracks that we're talking about, the golf cart, are they what is considered a lot of record under the code?
They are tracks dedicated for golf course use on the master plan, but they are individual tracks of record.
Okay. So the G flume designation is what?
Throughout Pine Ridge, it's residential mixed use, or RMU.
And why is that classification on it rather than some other land use classification?
RMU reflects a master plan that's in place. It doesn't necessarily mean residential, which I realize when the term is confusing, but it means there's a master plan in place.
The subject master plan that we're dealing with in Pine Ridge, what is the source of that?
The Pine Ridge Master Plan?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we were asked quite a bit by Mr. Weiner.
Would it be the filings made with the state of Florida Department of Community Affairs when they vested the project under the believer?
That's what the documents appear to indicate, yes.
All right, well, you want to explain what that is for the benefit of the record and the board?
Pine Ridge and Citrus Springs were a old development long before we had a planning office. And at the time, because of the size, they did have to file with the land planning agency for the state, the Department of Community Affairs. They've changed the name a couple times since then. But they had to file with that. We weren't in place at that time, but we do have documents from the early 80s talking about this.
Would, okay. Now, turning to the LDC Atlas map, The designation under the LDC Atlas map is for the tracks?
For the tracks are the same as the rest of Pine Ridge, which is RUR, PDO, or PUD. They're interchangeable with a designation of the master plan.
Okay, is the subject tracks, you heard Avis's testimony that they are outside of the planned service area?
Yes, Pine Ridge is.
They're,
Yes.
yes. And Avis testified in the 1990 Growth Management Settlement Agreement that if you're outside the planned service area, you had two land use categories, ag or RUR. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I hadn't heard that before. It sounds logical, but I was not around in '90, so I don't know. But that was an interesting input there.
All right. The tracks in question, they're not designated open space, are they?
They are they're golf course, and it's simply golf course. The color is similar to open space, but they do have the text of golf course on the master plan.
And in that regard, they're not designated recreation, they're designated golf course.
Correct, it is golf course.
So the developer, the owner, couldn't do some other form of recreation on these tracks.
Not without coming before this board for a change, similar to tonight.
All right. Could they, it's not a commercial district.
No, golf course is the only use that can be there on the master plan.
Right. The, are you familiar with the amendments that happened to the Pine Ridge Master Plan over the years that are?
Many of them, yes. Not all probably, but many, yes.
The, in the case of the school sites, the hospital site, they went into a residential use.
Yeah, that was generally what they converted to, yes.
And they were not designated RUR, were they, at that time?
They had the same land development code atlas as the rest of Pine Ridge.
Which would be RUR-PDC, parentheses, residential?
PDO, yes.
Got it.
Or community
So-
service, community facility or whatever.
The idea that this particular tracks are in some form or fashion under the land development code, atlas maps, RUR, would be inaccurate.
Correct. That master plan, that PDO or PUD at the end is the really telling, the master plan is the ruling document.
Did those amendments to the master plan require the consent and joinder of the POA?
I don't recall any of them requiring that, no.
The staff report indicates that you find this application consistent with the comprehensive land use plan.
The residential component, they've tried to do residential to like the surrounding area. There's a lot of the staff report. It's 9 pages, so.
Okay. The staff report indicates that the master site plan is consistent with the land development code PUD standards. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have. Mr. Weiner?
Thank you, Mr. Stillwell.
Ms. Courteau, thank you for your work and your prompt responses to all the emails that we gave you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you kept us busy, absolutely.
Might we go back to one of the maps you showed earlier?
Can you speak into the microphone so we
I
can
know
all hear
this
you?
isn't necessarily a question to you, but it might make for a speedier resolution of some issues. Could we see the original? Oh, there it is. Okay. We have a lot. I've been struggling with some papers because we have a larger version of that shows actually some of the borders. But this makes it easier. I'll do it in my presentation. Thank you very much for showing me that. Now, it's your testimony that you reviewed the comprehensive plan. You found every provision in the comprehensive plan that might be applicable to this type of development?
All encompassing. The staff report does talk about the comprehensive plan policies that are relevant to this.
All right, okay. And now, Your testimony is that the zoning of this property is, can you give it to me precisely?
The zoning of the property on the Land Development Code Atlas?
In the Land Development Code Act.
Right, so it's rural residential with a planned development overlay for golf course.
And Mr. Stillwell, Attorney Stillwell mentioned a PCD.
He was, yeah, I noticed he was saying PDC instead of PDO, but there is, the PDC is the commission that reviews, makes
No,
recommendations.
so there was a little confusion there?
He was saying PDC, I heard him say that, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Board, questions for Ms. Coutu?
I'm the only one with questions. RUR PDO dash golf course. Okay, thank you.
I did, yeah, I apologize. I've been doing that a few times and not helping the court reporter at all. Yes, or in our, or golf course, in parentheses or dash.
Thank you. And in the staff report, it says that, I think it's the staff report. I have written that the Alamandra and is it Cliff? That would be the developer's responsibility to pave it from a 7 to an 8. How much of that would get paved?
And I saw that on their slide too. That's something that our engineering would determine. Engineering would determine that as part of the plating if this application is approved.
Okay, and I would like to know that.
I'd have to,
and what that burden would be on the neighborhood.
burden, that would be something the engineer can possibly answer. I'm sorry, I'm not the project engineer.
Come on, Joanna. Hold on, please be patient with me. You're saying that that is RUR PDO golf course. That is definitely the zoning, you know, right now, today.
Yes,
with this
ma'am.
new owner. Okay, so if the property owner wanted to make it recreational, they would have to come before us.
Just like they're doing now, yes. But instead of asking for residential, they'd ask for whatever.
Same if they want to make it general commercial.
Whatever, yes.
Okay.
It needs to be a use that's allowed in the Pine Ridge Master Plan. They have some limited commercial.
So what is allowed in the Pine Ridge Master Plan zoning?
There's a lot of different possibilities. They have, and you can see on the screen that we left up for Mr. Weiner, business site.
I cannot see that.
Okay, there is a business site, and business is very general. We kind of look at that as similar to our PSO zoning. They have some very small areas of general commercial, but not all of our general commercial uses. They have parks, churches, schools.
So church is community service building.
Yes.
Park, recreational?
Park is park.
Okay, just park.
They're called park, and church is called church site.
Oh, okay.
And then they have community facility, which is what you're more like, supposed to be like an ambulance or something, but.
Okay, and who would have to pay for a turn lane if there was a turn lane?
If it's triggered by the development, the developer would have to pay for that. And that's the same with the improvements that we talked about on those side roads. That would be the developer's responsibility, not the county's.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just for clarification purposes, talking about those two roads, Cliff and Alameda maybe, they are currently nearing rebuild status. They're at, what, an 8 or something?
I read that to be that they would go down to a 1 because they would be completely repaved. Is that correct in your?
I don't know how far the engineering pushes that. I know they have to be enough to meet the traffic currently and the level of traffic that's proposed with the development. So that might not be a 1, that might be a 4 or something if it's enough to make the traffic, and I don't know for sure.
Okay. Me being not an engineer, I didn't know that I guess you
Right.
just put a thinner coat on it or something.
I can hear them behind me. They're ready to say that at rebuttal. So I think they're going to address that, the project
Okay.
engineers.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Finnegan, Commissioner Bays. Nothing? Thank you, Ms. Katu. All right, I believe Mr. Weiner is up, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Forty-six and a half minutes.
The record, Michael Weiner. We'd like to begin with two of the abutters who I represent as clients. Mr. Walliser.
I'm sorry, you need to speak into the microphone, pardon?
Madam Chair, Mr. Weiner, would you like the yellow light to come on at a certain time to show
Yes,
that you have
let's make it 8 minutes.
8 minutes?
Please introduce yourself to the, what's that?
Before my time starts, I have a question
Well,
for
they're
you,
not
please.
timing you. It's 4 minutes off this clock.
Okay, I just have a question. If I want to reference something and I don't exactly know where you find it, I just want to make sure that you see this. I recorded this as document or page 8 in the packet. So I just want to.
I think we've all read the materials thoroughly at this point.
Okay,
so, yeah.
wonderful. And then I had one other question before that is, if there was an error on the information that Mr. Pigeon had submitted as to the placement of our house, I don't want to use my time to bring that up, but I do want it noted that it was incorrect placement. Okay?
And I didn't hear your name, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
we
Diane
haven't,
South.
wait,
Oh,
she was
I
doing
wasn't starting
procedural
yet.
stuff. We haven't
Oh,
started the clock
okay.
yet, so.
Okay,
And whether you've been sworn in. So, start.
my name is Diane South.
We're starting.
And there is not another distinct and unique community as Pine Ridge. We are not a retrofit community. We are not to be shoehorned. I refer to the 10 communities listed by the applicant as a community within a community. That'd be slide 8. They are, in its truest form, just that, a community and a community. They all had a master plan, just like Pine Ridge, and they were platted and built to spec. However, do you see any of these communities, Wellington, Lakewood Ranch, West Chase, the villages, being retrofitted to insert another community into an already existing community? Of course you don't. You cannot shoehorn a community to fit inside a community without changing and burdening the existing community. These communities were pre-planned as Pine Ridge. I also like to talk about the fact that golf is not in decline. We reject the premise that golf is in decline as put forth in the 1,000 Friends of Florida Special Report, Golf Course Redevelopment or Repurposing, August 22. That is over 2 years old. If you look at Mr. Gloucester's report, it includes information from 2008 when we were in a recession and also in 2018 when we were going through COVID. And I'd like to add that golf was still being played because of the ability to distance. We reject the premise that golf is not in decline based on information found in the articles written by the National Golf Foundation. This is the same company used by Mr. Gloucester. August 29th, 2023. How close is 2023 play to record-setting 21? And September 24th this year. National rounds played. Year-to-date play continues as trend 4% ahead of 22 through September, keeping 2023 on track to be one of the top 4 years for rounds of golf in the industry. Let's look at December 28th. Talking about the new courses that were added, 2/3 of those courses were opened in 23 with Florida, South Carolina, and Texas having the majority of them. So golf is not in decline. Also, I would like to let you know that I have 3 documents verifying that, in fact, there were people interested in buying and operating the Pine Ridge Golf Course from the owner previous to this applicant. 2 of the gentlemen are here today in this room, Mr. Tony Bradley and Mr. Mark Middleton. Mr. Mike Rayfield was another, but he's not here now. They were in contact with Neil Cerati individually. The point is where decisions and engagement, which is contrary to testimony at the July PDC meeting. We received a copy of a letter which was forwarded to you only yesterday from Mr. Shannon Smith. Mr. Smith was in the process of due diligence with Shanty's auction broker, only to be told the course was sold before it went to auction. We hope you read that letter. He tells you where he was in the process and what he would need. These people wanted to buy a golf course, to operate it as a golf course. It is contrary to what you have been hearing regarding no interest in buying and operating it as a golf course. My last point here is the fact that this applicant is placing a burden and hardship on me, on us. We bought a golf course home. We bought a way of life, just like many of you. If you live on a golf course, that is a way of life. That is what we purchased. The fact of the matter that since the applicant has purchased this, my property value has gone down 25%. That's $12,500, and that's just the first year. Do you know how long it's going to take to recover that in this market that we're seeing? This is tragic. I will lose my privacy. The house is so far up the hill, it's going to be looking down into my lanai, into my house, into my living room. I will no longer have privacy. I'm going to have bulldozers, I'm going to have dump trucks, cement mixers, hammering, trucks backing up, and starting early in the morning, because that's allowed by law to start in the early until late in the afternoon. And what about the dust and debris that the continual maintenance required to keep my property clean? And also, let's talk about the process of the build out. They've got up to 5 years to start this process, but they've got other things to take care of. This build out could be for at least 10, maybe 12 years, and that's going in my backyard. This is causing severe heartache, heartburn, whatever you want to call it. This is a burden on our community. I also want to just talk about the fact that I have privacy now. I don't have kids in my backyard yelling. There's no parties going on until all hours of the night. There's no four-wheelers. There's no mini bikes. There's none of that going on. That is what I bought. I bought privacy. I bought a way of life. I did not buy a house so I could have somebody sitting in my backyard looking in on me and having to put up with their noise. And because of that, please vote no and keep our master plan, which will keep our parks and recreation. Thank you.
You were a superstar, Diane. You finished in your time. Thank you so much. Ron?
Good evening, Madam Chairman, esteemed members of the council and committee. I just first wanted to thank you guys for approving us as parties in opposition here tonight. And trust me when I say this is a role I wish I didn't have to fulfill, okay? I have nothing, I come here with nothing to gain, but much to lose. I wanted to start off talking about our land development code from a layperson's position.
I'm sorry, we didn't get your name and whether you've been
I'm
sworn
very
in.
sorry. My name is Ron Walser. I live in North Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge, Florida.
And were you sworn in? Did you take the oath?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, forgive me. I'm new at this. Okay, I'd like to quote something from Chapter 1, Section 1300. The preface of that says, the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners deems it necessary to adopt this land development code for the following purpose. Section C, conserving the value of land, buildings, and resources, and protecting landowners from adverse impacts of adjoining developments. When I read that, I'm like, well, what the heck is this application doing? It's doing exactly that. It's violating the purpose of our land development code. For 21 years, my family and I have been very content in Pine Ridge. My priorities are God, family, and the two companies that I run. I have kept my head down and played by the rules. I live in harmony with my community. I'm not an activist. I prefer to live and let live, and I mind my own business. But what we're facing here today is so disruptive, I have to step out of my comfort zone. I must defend our way of life and our biggest investment. Approval of this application will cause tremendous personal frustration. It will change our daily lives and routine. We will suffer the loss of peace and tranquility as well. We will actually have to sit by and watch as our view changes. The new view will be the destruction of our current view. Our peace, our privacy, our security, our way of life, we have to watch that right in front of us. We can't avoid it. Every time we look out our back windows and the doors of our house, or we go on our patio, or we go in our pool, or we go in our backyard, or sit at the fire pit that we like to do in the evenings with my son and my son-in-law and smoke a cigar, or sit in our family room, our kitchen, our bedroom, our living room, our breakfast nook, we will see this destruction as our new view. Our privacy will be completely gone. At night, we don't need to close the blinds. There's nobody behind us. That's going to change too. This will be a lifetime of intrusion. We're never going to get over this. As if this application is approved, we know property values will drop. The land value for golf course homes has already dropped by 25% according to the property appraiser's office. Golf courses are built in communities to increase home values. We look all around us, we see developments and communities being built. They put golf courses in them. Developers want a return on their investment. Why would you take 220 acres of prime real estate and the expense to build a golf course instead of building homes on it? Because that golf course is going to create such an increase in value on every one of your homes that it will pay for that golf course many times over. So if you remove that golf course from a community, you're going to remove the value of that community as well. The value is going to follow that golf course. In 2022, Pine Ridge Estates contributed $48 million in taxes, ad valorem taxes to the county, $48 million. When we look around and we see places like Turkey Creek that we visited, we've talked to them, they suffered during the 10-year period, property values in that community had actually gone down by 40%. Once the golf course was reinstated, the property values skyrocketed. They were the most sought after properties again. And we see this time and time in the research we've done in every community. Building houses on a golf course does not increase property value in a community. If that golf course is no longer a golf course, the properties in Pine Ridge will never achieve the values that they could. And if we look at the numbers, because there are some numbers here in Mr. Pigeon's report, if and when, if that was approved and that 85 lots were actually built out to homes, they're projecting $430,000 a year in additional revenue for this county for taxes. Like I said, in 2022, Pine Ridge Estates contributed $48 million. If we lose a minimum and this is a very conservative number, if we lose just 10% of our ad valorem tax, that's $4.8 million. So ask yourself, are we gonna approve a project that's gonna contribute $430,000 a year at the expense of $4.8 million? I ask you guys to please consider our lifestyles. You know, this is about people. We can argue land development code here, land development code there, but when somebody buys a golf course, it's protected. They can't build on it. The only way they can build on it is if they come to you guys and ask your permission. I'm asking you, please don't build on our golf course. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. So first, let me do a little bit of housekeeping. I'm sorry I was playing with such noisy pieces of paper back there, but we were trying to determine, with respect to Ms. Couteau's report, exactly what this master plan was that was approved in '74. I do have multiple copies of this, but it looks like this one will do. The most important point of this is that a legend has been cut off in the margins of the report. And I showed this to Mr. Stillwell before. He did not have a problem with it. I would like to present it to you so that you can see that the legend says that the crosshatched areas are park sites. So it is a golf course surrounded with a park site. If I may.
Madam Attorney?
I guess everything is, I mean, does Mr. Stillwell or staff have an objection?
Yeah, I just want to make sure this was already in the packet. Mr. Weiner, you've
A copy of that is in my letter of October 2nd. It
Okay.
is very small.
as long as it's something, okay, I see what you're pointing out.
I
Yes.
think it's Exhibit E. I don't know your page system. And I apologize for that, but I'm not used to the page system.
So, Madam
you
Chair, is
have.
Mr. Weiner wanting me to pass this to the commissioners to look at?
Yes, if they would, just so they could see that,
The legend in particular is
right,
what
that the
you're
legend
looking
is
at?
there.
Okay.
It says park site.
And just while he's catching up, we need to catch up on cross-examination on the two prior witnesses.
Okay.
Not right now, but I'm just saying, just be mindful.
Yeah. So are we, where are we with the timer?
So it's Exhibit E on my October 2nd letter, but it's very light and very
minutes and
small.
52 seconds.
Just-
No, I've stopped it with all of this. You let me know when you'd like me to start it.
So
Yeah.
I would also appreciate that I had to pull some things together because they were scattered around in the hundreds of pages of documents that you have. I have all the declarations of zoning designations that have already been submitted and are in the record. I do not know the page, but most of them are from the applicant or their representatives. And I also have the copies of comprehensive plan provisions, which are in your comprehensive plan. I don't know how you reference that. I think that with Wi-Fi, you might be able to get to your comprehensive plans, but I do testify that these are actual copies of comprehensive plan provisions. I'd like you to be able to see them if I could hand them out to you.
Madam Chair, Exhibit E is 1426. Is this here?
I don't know when my October 2nd letter page number might be.
Should we turn the clock off while we're doing this?
It's
Oh,
been
yes,
off.
yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I appreciate this, and I'm sorry that this is the first time I've.
Please go back to the mic. We have to keep everything recorded.
You are absolutely right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Lynn. I hope.
And just hold off until they find the page
All
you're
right, thank
wanting them to find.
I don't know how to find that page.
Madam Chair, it looks like you said, Mr. Weiner said October 2nd, there's request to intervene letter. Is that the letter you're talking about?
Yes, if you go to Exhibit E.
There's letter and then there's a 2 and a 3. There must have been 3 letters. Let me
There
see.
might be more letters there may be letters that are exhibits, but the most important part is that you go to Exhibit E as in Edward.
All right, I'm
Exhibit
almost
E
there.
is 1423. Page 1423 is.
You'll find a email from Ms. Baldwin, and then behind that, unfortunately, the copying isn't that good, which is why I'm giving you this map.
So the email is 1424. No, not that map.
I noticed that
Yeah.
it did not copy very well, which is why I made these arrangements.
Make sure your mic is on. Just when you're talking.
Yes, we have the map on 1425 and 1426, and
Yeah,
it's illegible.
It's illegible.
And this is substantially similar to, it is the same map as Ms. Couteau presented. It's just that it has the edges, which has the legend.
So
I have two other
Are you
things that
ready?
I'd
Okay.
like to give you, and so one of them are the zoning designations pulled from the various places on your pages. I'm sorry I couldn't get the pages, but this puts it all in one place. And the other is your comprehensive plan, which may or may not be in the record, but it's a matter of public record. This is your plan, so this is not new information or something you should not consider. In fact, it's just the opposite. This is what you should be considering, that is the comprehensive plan.
Madam Chair, if he wants you to have that, perhaps he should ask Mr. Stillwell if Mr. Stillwell has any objections to you having that. If not, then he can give it to you and you can have it in front of you.
Mr. Stillwell?
Sure.
You want to give him this also?
Sure, sure. I think he's seen it before, but I'll give it to him again.
But on this legend, it doesn't have golf course.
I know, that's internal to the, if I might. Deltona may have its ways, but it has its mysterious ways. So it says golf course on the map, then they crosshatch all this land. They make it down to the legend, and the legend says park.
What's the date of that document?
There is, well, let me see if there is a date.
It says 1971 and 1994.
Yeah, and then they have, and it, for some reason, there, and it's also on Ms. Couteau's.
Can you go to the mic, please?
Yeah, everybody needs to go to the mic.
I must be driving the court reporter wild. I appreciate it.
Well, you were standing next to another mic right here, but that doesn't mean the audience can hear you because we have a recorder running up here as well.
Once I get by this, I promise I will be in front of this microphone and begin to give you the speech. Vacated via PV-99- and it looks like a 01, but it could be another 9, I'm not quite sure. And this says prepared by Citrus County Department of Development Services, 1994. Source, Deltona Pine Ridge County Estates Master Plan, 1971.
1971 and 1994. Yeah. Which is the date of preparation.
Could you speak into a mic next to Ms. Coutu? Or
For a moment. Sure. So I'm not scolded again. Prepared by Citrus County Department of Development Services, 1994. Source. There you go.
1994.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
It actually agrees with your materials that you supplied on all of the letters from the state as to substantial deviation.
Any
So,
objections?
Any objections, Mr. Stillwell?
Those documents were filed and they say what they said, 1994. These are fine. I've seen these before.
Any objections, Ms. Coutu?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Do you have copies for each of them?
I do.
I'll split them up. I'll split them up. There we go.
Yours.
We have a couple of minutes before Commissioner Schleybaugh comes back. Once this testimony and cross is done, before we go to open to the public, I'm going to call recess so we can. Normally in our 1 o'clock meeting, we just go because there's speakers in the back so we can actually hear what's going on, but this is a little too important for us to be out of the room.
I apologize, Madam Chair, but Mr. Weiner, I only have one copy of the zoning designation. Do you want me to have copies for each of the commissioners?
I thought that there they are, yes. I have one more comprehensive plan if you run out, so. Actually, I have one more of each. Oh,
Mr. Weiner, are you ready to continue?
One other thing, Ms. Linden, I only have one of these. This is Chapter 4 of your development applications. If you remember, this is the one that is not available, one of the ones that are not available on your website. I guess you're having disability issues with posting these. This is Chapter 4. I only have one copy. I can read from it. I don't know whether or not they can possibly source their code during this presentation, but and I don't know if it's necessary, but again, this is a copy of your own code because we had no other way of obtaining it or reading it. I'll keep it here. I don't think it's a necessity. If any of you should have curiosity about your code or your comprehensive plan, I am sure there's a way for you to source this material.
I'm not sure whether there was a question there for me.
I didn't know if you wanted to see this or give it out or I'll be
Madam Chair.
referring to it.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Mr. Weiner's opportunity to make his presentation
All right.
however he wishes. So if he
Thank you.
wants
We're still not running the clock because of all the exhibits, so we need to restart the clock. Are you ready, Mr.?
I'm ready.
Weiner? Okay.
So if you've noticed, we've had some confusion. Again, I don't know your numbering system, but take a look at the report. This is the December 12th report from Ms. Couteau. And what she says is land use atlas map request from RUR PDO, rural residential with planned development, to RUR PDO, rural residential with a planned development overlay. And then, of course, in parentheses, on the first one is golf course, and on the second one is single family up to 85 residential units. I will show you that we have no consistency whatsoever with respect to the beginning zoning. And in my letter of October 2, you will find almost 15 maps where we tried to find in your own code anything that said RUR-PDO. Look, one of the problems is that unfortunately, there's a belief that code provisions can just be in memories. You can't make a decision like that. There's a written code. We're going to look at the written code. That system is not a system that you can act on. She goes on to say the request to amend the land development LDC Atlas map and the Pine Ridge Unit 3 master plan. That's what she's doing here. There is no PUD. The request on page 2, she says, what are we doing? The request is to change the master plan designation from golf course to single family residential up to 85 lots. Now there's some discussion of PUD, but, and I can go over it in more detail later. Your chapter 4 on planned unit developments, they don't even have a complete application in. Now I'm hoping I'll have time, but I will read you some of the requirements before you can even begin to look at a PUD, and they are not done here tonight. So we are not doing a PUD. And in fact, look at your own suggested ordinance. It's not suggested for PUD. It begins with something similar to what Ms. Couteau said, a request to amend a land development code atlas map. Now, let me get into my presentation in chief. So I thank you, and I'm sorry for the lack of familiarity with the number situation, but everything is here tonight. And I appreciate all the consideration that has been given to my clients and myself. Attorney Stilwell has remarked that the parties in opposition requested a formal quasi-judicial hearing in one of his letters to you. It's not our request. This is what is required. Quasi-judicial hearings are required by Florida rulings. There's a reason for this. In making such decisions as one you are about to make, the courts state that you act not on a notion or a whim. They ask that you sit as quasi-judges. You're judged tonight. It's a rule of law. You're following procedures. And it's not a mere inclination. Might be good for the area, might not. But you first have to get over what are the proper procedures and what you're supposed to do. Then you can look at the pretty pictures. Your code and your comprehensive plan count. And it's the code that you've enacted and put up on your websites and which has been reviewed, not notions that might be remembered from the past. With that in mind, the application must be measured on a standard of whether it meets code criteria and whether it meets the policies and objectives and goals of the comprehensive plan. In order to do that analysis, we must first determine what is being changed. And as I've already pointed out to you, yeah, we're pretty fuzzy on that. We don't even know that. Unfortunately, there is no clarity as to where the applicant wishes to begin or where the applicant wishes to end. But we'll start at the beginning. And as I pointed out, the staff report says it's RUR PDO. PDO stands for Planned Development Overlay. We asked again and again in public information requests, there is no planned development overlay. You have the master plan, that's it. It's nothing else. The attachment of the staff report refers to also an RUR PUD. I don't know what that is, but it's not a PDO. As we said, PUDs stand for Planned Unit Developments. The applicant's submissions are different once again. Notice when Mr. Pigeon was here, what has he submitted to you? He submitted to you maps with RUR all over it. No slashes, no PDOs, no PUDs, no nothing. The county zoning map is established on your county's appraiser's website, which is where you go, shows it as RUR. By the way, the local code states that your county maps are the maps establishing your atlas maps. That's what establishes your zoning. For reference, 2100A of the Land Use Code. Therefore, as a starting point, we do not really know where we're beginning. The staff report is internally consistent. The applicant is consistent. Mr. Stillwell was confused. In addition, their expert actually, and I don't know where the page is, you'll have to look at the expert's report, refers to the property as AA/PDO. I don't know, when I read that one, I was really enthralled. I couldn't believe we had another bit of alphabet soup on all of this. Therefore, there's nothing consistent. That's the package of materials that I've given you so that you can see for yourself what the applications and what has been said. So let's see where we're going to end. So as I've said, we know that they want to change this atlas map, the ones that we've given you, the one from 1974 and 1994. The staff report does mention a PUD. The staff report is inconsistent, though, in that they do not actually say that a PUD is being passed tonight, nor does the ordinance that you are received. So as to the applicant, he once did actually ask for a PUD, but then he went on to say that all he really needs is an amendment to this master plan. So the ending remains in confusion. No one has said anything about changing the RUR zoning, and I'll link that up in a moment. So without any clarity, let's see, and maybe we can begin on the things we agree upon. We agree upon the fact that the golf course is within a master plan that was enacted in accordance with laws that were in place in 1971, and then in 1974, where the state land use law created a system for something called developments of regional impact. It was lifted into that system. That's the particular master plan. It's been grandfathered in as a result of that. All right. We agree that the best depiction of that master plan is the depiction that we've been giving out tonight. We received a complete copy of the plan, and that's what I've given you so that you can see the legends. We agree that the master plan was controlled by the state for regulating DRIs and was changed on numerous occasions. Mr. Stillwell's put that in the record, usually to get something called not a substantial deviation so that someone could do what they wanted to do. We agree that the system ended with the modification of Chapter 380 in the Florida State Statutes as of April 9, 2018. The most significant changes were in 380.067A. The state statute change simply says this:
any proposed change may be reviewed, so the state isn't doing it anymore, may be reviewed by local government based upon standards and procedures in its adopted local comprehensive plan and adopted local development regulations. We gotta look at the ones that are adopted, and we gotta look at 2 of them. The staff and the applicant have you believe that this project can be reviewed in a series of steps, and all it must do right now is just showing something well-intentioned, possibly some modification of zoning, possibly a PUD, possibly a PDO, possibly something else. There's no clarity. There is no code provision cited for this type of procedure. You don't have it in your code to do it this way. Maybe it's the way they've done it in the past. Maybe it's the way they remember it. Maybe it's even a custom in some other place. But you don't have a code provision saying that it's possible to do that way. You must review a change and review all standards and procedures in your comprehensive plan and all standards and procedures in your local code. That's because of the state statute. So you're silent at the local level. The state statute says do it. And any other memories or possibilities of what they're doing in other jurisdictions, that's of lesser value to you. This is especially true when you do not know if you are changing a PUD, modifying a PUD, changing the zoning designation, approving a land use, or modifying a master plan. As a quasi-judicial hearing, let's see if these standards and procedures have been met. And we'll start with your land development code. The staff refers to about 6 ordinances. Most of them have to do with transportation, that's fine. There's one reference to a PUD zone ordinance that's of a general application. But section 4003A gives submittal requirements for a residential PUD, and if I have time afterwards, I'll walk you through all of them. They aren't met. It calls for all proposed physical improvements, including existing and proposed buildings, driveways, water bodies, wetlands, and distances of any improvements from the boundaries of the property have to be submitted. That's not submitted. And it's a requirement. This was not done. So you can't begin to do PUD analysis tonight. Second missing item is an analysis of section 2402, and it describes RUR zoning. Remember, that's your Atlas map category. That's the one. Not anything else that could be. Your code says that residential use in RUR is at a maximum density of 1 unit per 10 acres. That's it. 212 acres, 21, maybe 22 houses. There's a system that you could possibly get 1 unit to 5 acres, but you have to show a lot of stuff. We haven't even discussed that tonight. So under your zoning, you cannot grant this tonight. There is an assertion by the applicant that zoning is merely a placeholder. It only demonstrates their confusion with their request. You can't put the cart before the horse. You can't change the master plan only. And you haven't even really addressed this zoning. You're violating your own RUR. And remember, the state section 380 requires you that you do them all together. If you wish to increase density, you've got to go over both those hurdles, your code and your comprehensive plan. There is no legal basis for labeling zoning as a mere placeholder. If you think it's the wrong zoning, then you act on it tonight, and you act on it along with your change to the master plan. But they didn't apply for that. They didn't ask for it. You can't start now. Thirdly missing, the development criteria of section 3560A of the LDC requires copies of professionally prepared biological survey to document the presence of affected wildlife and native plant communities. That we only have preliminary reports. We have out-of-date reports. They know that tortoise gopher reports expire in 90 days. We don't have it tonight. The application is missing an analysis of 4002A and B, which says no development allowed by this code shall be established, changed, or altered until there is first on file, approved by the county action, a site development plan, or preliminary subdivision plat for such premises. No development shall be established, changed, or altered without this. It's not here tonight. Fifth, concurrency is not properly documented. It fails to analyze section 6050 that states that all new development shall be designed such that post-development stormwater runoff shall be equal to or less than pre-development runoff. We don't have a calculation of pre-development runoff yet. Sixth, the application is missing an analysis of section 8300, which is the portion of the chapter of your code entitled Concurrency Management. Section 8300A says that no final development order shall be issued or granted by any board, commission, department, or agency or county unless that criteria is met. Specifically, section 8300D says that concurrency considerations relating to developments of regional impacts must be reviewed in accordance with Florida State Chapter 380, the one that I keep harping on. You must, concurrency considerations relating to developments were in a regional impact, that's what that map is, must be reviewed in accordance with Chapter 380. This has not been done. Chapter 11105 states that if the land is part of a previously platted subdivision, we've been talking about the plat, it is part of a plat, then a replat is required. Didn't mention it. So in summary, numerous ones have been avoided, not analyzed, and aren't here before you. But let's get to the important part and why I handed out the comprehensive plan. Because there's more of those than there were the ordinances. So I need you to help keep track of those, please. So the applicant and his counsel, they barely discussed the comprehensive plan. And I understand Ms. Craig's background, but she said she reviewed it. But you tell me if these comprehensive plan provisions don't have anything to do with what we're doing tonight and shouldn't have been brought up or analyzed by you. But let's go through them. There's at least 11. Policy 2.1.6 says the county shall consider citizen input in order to assess parks and recreation community. Citizen input. You have to listen tonight to these people. Now, I know about a bunch of cases that say, you know, we've got a bunch of individuals who have degrees, but you went farther in your comprehensive plan. You went to the point of saying, I don't care about that. I'm going to consider citizen input. I don't know why I'm bringing this up. Considering citizen input for assessing parks? Policy 2.2.1 says the county shall coordinate efforts with government agencies to secure the purchase of open space. There's no testimony on that. Who's been working on this? Are there any efforts to secure this? We've talked about some, but not really. Not with other government agencies. Nothing's been done. Third, 2.3.2 says the calculation of recreation and open space shall not include drainage buffer areas or related utilitarian facilities that do not provide active recreation. Again, we don't know whether this conservation element actually provides recreation area. We don't know what else is going on in it. If it's being used because it also is being used for drainage, you can't count it. Objection fourth, 2.4 says the county will continue to coordinate with the private sector to provide and improve, please look at that word, improve recreational opportunities for all residents. There's nothing about improvement with respect to this particular proposal. Policy 2.5.1 says that all new parks and recreation facilities will be constructed with appropriate access ways. We've already talked about the fact that we don't really know what's happening in terms of the access to this particular property. We do not know if the conservation area is open to the public. We don't know who's paying for its maintenance. But if it's only just assisting 85 individual homes and that's it, that's not recreation. Sixth, objective 3.9, the county shall implement measures to identify and protect ecological communities and threatened wildlife. We've skipped the environmental report, or we've got an out-of-date one. 3.9.5, habitat mitigation criteria shall be designed to provide net positive improvement to affected species. Has anyone come to this microphone and said, I'm going to help out the gopher tortoises? There is going to be a net positive improvement. Why is this being skipped over? Why couldn't Ms. Craig see it? Why couldn't Ms. Couteau see it? You got to deal with it. Eighth, Policy 3.9.9 says the county will continue to encourage private landowners to use the best available management practices to protect habitat. Did we cover that? Did anybody say about what they're going to do in order to protect habitat and what the best management services are? Policy 17.1 states the county shall have detailed provisions to implement the comprehensive plan, including at a minimum tree protection, protection of environmentally sensitive lands, protection of natural and historic resources. It's up to an applicant to go read the comprehensive plan and say, don't worry, I am going to do these things. Instead, they don't even bring them up. They're just ignored. Now, that policy 17.3.21 is interesting, that Mrs. Craig talked about. It says, so with respect to density intensity standards set forth as to RMU shall apply only to new areas of proposed RMU and shall not be applied to DRIs and other previously approved large-scale developments. In other words, you have a future land use map of RMU on top of all of this. You have a zoning of RUR, but you have a comprehensive plan policy that says in 17.3.21, don't let that overdevelopment of RMU apply to old sites with old master plans like this. We haven't even thought about how it is that this is really confronted and what it possibly means. It could mean that maybe it's never changed. But you know what? Mr. Dick should have done his due diligence even more than he said and testified that he did do, because that provision is in here. And it is a bit of a mystery, but the mystery isn't explained tonight. This is a shame. Policy 3.3.3 states the county shall require that recreation and open space areas maintained in private ownership be adequately operated and maintained. I think I blew that one up. It's rather large print. Let me read it one more time. The county shall require that recreation and open space areas retained in private ownership be adequately operated and maintained. Once Mr. Dix bought it, he's got to adequately operate it and maintain it. And you're required to make him do that. And that's what your comprehensive plan says. Now look, maybe these aren't good comprehensive plan provisions and maybe nobody wants to do them and maybe there's all. Why are we reading this now? And we're only getting around to rebuttals. You can't pass this tonight. You haven't considered it until I brought it up. And on its face, what does it say? Require recreation and open spaces be adequately maintained and operated. Even if everything else I said had no application to the matter at hand, the existence of these comprehensive plan provisions, and especially those last two, and a failure to even examine them means that the request of the applicant cannot pass. I got some cases. I do. We should. I mean, we're in the state of Florida. These are judicial pronouncements. So there's a case called Machado versus Musgrove, and it was decided in the 3rd District in 1987. A local comprehensive land use plan is statutorily mandated legislative plan to control and direct the use and development of property within a county or municipality. Under section 163.31671, that's the state statutes on land planning. The plan is likened to a constitution for all future development within the governmental boundary. Zoning goes on. Zoning, on the other hand, is the means by which comprehensive plan is implemented and involves the exercise of discretionary powers within the limits imposed by the comprehensive plan. It is zoning that an action, not an action, not in accordance with the comprehensive plan, is ultra vires. In other words, it doesn't count. So even if you say that you want to pass it, it would be beyond your powers to pass it. Now, there is this mention of the property rights element, and I actually
that's in my little booklet for you as well. I copied the whole provision, it's one page. And I'm glad it's mentioned because it mentions, read it. I'll slow down for a bit. The county shall consider the rights of its citizens as well as the applicants regarding decisions to be considered under its code and comprehensive plan. The citizens are protected by the code and comprehensive plan. Maybe that's why there's so many of them here tonight. Therefore, my clients deserve protection as to their privacy, their testimony, as to the physical control of their land, their testimony, as to their personal use, their testimony. You'll find those words used in this particular section. I know you heard complaints that the applicant deserves to have protection as to his reasonable investment-backed expectations. And that's a phrase from a United States Supreme Court, Penn Central case. It's been batted around on many other Nolan Dolan cases, all the taking cases. We don't have that situation here tonight. The principle of law has never been used when government fails to take a requested action. It's when government takes something from you. You're not required to give something. Think this through for a moment, okay? Mr. Dix knew the master plan had the restrictions on the golf course when he bought it. Did he reasonably believe your decisions tonight were a foregone conclusion? Did he believe that he could insist that you remove this restriction? Well, he shouldn't have done that. It's rather presumptuous. Is that a reasonable expectation? Does this mean every time someone buys property and he believes he might get a zoning change, he can sue you for the loss of value if he doesn't get what he expects? Really? Is that what we're doing? What does this mean for the proffered conservation area that's in perpetuity? Someone comes along and buys it, it's got conservation easement on it. Wait, I can't do anything with it. I have protected rights. It's in their comprehensive plan. I'm going to go up there and I'm going to tell them, sorry, can't use it for anything. Time to change it. His argument proves too much. Even if you should vote for it tonight and say he has some rights under that, then you can't talk about the conservation easement being there. And these people are right to be uncomfortable about what it is that you're reviewing. There's only one party threatening you with a lawsuit for damages and money. That's not what we're doing. We have protected rights for the citizens. It's just as much, more than the protected rights for the applicant who's saying you have to do an affirmative thing to help me out. Lastly, I'd like you to take a look at the expert opinion. I have a copy. It's the last page. It has a little star next to it. I don't know what page it would be in your report, but it is in her report. And it refers to policy 2.3.2 in the comprehensive plan. It is freely admitted in her report that this policy that you should follow is from a prior comprehensive plan. And it has been replaced in its entirety by the statement that I read to you earlier in this presentation. This is an incredible statement from an expert. Maybe it has some kind of use, but if you went to the trouble of replacing it with something else that said 180 degrees different than what says in the old report, no one can come and tell you that my old report is more important than the report that is online, the one we read, and the one you replaced. You took the time to rescind the policy. That's the policy you should follow. So, let me try to summarize. The old DRI system has been abandoned. The new DRI system says you comply with all local codes and all provisions of the comprehensive plan. Makes sense. The applicant and staff want you to ignore their own zoning maps. The actions they are asking you to perform are not actions required to be performed under the system that replaced the state system. The only required way to get to where they want to go is to do all of them. Follow the code, follow the comprehensive plan. The answers proffered that we've heard are not supported by law, and some are quite honestly outrageous. The testimony of the citizens cannot be disregarded, certainly where the comprehensive plan says that you will give it regard. There is no compensation for not getting what you think you deserve. You can't let that happen.
There is no approval of any kind that you can grant where you can ignore specific provisions in your code. There is no approval that you can grant that ignores specific provisions in your comprehensive plan. I'm sorry that I had to bring them up here tonight, this late in the proceedings. They should have been examined, detailed. There's no time to debate them. If he comes back up to the microphone and says, I have answers to all of this, they are not. These things have to be vetted, and they never were. And some of them in their plain English language say that things haven't been done. And you can't avoid that plain English language. So, down to about 4 minutes. Who knows, you get rid of me maybe even earlier then. Let me look at 4,300. Because this goes to PUDs. I really don't understand, Ms. Coteau, I'm sorry, but if you wanted to change a PUD, you should have said that this was an action for a PUD, and I would have just thought that you would have gone through something called 4301 PUD Development Application Procedures. Every single one of them. Pre-application conference, application, a petition for PUD must be submitted in accordance with the general requirements for amendments set forth in this chapter. Statements identifying the owners of all the property. Then below that are subsections B, A, B, C, D. The applicant will file with the county copies of any condominium prospectus and corresponding letters of approvals from the state. The applicant will bind all successors of the applicant to such agreement. Do we have that? How important is that if we're doing this conservation easement? Oh, we didn't do it. The general concept plan and an appropriate scale showing the character, extent, and general location of buildings and outdoor uses, including open space, recreation, parking areas, public facilities, buffers, blah, blah, blah. You've got some maps, Pigeon's giving you some, but not with the detail called for here. And then there's a approval procedure after that. Following the receipt of the completed application, it may be reviewed by county staffs and by other agencies as requested by county staff. Within 7 days of the applicant submitting an application to Citrus County, the county will advise the application of information. None of that has happened. And you're going to vote with something that mentions a PUD, sort of a PUD? I don't think you can do that. 4303 General Standards for PUD Developments. There should have been tonight accounted for A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We haven't even begun to discuss them. Look, I'm probably beating a dead horse already. Let me finish with one thing. Let's see. This is the case of Avery versus the City of North Miami Beach. Let me do this right. Those who own property and live in residential areas have a legitimate and protectable interest in the preservation of the character of their neighborhood, which may not be infringed by an unreasonable or arbitrary act of government. And it quotes another case, Alapata County Association. Zoning ordinances are enacted to protect citizens from losing their economic investment. Citizens losing their economic investment, what Ms. Sweet said. Or the comfort and enjoyment of their homes by the encroachment of commercial development by an unreasonable or arbitrary act of government. Thus, the burden is upon the landowner who is seeking a rezoning, special exception, conditional use permit, variance, site approval, etc., to demonstrate that his petition or application complies with reasonable procedural requirements of the applicable ordinance. We haven't done that so far. And the use sought is consistent with the applicable comprehensive zoning plan. We haven't done that so far. It's not an unbalanced contest. Your citizens and residents have rights. Under the circumstances, look, this is not the end. This does not mean that this land is worth zero. They obviously can come back. Let them do it the right way. Let them come back and review those comprehensive plan provisions and tell you what they mean. Thank you very much for your time.
Madam Chair, could he just read the last statement? Is that possible? He said it started commercial development.
Mm-hmm.
Your very last paragraph.
Yeah.
You're very fast for this Florida girl.
No, it's not. This one happened to have a case that involved commercial development. So
Right.
it says the burden is upon the landowner who is seeking a zoning special exception, conditional use permit, variance site plan approval to demonstrate that his or her petition or application complies with reasonable procedural requirements of the applicable ordinance and that the use sought is consistent with the applicable comprehensive zoning plan.
It was your last.
Conditional, hold on, I know there is a word like that in here. I'll read it from the beginning.
You know, it was the very, very end. It's your last thing you said.
Is consistent
burden.
with the, well, I'll read the last sentence. That's what I meant to say. So the burden is upon the landowner who is seeking a rezoning, special exception, conditional use permit, variance, site plan approval, et cetera, to demonstrate that his petition or application complies with reasonable procedural requirements of the applicable ordinance and that the use sought is consistent with the applicable comprehensive plan. I don't know, maybe the court reporter can read me back. I'm trying to see if the word commercial is in here. If I misspoke, oh, it's in the line above that. Zoning ordinances are enacted to protect citizens from losing their economic investment or the comfort and enjoyment of their homes by the encroachment of commercial development by an unreasonable or arbitrary act of government. This particular case was about commercial. But I can tell you, regardless of whether it's commercial or residential, the citizens deserve their rights.
Thank you.
Mr. Stillwell, would you like to cross-examine?
I think he was kind enough to say that I wasn't cross-examining him and he wasn't cross-examining me.
No, we also had Ms. South and Mr. Walzer, right? Yep.
We get to ask them questions and we get to ask the attorney questions. Right? I'm sorry, this isn't important.
That's why I keep saying Madam Attorney, because she's got to keep us on the straight and narrow. Did you give that note to Doug? Thank you. Okay. So, Ms. Katu, do you want to address anything?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I didn't hear what Mr. Stillwell said. Is he not addressing the?
He is not cross-examining Ms. South and Mr. Walzer. Okay, so are we all the way up to open to the public, or where are we?
If you need to give the board an opportunity to ask questions of any of the applicant's case.
The applicant.
I apologize, the intervener's case.
Okay.
Which
Commissioner
would be Walzer, South, or?
Yep. Commissioner Finnegan, Commissioner Bays, Commissioner Schleybaugh. And when you're done, we are going into recess so we can stretch our legs and hit the facilities.
Is it short? Mrs.
South.
South. I knew it was an S. I just have an easy question, if you don't mind coming to the mic. And I also have for Mr. Walzer. It's like Schlabach. It's hard. A really easy question. I know you're on Mallow's circle, but where are you on the circle?
Can I approach you?
Please.
I'm number 12, S12.
S12. Do you know your lot number, Miss South? Oh, you might know. No? Okay, will you show me where you live? So you're 12?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh. Yeah, can
Do
you?
it on that one because it's got the lot number, I believe.
We're on 2 then. We're on lot number 2.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to see where it was incorrect?
Lot number 2
Yes.
on Mallow Circle?
No, I am on Elkham Boulevard. Mr. Walzer's on Mallow Circle.
He's number 12. And you're number,
2 on Elkham Boulevard. It's
I see, I got it right here. You're right here. You're right here.
no, I am here. Right there.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and then for the attorney, I have a couple questions. Thank you. I know you were given a limited time, but you were very fast. And on policy of our comprehensive plan, policy 2.16, what was the heading of this comprehensive plan?
I may not have that. I think
Chapter 2.
Attorney Lynn may be able to access it.
The reason
If I got
why-
my phone out, I could probably.
That's right.
I think I have a.
You don't know the answers. Okay, so now the next one is objective 3.9, and it's wildlife. That's what I was getting at.
Right.
And it says, do you believe that this course is, from this evidence, is an ecological community, the golf course? Because you were reading about it, but
Yeah.
that states
Yeah.
that this
Well, you
portion of the
see-
chapter.
You see, the applicant should have come forward and said they're not. I'm the one who brought it forward and said, I think we got to take a look at it. And I'm very glad you're taking a look at it now. But we don't have any answers when someone comes to the phone in a rebuttal, no new evidence. So at this point, all that we can do is say, we don't know the answer to that particular comprehensive plan question. That's it. That's my point.
Well, I do.
Well, that's
And
nice that you have personal knowledge.
I'm just saying that, I just wanted to know if you were stating that that golf course is an ecological community.
How would we know if in fact the gopher tortoise evidence is out of date? Again, I don't mean to have, it's.
I was just, it was
It's
part of
good,
your,
'cause I
you
don't
went
have to
so
prove the point.
fast that I wasn't sure what you were.
We don't have to prove the point. Unfortunately, somebody else did not.
Okay. I just, well, the reason why I'm getting to that is because in your evidence, you stated quite a bit, sensitive land and DRIs and.
Well, we know it's a DRI. Everybody, both sides have said it's a DRI.
Okay. Okay. And then your expert opinion letter, I couldn't find that and you went too fast for me. So do you know where that was in what you sent? Was it?
My October 2nd letter.
I found that.
Yeah. The only portion of that I was referring to was the fact that the master plan map I submitted, but it wasn't a very good copy. So I did want to give you a good copy. It is the same as Ms. Couteau put as part of her staff report. I was just giving you the legends, which for one reason or another, maybe the map was too big, had been cut from them.
So you did bring up expert opinions in your argument, and I just couldn't find where what you were saying was in this evidence. You were saying that we have to consider the expert's opinion.
Well, we can read my October 2nd letter
Okay.
and we can read my December 19th letter, but I said that you had to comply with your comprehensive plan somewhere in those letters.
Right.
And
Okay.
that's my expert opinion. You must comply with your comprehensive plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you were speaking, I thought you were like I said, sorry, you were very fast, but you said you were reading something very fast from an expert, and you said we have to consider this expert opinion, and I just couldn't find
I might
it.
have been talking about Ms. Craig's opinion. Ms. Craig has a portion of her report which says that the former comprehensive plan should be more important than the present comprehensive plan. I don't have all the pages memorized, and I apologize.
Okay. Well, I just was hoping you could clear that up for me, but thank you. Thank you so much for
right.
your presentation.
You're welcome.
Did you want me to answer that?
Yes, please. The first question?
What was the code section? I've pulled the
It was
codes.
a starting of the 2. Now I've lost it again. It's objective 2 point.
It was the,
2.16.
Okay.
2.1.6.
So goals, objectives, and policies. Goal number 2 is provide a variety of parks, recreational facilities, and programs and open space areas available to all residents and visitors of Citrus County. Then underneath that, it says park and recreation facilities. And then it starts objective 2.1 on down to 2.1.6.
Okay.
So you're asking me, I think, for the parks and recreation facilities title.
Okay.
No?
So this was brought up, but this is a golf course. Is it a park or is it a golf course?
I was just reading the title.
Okay. It's getting late. Okay.
if we don't, do we have anything further?
No, ma'am.
Okay, board, do you want 10-minute break, 15? What do you want?
It's gonna be a long 15.
Pardon?
15.
She says 15, he says 5, I say 10.
He's a man. He can do things in
We're
5.
recessing for 10. Reconvene this meeting. Okay. Madam Chair, do you have anything to say on open to the public, or shall I just carry on?
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, you've elevated me. I have nothing.
Okay.
Just,
it's
you
been a
know,
long day.
everyone needs to remember when they come up to please identify their name, their full address, and whether or not they've been sworn previously. That would be great. Oh, and I guess we have numbers. Madam Clerk, what number are we starting at?
That would be an Elaine question. I was not passing out numbers. Do you know?
Who's running numbers? Doug?
54 folks signed up for open to the public. 54. I don't know where they're located, but we got 54 people.
Okay.
54 people, he's saying.
Mrs. South?
Miss South?
Ms. South, I believe I'm supposed to be running the meeting. Or possibly Madam Attorney, since I just gave her a demotion to chair.
I was like, Miss South, you go.
Okay, as a reminder, sound tremendously carries up here, so everyone needs to be, what did the teachers always say? Put your quiet voice on or be quiet. Inside voice. Actually, less than that, even whispers. I can hear everything everyone's saying on the wall, so please, 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 please. We would like to get out of here while it's still PM and not AM. Okay, so, no, I'm running the meeting, okay? So, 3 minutes, please watch the timer so I don't have to rudely cut you off. It will go yellow, 1 minute out, so you'll have 2 minutes of green, you will have 1 minute of yellow on those 3 dots at the top. When you hit red, a very rude noise will be emitted and it'll turn red. And then possibly there'll be an ejection button that might land you in a parallel universe. Please address me as the chair. Please speak into the microphone, and as Madam Attorney said, your full name, full address, and whether you were sworn in. I doubt any of you are, or very many of you are here as the official sole representative of an organization with a letter on file that has a dog in this hunt. I would assume that would probably only be the POA. If you do have a letter on file with us, you get 5 minutes and you need to let me know ahead of time. So second vice chair who's running the timer will give you 5 minutes. And again, it'll still be a 1 minute sum up. Did I miss anything?
I believe you covered it all, Madam
All
Chair.
right.
First speaker, please.
The Pine Ridge Story A1. Good evening. I would like to thank the county commissioners, the great state of Florida, and the United States for giving us, the people, a platform for presenting our position. My name is Kieran Resch. I live on Mallows Circle. I took the oath. Madam Chair and Commissioners, Pine Ridge is our story. It's not about a piece of land. It's about the people that live on the land. Your people, your constituents. We need someone to hear us and making a decision for us. That couldn't happen at the PDC hearing because development favors developers. There's a pattern. One savvy individual, Commissioner Scragg, voted no, understanding that the application is not consistent. We are here as an organized group. We have learned from our collective experience at the PDC hearing in July, and we are pushing back on the narrative and misinformation that was presented. Specifically, A, the course was strongly supported by members. I was one of them. I stopped playing golf at Pine Ridge because the owner stopped maintaining it. B, the course was not for sale in the open market. Multiple parties registered and tried to bid at auction, but were shut out. C, the property rights, who's come first? The community 11,000 in place for 50 years or a newcomer wanting to change the rules? D, we reject the assertion that pre-existing communities have been retrofitted to accommodate a brand new community. This is not compatible. Please listen as the following speakers, each in a separate 3-minute segment, informs or rebuts testimonies from Mr. Dixon Stillwell. This is a community response separate from a legal response because you represent us. My wife and I live on the golf course. We've learned no matter where one lives in Pine Ridge, we'll all lose property values if you vote to remove our master plan protection. This means less taxes for the county. According to the property appraiser, the tax value of the highlighted property has already decreased 25%, and that starts the domino effect. You'll hear more about that soon. You'll hear many references to Mr. Dick's book, How to Buy and Sell Real Estate for Financial Freedom. Here is one very important quote which sets the stage. We quote, "As it turns out, our gut feeling was right. The lots proved to be the best lots in the area. We came up with a unique marketing plan. Ultimately, we didn't build our houses after all."
I'm sorry, your time has expired. That's why I said, please watch the timer. Otherwise, there'll be an ejection button.
Okay, I only have
Thank
one
you.
more sentence. I was just going to say thank you.
And we
Okay.
need his name, address, and whether he was sworn.
He did all that at the beginning.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Please watch the timer because I'm a Southern girl and I hate to be rude, but if I don't cut people off, it really will be AM.
And Madam Chairman, he did say he lives on Mallows Circle, but he didn't give us where, but that's all right, so if they could
Okay.
give us their
Full
full
address,
address.
please.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frank Lovell, 2816 East Hampshire Street in Inverness. I've been sworn. I'm speaking for a friend in Pine Ridge who's absent due to illness. Is there a comprehensive plan B2? Madam Chair and Commissioners, everyone thinks they know the comprehensive plan. It's also referred to as a master plan, but we wanted to be sure we're on the same page. There was a history before the plan as recognized in the August 3rd, 1999 letter from the state obtained from Mrs. Kudo. It's interesting the letter from the state should have been addressed to Mr. Clark Stillwell. He's everywhere. Deltona began development and platting Pine Ridge in 1971. It was registered with the Division of Florida Land Sales in September 1972. Subsequently, the Florida Department of Community Affairs determined Pine Ridge had vested rights pursuant to statute and plat approvals received prior to 1973. Public offerings in February 1972 reflected that Pine Ridge subdivisions, units 1 through 3, consisted of 4,832 home sites, and that amongst other recreational facilities and amenities, 222 acres were set aside for an 18-hole golf course and country club to be located in the Country Club Estates neighborhood. The development survey submitted with Deltona's request for vested rights status reiterated the country club's section had 1 acre home sites, all of which surround an 18-hole golf course. Through the years, public offering statements continued to refer to the 18-hole golf course. Although the language varied, successors continued to protect and refer to an 18-hole golf course on approximately 222 acres. This was also true in sale, over sale until Shanti and Dix. What does this mean? Simply, before the existence of the Citrus Comprehensive Plan, such as it is, the Mackel brothers platted and the state protected an 18-hole golf course. Roads and home sites were designed around the links layout within Pine Ridge Country Club Estates. The original plan had 4,832 home and golf course sites, which were bound together in literature. The plan was to first build the equestrian center and then golf community in the same 1.8 square miles. The Mackles were ahead of their time. The equestrian facilities and the golf course were built as key amenities to Pine Ridge Estates some 10 years apart. They have been protected by the state and county through today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nice way to stick the landing. Next speaker, please. You got big shoes to fill on that timing.
My name is Violet Langeri. I live at 5214 North Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge. I have been sworn in. The Comprehensive Plan C3. Madam Chairman and Commissioners, the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan Land Development Code illustrates the purpose and intent of the LDC. Every entry is important, but here are excerpts as they apply today. Quote, C, conserving the value of land, buildings, and resources and protecting landowners from adverse impacts of adjoining developments. D, protecting the character and maintaining the stability of residential, agricultural, business, industrial, recreation, and public areas, close quote. So the LDC emphasizes protecting character and stability of residential, recreation, and public land. Because the BOCC authorized the LDC and its intent, Pine Ridge is already protected from the adverse impact of this development. In fact, the state and the county have protected residents and the Pine Ridge Golf Course for 52 years. This is exactly what a master plan and land development code is supposed to do. As you will hear in our 3-minute intervals, there is no reason to change it now. In fact, removing the master plan protection would be the opposite of the plan itself. It begs the question, why have a plan at all if the whim of any developer causes residents to have to defend their way of life, their family, and their most prized possession, their home? Although the PDC board was a learning process for us, we now understand that they were limited in what they could do. They were required to vote based on what the staff provided. Staff works with developers, helping them comply with LDC standards. What they couldn't do is measure the community impact. This is reserved legislative responsibility of the BOCC. So here we are, respectfully asking you to uphold and codify the intents and purposes of the LDC. Many of us are retired cops, firefighters, and other first responders. We came whenever you called. Now we call on you. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent job. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Amy Danielson. I live at 5690 Carnation Drive in Pine Ridge. I've been sworn in. Disparate impact continued, C3A. Madam Chair and Commissioners, on July 20th, we heard about consistency, compatibility, and concurrency. You know from our emails and letters, it was frustrating, it was outrageous. It's as though the decision by the BOCC would be a formality. Consistency. There's nothing consistent about this proposed development. It's outside the accepted master plan and would be separate from Pine Ridge Estates. There's no similar subdivision within Pine Ridge. Starting there, it is the very definition of inconsistent. They could point to Black Diamond as land once in Pine Ridge. It was, but it's not in the center of Pine Ridge and has its access from outside using 491. It's separate, distinct, with its own culture, good for their residents on and off their courses. Existing Pine Ridge homes are unique, custom-built, and are consistent with each other. They're on 1 to 10 acre properties. To place a separate and distinct subdivision inside an already thriving community creates the very inconsistency they want you to believe is consistent. Defense in an area creating a private enclave creates a disparate area no matter how polished you make the gates. It won't look like Pine Ridge and won't be what is Pine Ridge. Another major inconsistency is that residents wouldn't be paying dues to our POA or be responsible to our deed restrictions or covenants. And keep in mind, the green space they allude to on the acreage they set aside is already existing green space. We all know the phrase, if you believe that, I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. They aren't giving anything to Pine Ridge we don't already have. By building 85 structures, they reduce existing green space by 40% or so. The bottom line, they don't add anything to Pine Ridge. It's deception on top of deception and eliminates residents' access to their 222 acres of green space enjoyed for 52 years. Yes, it's our golf course, but it's been our recreational area, our walking area, our running area, our picnic area, and our bird watching area. It is our habitat. More on that soon. We had parties and gatherings. We could go to the Middle Land and watch the stars. Don't be fooled by the slick renderings in their slideshow. It takes away everything and adds nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have been sworn in. My name is Matthew Grant. I live at 5454 North Alamandra Drive in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is under compatibility. Imagine a world where you're secure in your home and overnight you aren't. This is where we are. So here are some questions. Think of the answers as a current homeowner on the golf course or even as someone off the course. All are impacted. We're just the tip of the spear. Would you want either a house or a road or both placed behind the home you paid extra for to have the privilege of being on the course? Maybe for the view, to see friends and neighbors and golfers that you know, to enjoy nature and more. It's been yours to enjoy. It's why you bought it. It's why you paid extra. I'm on the golf course and this is my retirement home and I put my life savings into it. Unexpected houses abutting your back garden closer than the street out front, and construction build-outs occurring over 5 years. 5 years. Think of every kind of construction vehicle, earth movers, bulldozers, tractor trailers disrupting the peace and quiet for 5 years. Keep in mind, Pine Ridge corner homes could now have streets on 3 sides. No longer a corner, a peninsula. 3 side corners add premium to the premium. And it would destroy the existing sprinkler system and would end any hope of a golf course. Would you have purchased your golf home if you knew the future meant no golf? How could you expect to eventually sell at the same or more money, which is the norm? Would you want your neighbors across the fence, some at elevations 10 to 20 feet higher, looking down into your backyard, garden, pool, patio, and into your home? Would you have bought this property a house? Think of a 2-story house, 15 feet setbacks. The houses were placed on in here, but we don't. Shows unobstructed views looking toward the course, which won't exist. Dana is 6 foot and holding up his hand to show the elevating, graduating increase in height. If you couldn't imagine yourself in your own home, think of yourself in ours. The answer to the questions are just common sense, but we can't answer. Our fate is in your hands, and we respectfully ask you to apply the common sense for us. Keep in mind, many homes were built as far back as possible, taking advantage of the views, wildlife, and more on the Nature Coast Sanctuary to come. I'd like to say thank you.
Nice save.
Desperate Impact C3C. Good evening. My name is John Strip. I live on Lantana Drive in Pine Ridge. I've been sworn in. Madam Chair and Commissioners, concurrency. We're commenting on the Pigeon application for Southern Oaks Property Group to amend the PD to allow flexibility in some design criteria. Sounds simple, too simple. On July 20th, Mr. Pigeon explained how the development would concur with citrus standards. During the deliberation, there was discussion on another amendment to the amendment. In less than a minute, the estimated time frame went from 3 to 5 years. 3 years to 5 years, just like that. This didn't sound like the county looking out for its citizens. There was no justification. It sounded like a developer getting favored treatment. The presumption then is the BOCC would just tag along. When you're 30 years old, 3 to 5 years is not a big deal. When you're in your 60s and 70s, 5 years is a big deal. One more reason we need our BOCC to continue to protect Pine Ridge via the master plan. This is when and why many Pine Ridge residents thought it was a done deal, and why wouldn't they? It was a one-sided process where the developer and his subs were given extensive time. Residents were scolded during their time to comment. Yes, a few allowed their frustration to boil over, but the majority were civil and reserved. And it doesn't count the 159 people who left so the hearing could happen. Others didn't understand the two-tiered process. No worries. For today, we've emphasized courtesy, passion, and respect. So what does concurrency mean for Pine Ridge? We again look at the home of Mr. South on Elkham to explain. Excavating for burying water pipe behind homes is extremely disruptive. It begins the destruction of our ecosystem. Remember, residents already built their forever home or found their home in a settled community. Pine Ridge seniors put construction in the rearview mirror long ago. You saw the Elkham photos. Now look at the site map drawn by the owner of our Elkham property. We're waiting to hear how it's going to help us. It only helps Mr. Dix. Mr. South spent a career in the construction business and understands the impact. Ironic, a career in construction, you buy your final home to be away from it all and poof, it's gone. Oh, they can point out to conforming with buffers, but this is not what owners paid premium price for. The photo is the 1,000 words you won't hear. 3 of those are incompatible, inconsistent, and non-concurrent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Joe Botero. I live at 4227 West Roundup Court.
Well, I'm sorry, West what?
Roundup?
Okay.
Like a roundup horse?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Madam Commissioner and Commissioners, like the most of us, we had these things prepared a week in advance. But after listening to both sides of this picture, I realized that I needed to speak from my heart. So I'm not going to read this. I came from New Jersey because I wanted to retire in Florida. That was 2 months ago. I asked a real estate agent, look for a property. I've always loved horses. I love golf. I love pickleball, tennis. Well, she found this place. She found Desert Ridge. And I said, it's like a little paradise. She calls me and said, you got to come down and look at this area. I did. Fell in love with it. I'm not trying to brag. I worked hard my whole life. I wrote a check for $710,000, cash. Now, it took me a long time. I'm going to be 77 this March. I remember what John Kennedy says. Don't ask what the country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Well, I went to Vietnam. I came back. Yes, I paid my college to the GI Bill, but I paid my dues with a Purple Heart. I'm not ashamed. But you know what? I'm asking you now, the country, to do something for me and my wife and my dog and my cats. I want peace and quiet. I'm an old man. What do old people do? They get up early in the morning, just in time to meet all the trucks on Elkham and Pine Ridge. And at 5 o'clock, when we want dinner, we want to go to Winn-Dixie. Oh, perfect. Just when the trucks are leaving. The traffic's not going to get any better. In 5 years, I'll be 82. What? Now I've got to take my little electric chair down to Winn-Dixie? No, I want peace and quiet. You know what? It is a great opportunity to be in a capitalist country. If I had the opportunity to buy a piece of land for next to nothing, actually $100,000 more than I paid for my house, I'd take that opportunity and cash on it on the backs of 11,000 other people. Please vote no. Thank you.
Please no, please no applause or booing or anything like that.
You don't move
Thank you,
like an
sir.
old man.
True dat.
He is right.
Hi. The 1995 Executive Course E5. Good evening. My name is Donna Dorsey. I live at 4364 West Papoose Lane in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the 1995 Executive Course was added by the Pine Ridge Golf and Country Club, and it wasn't embraced by bordering residents. The club was represented by, you guessed it, Clark Stillwell. Residents saw an encroachment, they considered a class action lawsuit, and they sought counsel. This is a quote from their attorney's assessment. It's tricky when read, but here goes. Certainly, all owners of lots, including those located on the golf course, would have individual cause of action if they purchased their property pursuant to the public offering statements. They could bring an action against the developer, the alleged successor developer, and the operators of the golf course. After consideration, they didn't proceed. Why is this important? In this case, Mr. Stillwell was arguing to add an additional 9 holes. Now he says, get rid of the golf course. He's everywhere. Why is that? Throughout the years, buyers bought into the golf community through public offerings, sales literature, and verbal representations by realtors. This provides standing. So if you buy into a neighborhood called Pine Ridge Country Club Estates, you're taken to the clubhouse, the restaurant, the pro shop for a visit. You're told that the course is being sold to a new owner with upgrades about to occur. There's every reason to believe that you're in a golf community. Buying is a sound decision, whether you're a golfer or not. You're investing in a golf community, whether your home is on the golf course or not. There are many reasons to pay more for an upgrade. If you take a cruise, you pay more for an outside cabin with a balcony than you do for an inside cabin. Think of the ship's balcony as golf frontage with a view, and you don't have to have a balcony to enjoy the ship. Our nature coast is everywhere in Pine Ridge, but the golf course is the core. More on that soon. In a state filed letter from April of '95, Mr. Stillwell advised our clients' modifications to the existing golf course facilities within Pine Ridge do not constitute a substantial deviation from a vested master plan requiring further formal filing or other approval by your agency. In that instance, Mr. Stillwell pointed to this view of the existing master plan to support his position. Well, today, residents are pointing to that same master plan to support our position. Thank you.
Thank you.
The 1919 1995 executive course continued, E5A. Good evening, my name is Joe Reno. I live at 3529 West Blossom Drive, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, there were 10 property appraiser postings of the golf course between the original and each successive owners. Major construction and improvements were done between 1982 and 2001. In the permit summary, on their website, there's no indication of capital improvement beyond the clubhouse in 2001. The build-out of the executive course is not referenced, although we know it occurred based on Mr. Stilwell's correspondence to the state. Mr. Stilwell's April 95 letter references irrigation. In it, he advises, quote, unquote, the facility as to irrigation will be served by the existing conditional use permit. This means the existing pump already aging at 13 years would now be taxed at 50% more. There's no record of any owner since 1982 improving the irrigation system. Informal discussions with the golf course developers were occurring in 2021 to gather relevant information. Members of Save the Golf Course Committee were later advised the pump and irrigation are the heart and arteries of any golf course. This was a core issue for the condition of the golf course and could be fixed. Though the last 20 years or so, Pine Ridge golfers knew the course was not optimal but didn't know why. They continued to play it, and each time there was a sale, they expected the new owner to be the one to finally restore it. The optimism changed when Shanty Golf purchased the course in October 2020. It became apparent they were more interested in developing the property than operating a golf course. The owner addressed a town hall informing residents of his plan for townhouses on the executive course. He thought this would be well received. He was shocked by the overwhelming negative response. Or maybe it was because he understood his title insurance excluded coverage regarding resident resistance. More on that coming up. Shanty began to search for a way out. He had no appetite to replace the very expensive pump. Why is this important? With 2020 hindsight, a good time to improve the irrigation was when the executive course was added in '95. There's no record of an upgrade then or since, and there's no record on the property appraiser website that the executive course was added. One of the original builders of the Pine Oaks Golf Course confirmed it was the original pump. There were many reasons the golf course was not up to par. This is one of the more glaring. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennard? Oh, I'm sorry. Sir, could you come back and say whether you were sworn in or not?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, I was sworn in.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Kennard.
Thomas Russell, 5650 North General Point, Pine Ridge. I was sworn in. The title insurance impact, F6. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name has been stated. I learned that Shanty Golf obtains standard title insurance when buying the golf course. According to the property appraiser, Shanty paid $630,000 the previous owner for a 222-acre golf course. Not 222 acres of raw land, but 222 acres of golf course. A copy of the policy is in the backup material. It contains the stated language. The usual inclusions and exceptions. However, there's one significant exception. It's found on page 9. I quote, this commitment policy does not ensure, I need to repeat that, does not ensure over the consequences and claims and allegations that may be raised by owners of interest in land surrounding the lands, that they hold rights of any kind that will prevent the insured herein from operating the subject property in any manner other than as a golf course, end quote. What does this mean? After providing 17 routine exceptions, the title insurance company took a strong position that Shanty bought the golf course and they recognized owner interest in surrounding lands. It shouldn't be a surprise he tried to get residents to cooperate with his real reason for the purchase to develop the golf course property. And when they wouldn't, he ostensibly operated a golf course until he could sell it. He sold to someone who's ready to exploit the expense of owners and their elected leaders. But Pine Ridge residents are trusting in the credibility and integrity of our Board of Commissioners. We've watched it deliberate other community issues. Here's another contributing factor. December 9, 2020 memorandum from Amy Bidwell of Land Development. She was responding to a Shanty request as follows, and I quote, to place a caretaker's residence, possibly develop some of the course into affordable housing, end quote. She routinely advised of the application process. This would be problematic based on the title exception. So Shanty found in James Dixon, Clark Stillwell, people who wouldn't hesitate to take on Citrus County. Their credentials can cause deference, they are accomplished. Mr. Dix hired a lawyer thought to be most familiar with the master plan such as it is. Now, that's my prepared remarks. I'd also like to make a note that I do live on a golf course. I have 322 feet of frontage on the 7th tee. I plan on spending my golden years, whatever left of them, playing golf in my backyard. That dream is now being just taken away from us and me. I'd also like to note that in his opening remarks, the applicant noted that he bought a golf course to operate a golf course, but then balked at spending what he knew it would cost to restore it to its normal value. The whole concept makes no sense to me. He's willing to spend, I don't know how many millions of dollars to bulldoze the entire place at our expense and build a development of 85 homes that nobody really wants. He goes and he could have turned this thing into the jewel of Citrus County and a pride of Pine Ridge, but instead he just wants to turn it into a private enclave and hopefully keep the coyotes out. I don't know how he's going to plan to do that. So I thank you for your time and hope you take our remarks into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have been sworn in. The title Evidence Impact Continued, F6A. Good evening. My name is Jean Gaskill, and I live at 5487 North Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, as previously advised, James Dix has written many books. We refer again to How to Buy and Sell Real Estate for Financial Freedom. There are references to the title insurance on 6 pages. He provides readers with lots of reasons to have title insurance, the importance of having it, and how and why to pay attention to exceptions. From page 81, under the heading of Mastering Real Estate Investment Strategy, item 17, have your title company delete exceptions in the title commitment. This deserves repeating. Have your title company delete exceptions in the commitment. And he quotes, unfortunately, title insurance isn't what most people think it is. In fact, it doesn't insure your ownership, only against title problems. We emphasize this next sentence. It insures your ownership only against title problems for which the title company has not listed an exception. Further on, he advises make the title company delete any exceptions you don't like. Why is this important? While we currently don't know if Mr. Dix and Southern Oaks property purchased title insurance, we do know that Mr. Clark Stillwell prepared and filed the special warranty deed on the sale of the golf course between Shanty and Southern Oaks. The full document is in the backup material. We point to 2 important items. The first, subject to easements, restrictions, covenants, limitations, and conditions of record, if any. The second one is legal description and title to property not searched or approved. The legal description was obtained from a previously recorded instrument or was provided by agent for grantor, and said grantor does hereby fully warrant the title to said land and will defend same against the lawful claims of all persons whosoever. Of course, we know that there is a notable exception. This shows both Stillwell and Dix knew of the title insurance exception. Mr. Dix bought a golf course anyway. He is counting on you, the commissioners, removing the master plan that is protecting your people, the residents of Pine Ridge. Thank you, and please vote no.
Thank you. What in the world was that? Bless you.
My name's Mark Zaveska. I live on 3633 North Wagon Point. I'm sworn. Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is Title Insurance Impact Continued, F6B. The exception is worth...
I'm sorry, Mark, did you say your address?
Yes, I did. 3633 North Wagon Point in Pine
you.
Ridge. Okay. The exception is worth hearing again. This commitment/policy does not insure over the consequences of claims and allegations that may be raised by owners of interests in lands surrounding the lands, that they hold rights of any kind that would prevent the insured herein from operating the subject property in any manner other than as a golf course. It's important to note that Mr. Stillwell facilitated the sale between Shanty and Southern Oaks, so Mr. Stillwell knew of the exception. And Mr. Dix knew he was buying a golf course protected by a master plan, the one Pine Ridge residents have relied on for over 50 years, and the previous title exception put him on notice. Now, we have a pretty good idea of how Mr. Dix approaches real estate transactions from his book. He places in significant importance on title insurance. He has an entire chapter on it. Now, we can't see the current title insurance policy on the golf course property. However, his book said that he would negotiate to have the exception removed, or he would shop around to find an insurer who would remove the exception. If those efforts were unsuccessful and the exception remained, we know Mr. Dix is confident that the profit he would make on development would allow him to outspend any potential opponent into submission in potential litigation. Mr. Dix has nerves to seal, as he says in his book. It's just cost overhead. It would be a sad state of affairs for Pine Ridge and for all of Citrus County if we allow money and contacts, as he says in his book, money and contacts determine outcomes in Citrus County. So why is title insurance even relevant to the decision that you have to make? Because it shows a continuing pattern of behavior, non-compliance with the comprehensive plan, the land development code, delay after delay after delay, and now relying on money and contacts to determine outcomes. Mr. Dix is an experienced developer. He knows all of that. It's a clear indication that he will work whatever angle he can to achieve success as he defines it. Nerves of steel. Our faith has to be in you, and we trust you as our elected leaders as we work through this together. Pine Ridge doesn't want a protracted process. You can end this tonight. Please vote no. Thank you.
I'm sorry? Was he, yes, he said he was sworn. No, he didn't?
I'm sorry?
You said you were sworn, right?
Yes, I did. I'm sworn.
Yeah, Amy, the clerk was asking. Okay. Yeah, I heard him. I could swear I heard him.
Good evening. My name's April McLaughlin. I live at 5175 Paiute Drive. Yes, I was sworn in. A community ambush, G7. Pine Ridge wasn't on alert before Shanty. For 41 years, it wasn't necessary. While residents were waking up and addressing a serious flaw, we were ambushed by opportunists. Mr. Dix and Stillwell weren't held back by deed restrictions, covenants, POA rules, or Chapter 720. We're working on all of that. Some residents were speaking with potential investors who were in contact with Shanty. These were separate, individual residents. As this was happening, a purposefully deteriorating golf course was purchased by Southern Oaks. Let there be no question. 2 developers over 3 years drove that course into the ground, not previous owners, as advised by Stillwell on July 20th. Was it mismanaged by third parties? Yes. Should the POA have known sooner? Yes, years sooner. But we know now, and we're acting. Dix needed to get to the BOCC meeting to repurpose the course. They were gambling that there wasn't this kind of resident response, and they were hoping for the apathy from the past. And they've had some shills, some here. They needed to say to you with smoke and mirrors that they were rescuing a community with a defunct golf course. They don't want you to ask why the course is defunct, and if you do, you'll get a half answer. The truth is inconvenient for them. There was a lot going on for residents and virtually at the same time. Several investors wanted to buy a golf course to operate it as a golf course. There were offers to Shanty. Residents in the know were keeping the POA apprised of what was happening. There was how a business relationship with the POA would look, and they were needed to work through that. To get a community pulse, a first question was sent to residents via the POA website in April 17th of 2002. The question was, do you think the POA should purchase a plan to purchase the golf course property so that the POA could control the future of the land? The residents' results were 83.7% for that plan of purchase and 16% against. The visible internet question must have motivated Stillwell and Dix. While residents complied with strictive rules, they closed on Shanty on June 3rd, only 47 days later. That's when this community nightmare started, more coming up on that. And thank you very much. The POA is a bunch of volunteers, and they're doing their best. We're up against a millionaire shark, so we're hoping for the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Pat McNamara. I live at 4338 North Saddle Tree Drive. I have been sworn in. Dear Madam Chair and Commissioners, we can expect some of the 16% who voted against, which was previously stated, of the proactive plan are here tonight. There can be a small number of people, perhaps with multiple lots, that haven't grasped the financial impact of this. They are probably more worried about a slight dues increase for multiple properties than for losing 30 to 40% of equity in those properties. This is why community education must continue. Their concerns and questions are being addressed in regular weekly meetings each Thursday since June. Those here tonight maybe have not attended. We know there are singles, widows, widowers, and those who lost life partners who need neighborly assistance, and there are others. This will be part of our future POA discussions. But some questions never get answered. Here are a few. How did Clark Stillwell become the link between Shanty and Dix? If there were offers and negotiations, why was there an auction? Why was a well-heeled developer participating in an auction in the first place? Was this a well-crafted way to shut out potential buyers? Why were some investors meeting the auction requirements only to have it all closed the moment it all started? Maybe someday we'll know this. Maybe we can find out. Residents and golf course operators saw a golf course, but Mr. Dix saw cheap land to develop. And as previously stated in his book, quote, he would need nerves of steel along with his money and his contacts. More of this coming up. Thank you. Vote no.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Mike McDonald. I live at 3186 West Bird's Nest Drive in Pine Ridge. I did get sworn in. Historical Pine Ridge Golfing, H8. Madam Chair and Commissioners, on July 20th, Mr. Stillwell advised Pine Ridge was a failed course and that golfing overall was in decline. We couldn't respond because the land growth rules favor the developer. As usual, Attorney Stillwell had the last word. He's really good at providing incomplete information or spinning half-truths or being disingenuous to questions. Mr. Stillwell advised there were once 12 courses in Citrus, and now there are only 8. Untrue. There were a couple of courses with their own specific issues, El Diablo and Seven Rivers. He didn't mention Seven Rivers. We do. Unfortunately, business problems can happen. He used their individual problems to advise golf was declining. So not true. It's a self-serving agenda, and he is very rarely challenged. Here's what he didn't say. Citrus has 15 geographic golf locations, several with multiple courses. There's an important difference between locations and courses. There are 3 27-hole courses, 13 18-hole courses, and 2 9-hole courses for a total of 18 actual courses. That's 10 more than he represented in a quasi-judicial process. He wasn't off by just 1 or 2. He didn't mention Twisted Oaks was thriving, or that it had a wait for memberships, or that many of the players or members live in Pine Ridge, or that many would be playing in Pine Ridge if they could. He sort of said Twisted Oaks and Pine Ridge were once operated by the same owner. He didn't offer Pine Ridge resources were funneled to Twisted Oaks, in another move not favoring Pine Ridge residents. When asked about previous course ownership, he acted as though he was having trouble recalling. He conveniently left out representing the Pine Ridge Golf and Country Club, that he was responsible for getting the 9-hole executive course added, or that he advised the state of the existing conditional use permit for water. This is when the water pump could have been upgraded. It's the largest looming problem with the course today, and was part of its slow continued demise. So in a way, much of the issue can be circled back to Stillwell. It's all in his 1995 letter to the state to say Mr. Stillwell has a selective memory is being kind. Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, as a reminder, we have speakers in the back, so I'm hearing everything. Hi, Gail.
Historical Pine Ridge golfing continued. Good evening. My name is Robert Moorhard. I live at 2047 West Levante Circle, and I was sworn in. H8A. Madam Chair and Commissioners. Some other points of information before we continue. We were very mindful, July 20th was a quasi-judicial hearing. We were scolded more than once. In this hearing, Mr. Stillwell continued to misrepresent. He referred to 4 failed golf courses in Citrus County, the Seville, the Dunes, Rainbow Springs, and El Diablo. Yes, that equals 4, but the Seville and Dunes are the same course, and they're located in Hernando County. Rainbow Springs is in Marion County, and only El Diablo is in Citrus. This self-serving inaccuracy was provided to the PDC during testimony. So by Stillwell standards, El Diablo is the only other troubled course. We take a value look at El Diablo and we peeked at 7 Rivers for transparency. For clarity, there are 18 golf courses in Citrus, not 8 as he represented. Golfing is in a renaissance and has been since COVID, mainly because people could golf while distancing. A developer who bought a golf course because it was cheap land is not going to tell you that. It's not a misrepresentation. It is no representation at all. New golf course management is a science taught in many colleges, and what Pine Ridge always needed was an educated manager. They are current on in irrigation, pesticide, and overall course maintenance. Business and marketing for golf operations is a prime concept. Business and marketing for golf operations is a prime comment. Pine Ridge residents were beginning to discuss what came next when Mr. Dix undercut us. You've already heard about the heart and arteries. The original pump was 38 years old, and the course had minimum reinvestment through the years. But even with the Band-Aid approach, it was playable and players played to the end. Post-COVID is all about aligning business, marketing, and maintenance. Just as other governments back their people, we ask you the same of you. Coming up, you will hear about Turkey Creek, Pebble Creek, and Pine Island, to name a few. These golf courses were saved from the profit-oriented developers by their elected officials. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mike Berry. I live at 5503 North Bravado Terrace, Pine Ridge, and I have been sworn in. Historical Pine Ridge golfing continued. Madam Chair and Commissioners, economic conditions before 2010 were affecting everything in our country. Some golf courses in the U.S. were affected, but Pine Ridge wasn't there yet. In 2008, just as the financial crisis was developing, our community course sold for $2 million. For 41 years, we thought it was our course, but Shanty was a wake-up call. In 2018, 10 years later, it sold for $225,000, almost a 90% devaluation. But because of COVID, golf courses are rebounding everywhere. Developers don't want you to know that. They have a self-serving profit agenda. No matter its shape, before Mr. Dix allowed it to go defunct, golfers were still playing in Pine Ridge. Here are some important statistics from Zippia and 26 glorious golf industry statistics for 2023. 25.6 million Americans play golf on a course in 2022. That's an 8% of the population. 3.2 million Americans play golf for the first time in 2021. The U.S. golf industry market size is $26.1 billion as of 2022. The golf course industry has grown 22% since 2011, from $68 billion to $84 billion. The U.S. golf course country club industry has a market size of $27.2 billion. 25% of the female golfers were new to the sport in 2020, and women represent 41% of off-course golfers. When my wife and I retired, we settled in Pine Ridge because of the large acre home sites. We love the wooded areas, we love the properties, we love the day and night nature. We do not share Mr. Dick's vision because we live there. Although horses are not our hobby, the equestrian center and the golf course is the center of our community. It beautifies it. Our first outings on the golf course were in 2007. Many rounds were led to many lasting relationships in the course, the clubhouse, both golfers and non-golfers. In 2023, golfing is greatly rebounding. 6.2 million people tried golf for the first time in 2020. That's an 8% American population played on the golf courses. The number jumps to 34.2 million when counting other venues such as Topgolf, separate golf ranges, and the like. These venues cater to golfers. The top states for golf are Florida, California, and Oregon. We all know that citrus has been found. We, the people heading to our country, with the people heading to our county, we need more, not less golfers. Please reject this proposal. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gloria Adams. I live at 5553 North Princewood Drive, which is a long ways from the golf course. And I have been sworn in. Historical Pine Ridge Golfing continued, H8C. Madam Chair and Commissioners, we now know that the Pine Ridge Golf Course was mismanaged. It is probably the only point on which residents and Mr. Stillwell can agree. We, the residents and the POA, should have known before all this happened. Third-party owners were loners and the POA was in the dark. Residents started doing their homework because of Shanty. They began talking directly to each other and through social media. While this was happening out in the open, James Dick swooped in and bought the course under an LLC. He saw cheap land and it was a seize the moment move. Mr. Dix was fully aware Pine Ridge residents were beginning to take action because he was at a POA meeting on another issue. This should explain part of our outrage as to what's happened. Here's what's happening at Twisted Oaks, the closest course to Pine Ridge. In addition to accommodating walk-ins, Twisted Oaks has primetime memberships selling for $3,500, and many residents of Pine Ridge are members. There is at least 1 month waiting list to become a member. Twisted Oaks does keep some primetime openings for walk-ins. They have 12 different leagues comprised of singles, couples, family, and twilights. They have a sliding rate to play anywhere from $49 for primetime to as low as $25 after 3 p.m. for 18 holes. Consider this, Tuscany Ranch Development will abut the Twisted Oaks Golf Course. In their literature, the Twisted Oaks course is a centerpiece. Mr. Stillwell is the attorney of record. So to accommodate Mr. Dix, he advises golf is in decline. But to accommodate Tuscany Ranch, he points to literature showing a golf course. We hope you're getting the picture here. From a practical level, there is a lot of citrus housing on the way. We should be thinking of recreation needs and not destroying golf amenities. These 85 homes are a drop compared to the thousands that are on the way. And there's no reason to disrupt lives here forever. Pine Ridge Golf Course with the right management is necessary. There are still investors waiting for this hearing to be over. Golfers will tell you with the right ownership and proper management, Pine Ridge could be a lush course that people want to play. I truly can hardly wait till I can get back out there again. We need our BOCC to continue to protect our parks and recreation, our golf courses, our equestrians, and our ecosystem. More on that coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Karen Nitke. I live at 5299 North Cliff Drive in Pine Ridge. I'm continuing with the historical Pine Ridge golfing,
Were you sworn in?
H8C1. Yes, I was sworn in. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm one of those people that bought a golf frontage home and paid more for the privilege. I also paid an upcharge to be on the corner. Now here comes a developer trying to convince you to put houses behind our home. They were going to put a road right along our back lot line, so we would have been a peninsula with 3 roads around us. Since then, they've flipped the footprint since October, and now the road is behind my neighbor, and I have a house behind us. They took away the road and dropped a house on the plan. And now they somehow think this is okay. Moving on, there's a growing list of golfers who played or will play Pine Ridge again. They were easy to find even after Mr. Stillwell advised on July 20th that they didn't exist. They have told us recently they're ready to play, and you have received their emails. And you know about the survey they signed advising to vote no to save Pine Ridge. Nearly 3,000 people signed. Most of these golfers live in Pine Ridge, but now they're playing on any of the 18 courses around the county. It's what golfers do. Everyone wants the best product. You just heard about the membership waiting list for Twisted Oaks. What I'm telling you now is the absolute opposite of what the PDC heard from Mr. Stillwell in July. It's verified, and we have backup material in our resident binder. Yes, there are Pine Ridge residents here tonight. Some are golfers, some are equestrians, and many are nature lovers. But a lot of people decided not to come after their bad seating experience in July. They're watching live stream from home. We're here for all of them. One last thing, here's another pad of signers, or I don't have that to hold up, who the fire marshal asked to leave in July. 159 people advising to vote no, in addition to the people who sat there listening to a one-sided presentation by Dix and Stillwell. So I ask you, for all those here and not here, please listen to us. Listen to the citizens that you represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Hayes. I live at 5583 North Twinkle Point in Pine Ridge. Equity and tax value examination, Turkey Creek,
I'm sorry,
I-9.
were you sworn in?
And I was sworn in.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, the next few intervals compare Turkey Creek, El Diablo, and Pine Ridge in their values. In preparing for today, we saw a similar situation, a golf course in trouble, defunct and then recovered. We found Turkey Creek, a golf and country club in Alachua, and we have the before and after. The circumstances were very similar. A golf course platted in the 70s at the center of an upscale community and mismanaged. Fortunately, it was protected by Alachua zoning, just like Pine Ridge Estates. The down economy contributed to their problems, but we only have to look at Pine Ridge to know every situation is different. Turkey Creek closed in 2011, and the owner tried to get it rezoned to build houses. This should sound familiar. The city council rejected the developer. The council chose the community. The council chose the community. They recognized building on the fairways would have been inconsistent and incompatible. Elected leaders protected their residents. Still, it took a few years for real estate to recover. We all know that story. We located Mike Sullivan, a realtor specializing in Turkey Creek properties. He did a video on the effect of the course closure. Mr. Sullivan tracked the net impact from the closure beyond economic impacts to the community at large. After the golf course closure, Turkey Creek homes took 52% longer to sell and sold for 5% less than their surrounding homes. And we're seeing that now. Golf course frontage properties purchased at a premium was selling for less than the surrounding properties. And then the domino effect began. Monthly sales were down 35%. The average price was down 13%. Time in the market was up 49% and $20,000 each. $20,000 in all their homes lost. We all know accrued values thereafter is affected. The entire subdivision lost $24 million. $24 million. Prior to the closures, homes sold for 7% more and 43% faster. The positive vote by the City Council allowed Turkey Creek residents to restore the golf course. It would pay off in a few years. The water pump was a major issue, same as Pine Ridge. When we reopened in 2020, when they reopened in 2020, a management company started handling all the operations. It made Golf Digest on January 22, 2020. Miracle at Turkey Creek. How a group of volunteers revived a golf course
Thank you, sir.
that had been dead for 10 years. Thank you.
My name is Richard O'Brien. I live at 5220 North Cliff Drive, Pine Ridge, and I have been sworn in. Equity and tax value examination continued. Turkey Creek I-9A. Madam Chair and Commissioners, Pine Ridge representatives met with Mike Sullivan at the Turkey Creek Golf Course in Alachua on August 14, 2023. The following day, Mr. Sullivan advised us in an email, and we quote, "The average sales price of a Turkey Creek home is $10,000 greater than elsewhere in the city, $336,000 versus $326,000. Home values, as we discussed, are greater when the golf course is there as opposed to it not being there," end quote. The takeaway is this. Thanks to the vision of the Alachua's elected officials, Turkey Creek has now fully rebounded. In Pine Ridge, we have 3,746 current homes still accruing value and paying taxes, and 1,500 lots yet to be built out. There is no shortage of building lots in Pine Ridge. If we allow Dix to destroy the golf course and build his 85 homes, it will diminish the value of the existing homes and those yet to be built, and negatively impact the Citrus County tax base. We know this because, as we've seen with Turkey Creek, this is what happens when a community with a golf course then subsequently loses it. This comparison is real and should be part of your deliberation. According to the Community Environmental Defense Services website, which is a service provided by experts in the field of defending against golf course redevelopment, again, we quote, "Homes located next to a golf course can sell for 40% more than the same dwelling located elsewhere. This also means that those living next to a golf course paid a premium for that benefit. This makes it exceedingly unfair to convert the golf course to other land uses, which negates the increased property value and other benefits enjoyed by nearby residents," end quote. We live on the golf course and paid exactly 40% over market value for our building lot back in 2015. So why would I do that? I don't even play golf. Well, because a golf course isn't just a golf course, and it's not just rolling green vistas full of clumps of trees either. In our case, we back up to the cart path between the 15th and 16th holes. This 6-acre wilderness is completely wooded and home to an extensive variety of wildlife. Into this little slice of wilderness, Dix will stuff 5 houses in a cul-de-sac. Why? As I said before, there are 1,500 buildable lots available today in Pine Ridge. The loss of this wooded backdrop will compromise our property value and those around it that would use it as a comp. This underscores our concern for the domino effect for country club estate homes in the Pine Ridge vicinity on the course, but not, or near the course, but not actually on it. In the next interval, we'll bring this closer to home. And finally, as I wrote in the Chronicle, zoning laws are a trust between the community and its members to encourage safe and reliable investment. Homeowners bank their life savings on this trust. Please honor the faith we have placed in you, our elected representatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan DeMichael, 5726 North Mock Orange Drive, Pine Ridge, and I was sworn in. Equity and tax value examination continued, El Diablo, and Seven Rivers, Crystal River. Madam Chair and Commissioners, on July 20th, Mr. Stillwell referred to the Seville, the Dunes, Rainbow Springs, and El Diablo as failed courses. He didn't mention Seven Rivers, or as it was last called, Crystal River. He used them to cite that golfing was in a decline in the country and in Citrus. We already explained that this was untrue and why. Again, for redundancy, 18, not 8. And of the so-called 4, Mr. Stillwell cited only 1 accurately. We did reach out to the custodians of both El Diablo and Seven Rivers to gather information for the BOCC. In the case of El Diablo, Mr. Stillwell is partially correct. There were a decreasing number of golfers, although they continued to operate through the decline. Information on the quality of the course towards the end is up and down based on TripAdvisor. We know it closed in 2014 at about the same time the clubhouse caught fire, so it's fair to conclude inconsistent play and a clubhouse fire were factors. However, they never sold it or sought to build houses on it. They mow it regularly and it's still maintained. They still pay taxes on the value as determined annually by the property appraiser. It's not ready for play, but there's a very interesting point. It's owned by Deltona, a successor company to the company that platted Pine Ridge Estates. They are a very active home development company in Central Florida and are watching the developing housing market. The takeaway, here is a major developer that already owns the golf course, not seeking to build homes on the links. We spoke with the VP for Central Florida. Seven Rivers, we spoke to the son of the current owner who happens to be a Coldwell Banker real estate agent. He advised that Dad is a successful restaurant owner and with a great immigrant story. He has always dabbled in real estate. The golf course was a buy and hold, and they are monitoring Citrus development. It is currently owned by Top Notch Foods of Fort Myers. Thank you, and please say no.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Farmer. I live at 5919 West Pawnee Drive in Pine Ridge. I have been sworn in. Equity and tax value examination continued, El Diablo I-9C. El Diablo Golf Course. It's close to Pine Ridge and out of golfing for 9 years. The property appraiser shows the fire-damaged clubhouse was demolished in 2014. When looking through a comparative lens, we learn real estate sales become depressed when the golf amenity is not operational. The numbers are surprising. Here are a couple of questions Pine Ridge residents will be discussing when you vote no. What is the path forward? Should the golf course be restored or should it remain a park and recreation area? Although El Diablo is privately owned, the fairways are used by residents. A typical realtor description describes the open green space as suitable for gathering and playing. So here's what we learned for today. There have been only 17 golf course lot sales going back to 2012. Said another way, in 11 years, only 17 golf frontage lots sold. One more time for clarity, in 11 years, there were only 17 golf course property transactions. The average tax value for golf frontage by the property appraiser is $7,560, but the average value for the 96 non-golf frontage property for the same period is $7,900, or $340 more. It seems insignificant, but that's exactly the point. Whereas the golf frontage should be higher, values are virtually the same, and it is the non-golf properties that are taxed slightly higher. So this last point is, in 11 years on and off the course, only 113 properties changed hands. That's less than 1 per month in the last 11 years. If that doesn't tell a story, nothing can. Lots usually priced at a premium and taxed accordingly are depressed. Turkey Creek and El Diablo tell the same story. Pine Ridge Estates and the BOCC share the same concern. Less value on larger properties and homes means less ad valorem value. Compare what already exists and is growing in Pine Ridge to 85 projected houses and imaginary people. No one wants to pay more in taxes, but it's also true no one should want a reduction in equity in home finance or be unable to sell their property on or off the course. In this instance, Pine Ridge Estates already paying $48 million in taxes. Should we want to pay more? Please, no more than necessary. That's probably something you didn't expect to hear. Just say no to a developer who will impact our tax flow to Citrus County. Value lost is never value recovered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Ruth Squires, and I live at 3202 North Buckhorn Drive in Pine Ridge Estates. I have been sworn in. Pine Ridge market value J10. I'm a realtor in Citrus County, and I specialize in home sales in Pine Ridge Estates. June 3rd, 2022. This is a pivotal date for Pine Ridge's stability, for its residents, its owners, and its developing ecosystem. More on that coming soon. The warranty deed was signed on this date for 221 acres of golf course property. It depicts the sale from Shanty to Southern Oaks, a DIX subsidiary. You've heard it before, but here it is again. Mr. Dix bought a golf course that was protected and designated as Parks and Recreation with a golf overlay. Now he had to navigate a hostile community, pitting residents against their elected leaders. It's just a business for him. It's real everyday life for all of us. It's a profit move for him. It's life-altering for us. On July 20th, Mr. Stillwell advised the PDC the development would raise the property values in Pine Ridge. He said many outrageous things. How does he even begin to justify the things that he says? Property and home sale values before and after June 3rd, 2022 were under scrutiny. Many realtors, such as myself, live in Pine Ridge, and we were sounding the alarm. Real estate offices were reminding agents that they could no longer refer to Pine Ridge as having a golf course. Instinctively, agents knew that this was a bad thing. Still, some agents never even got the memo. After months of discussion, a Save the Golf Course Property Committee was sanctioned by unanimous vote of the POA board. The committee began organizing a resident response via weekly meetings and standing room only town halls. Members ran down resident input. We learned other golf courses throughout the state of Florida found themselves in developer crosshairs. It's cheap land if they can get it. Lucrative overnight profit if they convince officials to rezone it. Pebble Creek in Hillsborough County, Turkey Creek in Alachua County, and Pine Island Golf Club in Lee County were all protected by their leaders over developers. They chose the community. Kendall residents remain in a protracted lawsuit with Miami-Dade County and a developer. The appellate court has recently issued a ruling in favor of residents. It's ongoing. We hope we don't have to go there. Please end this tonight. Turkey Creek provided the model for the input regarding El Diablo and Pine Ridge. Thank God there was data to track. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bennett. I live at 4394 North Saddle Drive in Pine Ridge. I was sworn in. Pine Ridge Golf Course as an amenity. From property appraiser reps, we learned that Pine Ridge Golf Course is an amenity, and if the property is no longer a golf course, tax values are affected. This is on and off the course as there is a domino effect. They provided an analogy. Should a lake go dry, it can no longer be evaluated as lakefront property. The formula for valuation changes, affecting tax values, and that's the same for a golf course. The reps advised that while at large citrus values increased, golf course lots in Pine Ridge lagged behind the surge. In 2020, Pine Ridge Golf Course frontage lots averaged $35,000. Non-golf course lots averaged $24,000. Golf lots were 31% more. Said again, Golf lots were selling for more in 2020, and that's the norm. Although not a complete year, they shared the 2023 numbers. In 2023, golf course lots were selling at an average of $46,000, while non-golf lots were selling for $48,000. Again, on average. So, golf lots which were selling at plus 31% over non-golf lots in 2020 are currently selling for 2% less than non-golf lots in 2023. Just as important, at $48,000 in 2023 compared to $24,000 in 2020, we see where non-golf lots are up 100%. The doubling in value of non-golf lots is an indication golf lots should have generated more than a mere 2%. They didn't, and you'll hear why in a moment. This needs to be emphasized. Golf frontage lots in Pine Ridge are already selling for less than non-golf lots. Add to it, as you heard in the introduction, the latest tax formula has golf course lots already at minus 25%. That's minus 25%. This is the beginning of a domino effect, as illustrated at Turkey Creek. It is the beginning of the ruin of a thriving 50-year community. There has never been a threat like this. This impact can be attributed to both Shanti and Dick's. Between Shanti and Dick's failed gamble to get resident support and Dick's purchase expecting to bully residents and their leaders into submission, word was out. Some realtor literature still describes a combination of equestrian and golf course amenities. Maybe it's just faith that the realtors have in their board of commissioners. So here is the question today. So here's the question today. Is it the recently purchased so-called property rights of one who was gambling for profit, or the vested property rights of the 10,088 residents? More on that coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Reno, and I live at 3529 West Blossom Drive, Pine Ridge, and I was sworn in. Pine Ridge Property Value Review Lots J10B. Madam Chair and Commissioners, property appraiser reps advise property sale amounts are averaged as part of a formula arriving at tax values. As part of the formula, they don't factor in quote-unquote the outliers. Remember the following points as we explain. In 2020, average golf lot sales were $35,000. In 2023, average golf lot sales were $46,000. So in 2023, at $46,000, golf lots are well below where they should be and 2% less than non-golf lots, which have doubled. The downward trend is taking hold. The domino effect is next. In June 2022, Southern Oaks Property Group LLC bought the golf course, a Pine Ridge amenity. The property appraiser's description. Stay with me. 2 months before, in April 2022, a 1-acre golf lot at 5453 North Mallow Circle listed and sold for $82,500 asking price. Where this is considered an outlier by the property appraiser, it's the kind of sale realtors hope will jumpstart the upward trend. It's a jumpstart to free enterprise. But what happened next? On April 27, 2022, 23 days later, another golf acre lot at 5499 North Mallows listed for $85,000. It sold a year later for $45,000, $40,000 less than asking price. Nowhere close to the $82,500 of a neighboring property the year before. Also in April 2022, another property, this one at 5337 North Mallows Circle, was also listed at $85,000. On May 24, 2023, a year and a month later, it closed for $43,000, $42,000 less than asking price. So what does this mean? Listed well before June 3rd, 2023, these second and third properties had their value decrease after the golf course was purchased. It took a year for both to sell for approximately half the asking price. These three properties together averaged $84,166. This is the trend realtors were looking for and could have jump-started other properties. Instead, thanks to Dick's and Shanti, while non-golf lots doubled, the golf frontage lots are trending at 2% less. The domino effect has started. The common denominator is Mr. Dix bought a golf course. He needs you to remove resident protections so he can profit at the expense of your constituents. This shows you
Thank
the
you.
pattern.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's Dee Castellano. I live at 4325 West Mustang Boulevard, Pine Ridge. I was sworn. Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is Pine Ridge Equestrian and Golf K11. Here's the headline from the Evening Star, the Washington Daily News, Washington, D.C., October 13th, 1972. New communities, horses need housing too. We are here tonight, 51 plus years later, expecting our commissioners to uphold the Mackle brothers' vision. Deltona view of equestrians and golfers has been protected by Florida and Citrus County for over 50 years. Do you really want to be the BOCC who sent this combined community to the dustbin? Generations of Pine Ridge golfers and equestrians relied on the word of the government and the people we elected to protect us from exactly what's happening here. We're already dealing with the fallout of placing the interchange at our front door. More on that coming up. But now, it's a golf course and the people in and around it that are in trouble. When does it stop? Please understand the uniqueness of the long-term connection. It's very real. You've heard it before, you'll hear it again. Pine Ridge is unique. And it won't be if you vote for profit over people. So please ask yourself, what's more important? A developer who recently acquired property rights for windfall profit, or long-term standing of the property rights of the residents for over 51 years. We elected you to manage progress for Citrus County, but not at the expense of the history and the people who put you there. Equestrian communities were being planned because of a need for them. We quote, those who would have a horse or two in the family, end quote. And the following excerpt is telling. Quote, a housing development planned around horses and equestrian activities, just as there were golf-oriented communities and some developed around boating facilities, end quote. The brothers looked to Pine Ridge Equestrian and Golf. They had Marco Island for golf and boating. Pine Ridge equestrians and golfers became linked in the mind of Frank Mackle. The market driver of the moment was horses. It would be 10 more years before golf happened in Pine Ridge, but the plan came together because of the Pine Ridge plat that he gave to the state. It was the comprehensive plan before Citrus had one. The BOCC adopted the plat later, and Pine Ridge equestrians and golfers were linked in what was a Florida first. There were a few since. Wellington in Palm Beach comes to mind. More to come. Thank you.
I've been sworn in. Gail Thomas, 5179 West Bonanza Drive, President of the Pine Ridge Equestrian Association. Pine Ridge Equestrian and Golf Community K11A. Madam Chair and Commissioners. Pine Ridge was recently part of a Bay News 9 story highlighting the Equestrian Center as a major amenity in Pine Ridge. It was a good news story. We couldn't talk about golfing because the most recent owners made the course go defunct to build houses on the fairways. The only green vision is the money, not the space. Here's a little of what we said on Bay News 9. Pine Ridge has a superb equestrian center and around 300 horses spread among the equestrians, spread among the residents. We have 28 miles of deeded, color-coded trails throughout the equestrian community. Pine Ridge is 25 miles south of Ocala, the horse capital of the world, and Pine Ridge is the best alternative community close to the Grand World Equestrian Center. We are the new Ocala. We didn't tell them about these concerns. Depending on the trail, you must cross Mustang, Pine Ridge Boulevard, and other back streets. Crossing is a dangerous and serious problem. Once the interchange put at our door is completed, even worse. We can bet if you take the side of the developer over the residents, the eventual construction vehicles will overwhelm our streets. Dump trucks, bulldozers, building material trucks, and cement trucks will be everywhere. The peace and safety of a quiet ride in the woods is gone. We ride for therapy. The risk of a horse getting spooked can occur instantly. It's the noise and the visual to a horse and the horse sense that makes them nervous, causing their reaction. We think we have the right of way, and bam, a speeder appears from nowhere. Think about being on a horse in Pine Ridge and what that means as you think this through. We can remember a time when some in the family were riding in the morning and golfing in the afternoon. The golf club restaurant was a place to meet, socialize for drinks, lunch, and dinner. It's where the Pine Ridge Equestrian Association had their regular meetings. We know, as a result of the research being done, how mismanaged the golf club and course was. Now that our eyes are wide open, residents can take the action that we should have before. There will be much to discuss in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Commissioner Schleba would like everyone to remember that we can hear in the back as she disappears.
Good evening. My name is Evan Geisfeld. I live on 5221 North Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge. I am sworn in. This is the Diminishing Nature, Environment, and Wildlife L12. Madam Chair and Commissioners, another page from the same book of dicks. We quote, "As a developer, you have to have vision, luck, great contacts, lots of money, and nerves of steel. It may take years to put together a big project, and in the meantime, you are doing nothing but paying out large sums of money. The regulatory climate has continued to get tougher and tougher, and the red tape surrounding environmental impact statements, to cite just one example, can be a nightmare. We speak from experience. We have had entire projects held up by nesting whooping cranes. In another case, we had gopher turtles, a grand total of 4 of them, living on a tract of land we owned. Gopher turtles are neither endangered nor threatened in the official bureaucratic categorizations. They are a species of special concern. Nevertheless, those 4-foot-long turtles held up our project so long that we finally offered to put them up at the Four Seasons Hotel next door to our property if government would just let us get started with the project. The agency in question didn't take to the idea," close quote. Or maybe it was the expectation of entitlement. People with, and we quote, "lots of contacts and money," end quote, are used to getting their way. He said it, and we repeat here, quote, "lots of contacts and money," end quote. And Mr. Dix surely knows gopher tortoises, not turtles, in Florida are currently threatened. Here is an excerpt from Florida Fish and Wildlife website. Quote, "Gopher tortoises are long-lived reptiles that occupy upland habitat throughout Florida, including forests, pastures, and yards. They dig deep burrows for shelter and forage on low-growing plants. Gopher tortoises share their burrows with more than 350 other species and are therefore referred to as a keystone species. In Florida, the gopher tortoise is listed as threatened. Both the tortoise and its burrow are protected under state law," end quote. This deserves to be heard again. Both the tortoise and the burrow are protected. More on that coming up. We see gopher tortoises everywhere on and off the course. We weren't allowed to show you our nature loop today. If we did, you wouldn't see the same one twice. The yellows are young, and when they're relocated, their life is shortened. There are many reasons critters coexist in our Pine Ridge ecosystem. It's one more reason there are plenty of birds. Don't let him disturb it. Thank you. And also, there's a reason we are called the Nature Coast. Let's keep it the Nature Coast. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have been sworn in. My name is Renee Pasco, and I live at 4386 West Mustang Boulevard in Pine Ridge. Good evening. Diminishing Nature, Environment, and Wildlife Continued, L12A. Here is the opening paragraph for the Pine Ridge Property Owners Association website. Quote, Pine Ridge Estates is a hidden gem located in Citrus County. It boasts miles of acreage and is a unique upscale development with diverse styles and layouts. While enjoying the beauty of this area, one will occasionally encounter wildlife. Some of the species that have been cited is the Sherwood fox squirrel, black bear, gopher tortoise, bobcat, eagle, and many varieties of hawks. This area is also home to the bluebird. As you drive through the community, you may notice bluebird boxes that are placed in various locations, end quote. Crystal River and Inverness also have their descriptive cover pages. Pine Ridge is also a bird sanctuary. More on that in a minute. All kinds of animals, large and small, are what residents encounter almost daily. There's so much more, too much to list, but you'll hear the concern as we move towards our close. On the slideshow loop we couldn't show, you would have seen animals and subsets of animals, birds and butterflies of every kind, and bees. They are a large part of the ecosystem we support and which supports us. So, when exactly did the gopher tortoise become a problem in Pine Ridge? How about never? As advised, they can predate all of us. We've been living together and coexisting for 52 years. Now here comes Mr. Dix wanting to displace them. We have respected and accommodated our wildlife in every way. It's just Southern common sense and sensitivity. Approving this developer will begin the demise of a thriving community, a threatened species, and the ecosystem around them. There's no need. We've been managing since Pine Ridge became Pine Ridge. They were here before us, and God willing, and your vote, they'll be here long after. We are not environmental extremists. We are not overzealous activists with an agenda. We are just Pine Ridge residents who have always appreciated our nature coast and the critters that make it so. To allow this developer to destroy our master plan protection is to destroy our homes, our families, and even our animal friends. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I've been sworn. My name is Donald Woods. I live at 5520 West Pine Ridge Boulevard, Pine Ridge. Good evening. Madam Chair and Commissioners, bird sanctuary. We live in one of the most beautiful and one of the last. Let's not mess it up. We have signs posted at entrances designating Pine Ridge Estates as a bird sanctuary. Ask 10 people what it means, you'll get 10 different answers, although protecting the bird is there. Here's what we've learned though. Pine Ridge Estates was designated as a bird sanctuary by the Game and Freshwater Fish Commission in January of '91. In '97, they authorized restricted hunting areas instead of bird sanctuaries. But already existing sanctuaries were grandfathered, and it was this BOCC setting the boundaries still in existence today. So, when was the last bird sanctuary the Fish and Wildlife authorized? That would be 1996. So what does it mean? It means bird sanctuaries are unique. At 9,000 acres, Pine Ridge is the county's largest, and there were only 123 authorized from 1961 to 1996. Some perspective, in 35 years, only 123 total. Since then, none. The county was very rural back then, and this protected people, birds, and all wildlife from hunters. Fast forward today. Had we been able to show the nature loop, you would have seen the bird and wildlife are bountiful. Our wildlife was protected from hunters, our parks and recreation land from developers. It started with the Mackle brothers' vision, and it was carried out by the previous BOCC. Because of Mr. Dix, we learned the BOCC helped to create one of Citrus's greatest natural preserves. With current homes at 3,400 and another 1,500 to be built, it's been the 221 acres of pristine golf course property at the core. It's been all these years. So looking at the totality of this happening, It's not just about equestrian amenities, golf, or birds, or wildlife, or gopher tortoises. It's about a forever developing ecosystem nurtured by the community since Pine Ridge was established. It's a major part of the character and culture we shouldn't ever begin to destroy. We have asked for an audit of our community by Fish and Wildlife. We can only hope Mr. Dix will participate. After all, he owns the property. By voting no today, you continue to protect everything and everyone until it's sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods.
I have been sworn in. Diminished Nature, Environment, and Wildlife, continued, L12C. My name is Peggy Kepner. I live at 2329 West Begonia Drive, Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is from the Florida Wildlife website. Quote, the gopher tortoise, a long-lived terrestrial turtle found in upland habitats throughout Florida, is keystone species digs burrows that are used by more than 360 other animals, unquote. Here we learn a keystone species equals supporting other animal life. We know the look when officials think a community is using gopher tortoise to hold up development. The developer thinks it's one more thing to work around, kind of like the master plan. When you think about it, the developer provides a self-compliance survey and works with the state to relocate, but Pine Ridge Estate is unique. And government will say everyone thinks they're unique, but we're providing lost data to prove it. So thank you for your continued time and attention. Protected burrows are throughout Pine Ridge, on and off the golf course. These tortoises cross boundaries everywhere they go, and so do the burrows. We now know burrows can provide shelter for up to 360 other species in addition to the tortoise. Now it's time to say it again. It is the combined layers of bird sanctuary protection and master plan protection fortifying the safe habitat for 52 years. At the core has been 221 acres of pristine golf course property. One of our biggest takeaways going forward is to count our species. So it is no longer hunting. What is the biggest threat reducing this threatened keystone species? It's development. Here's a quote from FWC. Quote, the primary threat to the gopher tortoise is habitat loss through habitat destruction, fragmentation, and degradation, particularly from urbanization and development, unquote. In saying no to Mr. Dix, you are supporting your people, the gopher tortoise and other species. When this exercise is behind us, we will track and record everyone. We know it will be a chore. Do you know there are over 300 birds documented in Central Park? And thank God there was never a credible effort to develop Central Park. Years from now, you'll be the BOCC. Hello, thank you.
Eject, eject.
Diminishing Nature, Environment, and Wildlife, continued, L12D. Good evening. My name's Elaine Adair. I live at 4186 North Bridger Drive in Pine Ridge, and I've been sworn in. Madam Chair and Commissioners, these are typical write-ups from two local realtors before June 3rd, 2022. That's when Mr. Dix bought the golf course. Yes, a golf course, not vacant land. Both MLS descriptions highlight our equestrian, golfing, and nature culture. They've gone together since 1972. He needs you to make it vacant land. The write-up. Pine Ridge Community Center and Equestrian Complex houses professional paddocks, corrals, and training facilities. Residents of all ages can benefit from horseback riding lessons or enjoy watching others train and ride. Entertainment in Pine Ridge Estates is not just limited to equestrian events. The Pine Ridge Golf and Country Club is a world-class golfing facility. Sold. Here's another write-up. 1.61 acre home site located in Pine Ridge Estates. Pine Ridge Estates has been referred to as a hidden gem of Citrus County. It is a deed-restricted community of more than 10,000 acres with almost 5,000 lots ranging in size. The landscape is dotted with rolling hills, wooded areas, natural vegetation, and pine trees. It's labeled as a designated bird sanctuary, so you might see bald eagles, woodpeckers, great horned owls, red-tailed hawks, as well as wildlife such as the gopher tortoise, bobcats, the endangered Florida panther, and an occasional black bear. Pine Ridge Estates also has a 27-hole golf course and 28 miles of community horse trails. Build your dream home and bring the horses. Start living a citrus lifestyle now. Sold. This is a slice of citrus paradise, and if you didn't catch it earlier, remember, Mr. Stillwell is responsible for 9 of the 27 holes. We are seniors and retirees. We are professionals of every kind, business people, educators, first responders, doctors, lawyers, active and retired military. The list goes on, and the next generation is arriving. In 2022, we all paid $48 million in taxes. If ever there was a time to hear the voices of your constituents, this is now. Vote no for this overreaching, opportunistic developer. His property rights of 18 months don't take precedence over our property rights, protected with the master plan, parks and recreation with a golf course overlay for 52 years. Vote no and in favor of your largest growing community. Vote no in favor of your people. Our summary is next. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Paula Sutton. I have taken the oath. I live on Mallow Circle in Pine Ridge. Madam Chair and Commissioners, until recently, my husband and I maintained our primary residence in Knox County, Maine, because of my longstanding affiliation with the Republican Party. I was a state rep for District 95 before our permanent move here. It's because of my background that I can relate to where you've been and where you are today. We all have our reasons for wanting to serve the people and leaving a positive legacy. And some days we're tested more than others, and this seems to be like one of those days for you. This Pine Ridge decision is a defining moment for all of us. In moving here, we didn't know that our well-thought-out plan for our forever home on a golf course could be upended by a well-connected player trying to change the rules. So here are some final thoughts. Is this an issue of free enterprise, property rights, or both? Well, we know that there's free enterprise for the masses, and then there's exclusive free enterprise, and we know it when we see it. Does Mr. Dix get to use the BOCC to earn a potential $11 million from an investment of $850,000 on the backs of Pine Ridge owners? We can all agree that Mr. Dix is smart, and residents are counting on your smarts while sorting through this overreach using your own mission statement, common sense, and what you have learned this evening. Issues that could not be properly refuted at the PDC hearing. And property rights. Does Mr. Dix purchasing a golf course, causing it to go into further ruin, claiming he has the right to do with it as he will, trump the vested rights of the people who have relied upon the protection of government officials and the master plan for the last 50 years? We say absolutely not. We think that as you consider with what Mr. Weiner brings along legally, along with the informed residents of Pine Ridge, emphasis informed, we don't see how it could be anything else other than a unanimous no. A last few points. This is an attack on the master plan, such as it is for individual profit. Its removal benefits one person over a community of 11,000. Never has the term red herring been more appropriate. Here's the definition. Information intended to be misleading, distracting, deceptive. This is what he brings to the table. He didn't buy vacant land, he bought a golf course. They don't want you to realize that by removing the master plan protection this time allows the property to be resold without it, but the next time without the need to deceive. It would be another windfall profit all over again. When you consider the burden is on the applicant, combined with our pushing back tonight and setting the record straight on many of the inconsistencies, one-sided opinions, and selective facts that the PDC relied upon to approve this application, I ask that you vote no and find in favor of the people, your people. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Nope.
Good evening. My name's Terry Hagan. I live at 3715, excuse me, Douglas Fir Circle, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I've only played 2 rounds of golf since 1969. I'm not a golfer, but I do know what's right, and I do know what's wrong, and this is wrong. The plan to remove the golf course in Pine Ridge and replace it with housing is reprehensible to me. To change the complexion of an entire community for the personal gain of one man's financial gain is just morally wrong. The stated plan to build a gated community is to me a thinly veiled attempt to bypass our bylaws on future projects. The Citrus County Planning and Development Commission in a previous meeting stated we should thank the developer for not asking for more. This tells me he could get more and he will in the future. The Dix's attorney at that meeting stated golf was a sport in decline, far from the facts. Golf is in the middle of a resurgence, and as more people are flocking to this area, courses become shorter in supply. This property was sold for less than 10 cents on the dollar of a home site, as a golf course should remain so. To rule in favor of this proposal, you would have to be naive to think that this is nothing more than a money grab, mentally unable to see the ramifications to the community, or complicit in this project. With the increased traffic coming to Pine Ridge due to shortcuts around the new mall and to Highway 41 from the new expressway to part of the Pine Ridge taken to the highway, this community is under attack. This was a planned community with a thought-out density limit. No need to exceed it because of one man's political connections and his pocketbook. The rampant pace of overdevelopment must end before this unique area is gone. Don't let the lure of tax dollars destroy our nature coast. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi there, board. My name is Jesse Rumson. I live on 135 Scarborough Avenue. And I'd like to have a shout out.
I'm sorry, where is that?
Scarborough, Lecanto.
Thank you.
I'd like to start off by thanking all the people for coming out here today. We've had a great
Did you do the oath?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone who came out here today. It's really good to see an active, vibrant community who's willing to participate in the government. But it's clear that Mr. Dix over here is probably a fantastic guy, but a devious developer. He came in here to spend pennies on the dollar to buy a golf course that he himself has stated today that he had no intention of investing the money in to fix. And instead, he believed that you guys were a rubber stamp that would just take whatever he wanted to do and just put a stamp on it and allow him to move forward with whatever progress he wanted to take, upturning all of these people's lives, taking away their view, taking away their retirement, taking away their hobbies, and taking away their property values, all in one big fatal swoosh. Now, I don't know if you guys know this up here, but you have multiple overflow rooms. You've had hundreds of people show up here today who braved the storm and the tornado watches and the rain to try to have their voices heard in government, to try to protect their homes, to try to protect their community. And for every person who's here, there's 100 more people that agree with them and believe what they believe. And if you are up there to represent us, and you're up there to represent the community, then I believe you know how you should vote. And if you don't, then I don't think you deserve to sit in the seats that you're sitting in. So I'd like to just hope that you have the wherewithal to vote no, because these people aren't going to forget what's happening. No one is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. She's sick. Chief,
Good evening.
keep an eye on her.
Members of the board, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you viewing at home. I have been sworn in. My name is Mario Brian Leon. I reside at 5259 West Chippewa Drive. I'm a Pine Ridge resident, and I own multiple properties in the community. My retired parents are also property owners and live in Pine Ridge. They also brave the elements and are here attending this meeting, I see numerous residents attending this meeting today on a random Tuesday during a storm which was so severe that public schools were abruptly modified to half schedule today. My son is a sophomore in IB at Lecanto High, plays varsity soccer, volunteers regularly with me at the church. I'm involved with the community, specifically as a coach with a youth soccer club. I was born and raised in Florida. Purchased my first property in Pine Ridge in 2001, was in my 20s. Relocated here in 2017. Since, we've seen significant changes, growth in Citrus County. And I recognize the change is constant. It's a reality. But the issue here is very simple. It's about money. How much are residential acre lots selling for in Pine Ridge today? Check Zillow. 50,000, 60,000 for single acre lots. What's the price of the golf course? Breaks down to less than 4,000 for an acre. You have the power to shut this down. What would you say to those who have spent tens of thousands in hard-earned money for land, or hundreds of thousands for their dream homes, their final home? What would you say to those who've lost property value? What would you say to those who live on the golf course? What about the loss of property value and tax revenue now? That's why we're here. They testified that they did diligence on the golf course, but months later, it's not realistic to keep it open. That's convenient. Who does that? Change business, change your primary business and take a risk? Spend money on a failing business that you have no experiences in? Without detailed investigations? Without an assessment? His experience is developing. That's his core competency, business. Think about it.
Thank you, sir. Doug, do we have anyone else inbound? Okay, I'm about to shut this down, so yes, sir.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the commission, the committee, I'm from Pine Ridge. My name is KJ Macias. I live at 4282 West Roundup Court. And I have been sworn in. And before retiring down here, I was the Economic Development Director of Coos County in New Hampshire. So I'm familiar with the procedure and the process, and I commend you for the sacrifices you all make to get through the process. And also, I was at that time, I served on the State of New Hampshire Brownfields Advisory Committee. And the Brownfields Advisory Committee was the one that recommended how to handle or what to do about potentially polluted property, how to clean it up and make it usable. So I was concerned about the environmental issues here because for 40 years, all kinds of chemicals have been used on this property. And everything from herbicides and pesticides and gasoline and oil and solvents, everything else on this property. And it's impossible to know to what extent that pollution exists. It could cause health problems, could cause potentially cancer. So what I was aware of is at the planning meeting, I think the developers presented the fact that they had a phase 1 report. And the phase 1 report does not include physical testing of soil samples. It only takes an assessment of the historical nature of the property, takes photographs, and makes a visual inspection. I highly recommend first that a phase 2 environmental assessment be done in order to be sure that the health and safety of the residents of that location would not be affected. I recommend this whether you vote yes or no. I'm not advocating one or the other. I'm concerned about the health before I'm concerned about the profits of a transaction. Also, obviously, there is question about the tainted nature of the purchase. And you're going to have to live with that, and they're going to have to mull it over. I think rather than rehashing all of the possible issues, I can say that today, the developer said, I bypassed the auction process and went directly to the owner of the property. I think if you had bid processes or you had a process of an auction going on at a government level, anybody who bypassed the auction process would be tainted process, I would just say. So I think that's something you also have to consider. And lastly, I think that in this process, the economics of having people lose money.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Officer, are we all clear? Okay. Just to let everyone know, Commissioner Schleybaugh is in the conference room behind us. Chief Stevens is looking out for her, but she is watching the proceedings, so she is tracking this. Accurate, yes? As far as I know, that's what Chief Stevens came up and said. Okay, so we're gonna close open to the public. Rebuttal, that would be the applicant first.
Applicant first, then the county staff, and then the intervener.
And I believe you
Fif-
you horse traded 30 minutes each?
No,
No,
ma'am,
15 minutes
15
each.
minutes.
Thank God. 15 minutes each. I was doing the 30 total between the two because Joanna doesn't take much time. Yeah, I'll ask. Eric, I was correct. Ruthie's listening in the back. Okay, good. Thank you. I would like to commend almost everyone for being exceptionally polite tonight. I really very much appreciate it. I think I can speak for the whole board for that. These are difficult, incredibly difficult cases that we hear, and it makes it less awful when people are polite to each other. So very much appreciate that. Mr. Stillwell, what warning time would you like on the yellow?
At the end of 12 minutes. Joanna, can you pull up our PowerPoint, the last few pages? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, thank you for your dedication and patience. I want to go through this. I have multiple notes, and I'll try and address each particular situation as we can. As often in these situations, what is not said is more important than is what's said. And then there are a lot of issues that really don't bear any merit or consideration here. Let me give you an example of that. Title insurance is for the warranting of your title to property. The exceptions are standard, and they have no, or that whole argument has no relevance here. You won't find any reference in your plan or your LDC about the status of title insurance on a particular piece of property by an application. What was established here was it's clear that the Pine Ridge Property Owners Association sometime in 2020 became quite aware of the fact that this golf course was failing. As Mr. Dix testified to, the owner, Chanty, was losing $30,000 a month out there. Notwithstanding that knowledge, the intervener, Mrs. South, bought her property in 2021. Now, Mr. Dix was asked, what due diligence did he do? And I submit to you, pose a rhetorical question. Mrs. South bought her property in 2021, paid a great price, I assume. What due diligence did she do relative to that golf course? Okay, and then the situation also becomes, you have a closed golf course. What are these homeowners when they go to sell, if they want to sell or are forced to sell because of all kinds of reasons, what are they going to represent to the buyer? What are they going to represent?
I can't hear.
Mr.
What
Stillwell.
are they going to represent to their buyer? Are they going to tell them that the golf course is closed and their property values have gone down 25% and the golf course has no intention of reopening? That's kind of where we're at. Now, I want to tell you that there's been a lot of words passed around that people assume are appropriate, but they're not. The first one is open space. Okay, they keep saying this is open space. Open space is a defined term under Rule 9J5 of the Florida Administrative Code. It is not a golf course. It is passive open space. That's how it's defined. 9J5 defines recreation. Your code defines recreation, and it's private recreation and public recreation, and it is active or passive recreation. The point is, this property is not designated recreation. So when people say this is a recreation area, not under the land development regulations, it's not designated recreation. What is it designated? It's not designated a park either. Now, the attorney for the interveners made an argument about Exhibit C, says this is Exhibit E, this is a park. Fact of the matter is, what he said and what I say is not competent substantial evidence. Ms. Lynn makes a great comment every PDC meeting that commissioners, what Mr. Stillwell says is not competent substantial evidence, is argument. So that's all that was. Has anyone identified his Exhibit E as a formal LDC Atlas map? Under sworn testimony, the answer is no. What do we know under sworn testimony? Mrs. Katu identified, and your staff report identifies that this particular property, based on the original, not the 94 maps that Exhibit E is that was submitted, but the 94 maps, the original maps show this as a golf course. Doesn't say park, okay? There are other areas on that map that says park, 10 of them, but not the golf course. So it's not a park, it's not open space, and it's not recreation. And as Mrs. Katu testified to, there is one and only one use allowed on this property, a golf course. So, in the discussion you had today, it was alluded to the fact that this should be RUR designated properties. Well, and then they said, well, you have to do 1 unit per 10 acres if you're RUR. But if it was RUR, there's a litany of other land uses allowed in that RUR district, some of which are agricultural, some of which are residential in nature. But according to the staff, the only land use is a golf course. The situation, all right. When we talked about the, well, let me go back. One of the comments that was brought up today was the intent of the Land Development Code. They talked about in Chapter 1 some specific, quote, goals, okay? Well, that has to be read in the context of the remainder of the code. And in Fagan versus Citrus County, case I handled, okay, the argument was the general provisions of the comprehensive land use plan controlled. And what the district court said, no, these general conditions followed by specific conditions give way to the specific conditions as more controlling. And that's what we have here in section 4430, the PUD section of the ordinance. The PUD section of the ordinance 4430, that was the process by all of these other amendments that have occurred in Pine Ridge went through. They went through that same process. And now we're being told that that process doesn't apply. Well, are those zone changes now void? Is the YMCA not properly zoned? Is the school property not properly zoned? Is Dr. Chung's office on Mustang Boulevard not properly designated? That's not the case. We applied for a PUD. The application was deemed sufficient. There was great discussion about all the things that were left out of that application. The staff reviewed it, and before we could go forward, we were deemed sufficient. You get a letter that says you're sufficient, you're going to hearing now. Now, as it was pointed out, they tried to say that we haven't done certain things. The environmental study, gopher tortoises, stormwater drainage. It shows that they don't know the process here in Citrus County. You're up here, you're doing a development order. It's kind of a map, a general map, okay? Specifics follow when you plat. And two things happen. Either you condition the PUD approval that says, hey, at the time of final plat, you will submit your stormwater plan. At the time of final plat, you will do the biological study. That is how it's traditionally done. It's not done at this level because after you get this approval, then you go to the water management district, okay, and you get a permit from them, and it takes a year. And then you come back, and then all your studies that you might have done before are now stale. So you wait to the time of, and as to quote my colleague, the final development order is how the code reads. This is not the final development order, and you just don't do that material up front at this point in the stage of the process. So do we get the PowerPoint back yet? So let's go to the next page, please. I talked a little bit in the opening about the regulatory framework and how you have to comply with certain statutes. And this one statute, 363-8110 up here, 163-8310, the legislature adopted that, and it basically says you cannot adopt a rule, regulation, or development order which inordinately burdens a piece of property. Okay, the same thing, you find that same language in 380, next one, please. You find that same language in chapter 380, paragraph 1 and paragraph 3. Paragraph 1 says it's inappropriate to approve a development order that inordinately burdens a piece of property. Paragraph 3 says, if you do that, you're required to make written findings of fact, and you're required to provide the applicant what alternate uses you would allow. Well, we know that a church is not going to be allowed according by the POA, according to what the testimony. So what are the alternate uses you can use here? And what I take from the POA presentation is there is no other alternate use other than a golf course. Yet the fact of the matter is, El Diablo closed in 2014. 7 years, it's not reopened. Seven Rivers, closed, has not reopened. The 9-hole golf course, Lagoon at the Plantation, closed. They just rezoned that for hotel type uses within the last month. The Dunes closed. It's not reopened, been that way for 7 years. The course in Dunellen closed longer than 7 years, has not reopened. Yet, the interveners would have you believe that if you approve this, this golf course is going to reopen and their property values are going to be restored. But the fact of the matter is the market, as testified by Avis, the market isn't going to ask for this type of golf course to occur. This golf course was in bankruptcy in 2003 through 2009. And then you have the history of all of the people that bought there and all of the decreasing values. They say it's mismanagement, and I say to you, the market drove that. The market, the people that did not use this golf course, did not go there and pay, they just enjoyed their view, caused that mismanagement, the lack of investment back into it. I did that 9-hole golf course back in 1995, as they told you, okay? You know why we did it? You know why the owner did it? He needed more revenue. He wasn't getting enough revenue out of an 18-hole golf course, and if he thought he had 9 holes, it would be attractive to another type of person and generate more revenue so that he could keep that golf course open. They objected to it, but that's why it was done, and it was found to be non-substantial. The fact of the matter is, Florida Statute 125 says that if you deny a development order, a development permit, you're required to cite and provide written findings and cite the statutes which you find that we have not complied with. All of those set this regulatory framework. The cite to Machado, a case that occurred in 1993. Machado was good law in 1993, but you know what's happened since then? 163 was passed by the Florida legislature. Florida legislature mandated that you have to have a private property rights element, which is cited up there, and you passed the private property rights section of your code. That wasn't discussed by the interveners here tonight. And that is an element that has to be recognized. You have to give it meaning. So we would say to you, we met our burden of proof. If you turn this down, I would suggest to you that you look at the POA members and say, look, if we turn this down, will you protect the taxpayers of Citrus County for our placing an indenture, an inordinate burden on this property? Will you, the POA, indemnify Citrus County to the extent they are exposed because of their desires and what they want? And if they say no, then you're essentially saying to all the other taxpayers in Citrus County, we're gonna bail out Pine Ridge, and that's not right. Don't indenture the property, that's not what you do. This is not a situation where it's GNC, and if you say, hey.
Excuse me, please be respectful.
Did my beeper go off?
It did, it went off.
So I have
No,
none.
no, it
I
went
thought
to
you were
yellow.
warning.
You got the 3-minute warning.
Oh. If this is not a situation where if the one GNC use
I know.
has failed because of the market, then
Hey,
another.
hey, I have been very fair. I'm gonna ask Mr. Stillwell to say one more sentence, and then I will give the same consideration to Mr. Weiner. Okay? Mr. Stillwell?
There aren't any alternative uses that are allowed here. We're allowed one use, and it is a use that the competent substantial evidence has shown cannot be economically viable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Staff?
Very quickly, and I don't need 15 minutes. Mr. Stowa did remind me that attorneys are not giving testimony. Just a concern with many of the statements being made by Mr. Weiner. A lot of misinformation. The application is complete. The Pine Ridge Master Plan says it's a golf course. Those are actually valid. I didn't hear a lot of it repeated in the public input, and I was glad to hear that. I just don't want the public to think that some of those were facts. Some of the statements he made were not. The application was reviewed by the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. We by no means ignore biological surveys and environmental impacts with gopher tortoises, et cetera. The RUR PDO argument, I'm just trying to understand, it is a complete application. So that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Katu. Mr. Weiner?
Could we bring up the notice for this meeting tonight and the proposed order? Can that be on the screen?
When do you want your yellow light? And please pay attention to it. I should have tried to catch Mr.
Yes,
Stowell's eye, but
at 3
everybody needs
minutes
to pay
is fine
attention to
for
it.
me. But could we get the notice of the meeting on the monitors, please?
I'm not
I'll
sure
talk
what you're
while they
asking
find it.
for.
I don't believe we have a slide for the notice for the meeting
We have
or
no
the
proof of
proposed.
publication tonight?
We both can't talk at the same time. I'm sorry.
I apologize. I really did.
We don't have a slide for what he's asking.
Proof of publication?
Proof of publication or the proposed ordinance. It's in your packets, but we don't have a slide for it.
Okay, thank you.
Possibly, could we see it from your packets? Is that possible? I want to, I know that, so first, let's talk about substantial competent evidence. The traffic expert wasn't here. He couldn't be cross-examined. None of the individuals who performed any of the environmental standards were here. Boy, I would have liked to cross-examine them. I couldn't. So I don't know if they're doing anything to improve tortoise habitat, which is a requirement in your comprehensive plan. And still to this moment, there is no testimony on that. So there really isn't sufficient competent evidence on meeting your comprehensive plan with respect to any of those individuals. There's no expert here in terms of value, except for Ruth Squires, who is a real property realtor with 7 years specialized experience in the area. So the burden of proof on values actually falls to the citizens, and she has more expertise than just being a citizen as a realtor with 7 years worth of experience. There were no golf course experts here today. Nobody came to the microphone saying, I've been in the golf course business, here's what I do, here's how I do it, and I can tell you exactly why this course is failing. We have articles, we have suppositions, we have a review of things that are on the websites. At that point, we have at best a standoff. That's it. Where's the burden of proof? Burden of proof is on the applicant, not met. Now, there's been a lot of talk about a completed application, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that Ms. Coteau has some kind of administrative discretion. But when you go through what is required under 4300, which is part of Chapter 4, Development Applications, you find out that we need things as detailed as total area and percentages of total site area, locations of all proposed signs, exact locations of fire hydrants. These are not in the record and haven't been done. And at this portion, at this point in our deliberations, there isn't the kind of information that your code requires. And I honestly do not believe that you can consider the application when your code says the applicant will provide any required acceptable surety bond. No surety bonds, no discussion of it. The applicant will bind all successors of the applicant to such agreement. Wow, is that important? That can't be waived. Then what you're doing with respect to the conservation easement is meaningless. Can't be waived. If in fact we got here about that, then we're doing it wrong. Unfortunately, I have to disagree. We're doing it wrong. A statement showing The proposed project will be consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. A full statement. I'm surprised because, Mr. Stillwell came to the microphone, he had a lot of things to talk about, but he didn't say that the state law wasn't what 380 said. We got to get over 2 hurdles. You got to meet every single one of your code provisions. You've got to meet every single one of your comprehensive plan provisions. I don't know if you found it in your pockets, in your packets yet.
Excuse me, if I can help. It's at page 1535 is the proposed ordinance that we'll be reading before your vote.
Yes, I know the proposed ordinance is there.
With the
I don't know if the
potential.
notice was there. I can't.
Mr.
I'm
Weiner,
sorry.
seriously, we've had all this backup up for a week.
Yes.
We do notice of advertisements all the time. It absolutely has been advertised, or we're all in a lot of trouble. So you're really picking on a very, I don't understand what your concern is there.
All right, let me link up. My concern is the fact that you have advertised for a change in a land use atlas map. You did not advertise for a planned unit development. You can't vote on a planned unit development tonight. And I think if you read your own proposed ordinance, it will show, as it sets forth the facts you have to find, that it's about an application to change an atlas map. So even if you wanted to say, you know what, I'm willing to vote on a development that doesn't meet the requirements of our code on some very critical issues, because somehow or another they got administratively waived, you can't vote on it tonight because your notice provisions and your own ordinance didn't put you in a position to vote on a planned unit development. And what was Ms. Craig's testimony way back 4 hours ago? You gotta do them both. That's her words, not mine. So you have a technical problem tonight that you can't, but I would say even more important than that technical problem is the simple fact that I spent the time with you and asked you to read your comprehensive plan, and that there were provisions in your comprehensive plan that specifically said that there was work to be done in terms of parks and recreation, and in terms of, which I found most important, the county shall require that recreation and open space. I can't believe that golf course, and notice I understand that Clark is a trusted source, but here I've been all night giving you code provisions by number. In Clark's rebuttal, you got none. Well, here's a comprehensive policy by number 2.3.3. The county shall require that recreation and open space areas retained in private ownership, which this is, be adequately operated and maintained. Now look, maybe there's some arguments, but nobody from the other side made them. I am the only one who says this hasn't been met. And are you really going to say, you know, I scrubbed the code, I read it, oh, but this one wasn't important. This one, we didn't need to discuss this tonight. I could administratively wipe this out of the code and not bring it to the attention of you, the elected officials. There's 3 or 4 more of those, at least. So, under the circumstances, see, I have some additional time, so let's talk a little bit more about this property rights. So if something went wrong with this property, it went wrong in 1971 or 1974 or 1995 or 1999, whichever year they want to say in response to the master plan, that we all agree there is a master plan, okay? We've all seen it, it's in Ms. Coteau's report. I made sure you got the full master plan. Something went wrong there. You didn't make that vote. It's almost 50 years ago, or maybe a little less, I don't know, 35 years ago. But it happened 35 years ago. And you heard from Mr. Dix that in his own testimony, I did the due diligence. He's got good lawyers, good people working with him. And now they want to come up here and say that you're going to have to get in a position where you can be sued for this decision from 35 to 50 years ago. And the Property Owners Association should indemnify you and hold you harmless. My jaw drops. There isn't a case in the world, nor he could bring a case in the world, where a government, for failure to pass relief from a condition that a developer knew he had when he bought it, results in you writing a check. It's audacious. I would say, and you can turn to your own attorney and find out, and I'm sure she'll be extremely cautious with you, but I would say that's very unlikely to happen. And that is not something that should pressure you into a vote. What we have here tonight is a push with very little substance to it. If you remember my original speech, we don't even know what the zoning is. We moved forward under designations that weren't in the code, but we thought we knew. We did finally get to the point, and nobody else was insisting on it, that yeah, we got this master plan. We do know, and no one has said any differently, that the maps that exist on your sites now, the ones I looked for, are just RUR. We do know that you would be required tonight, if you vote on this, to actually violate your own density requirements under RUR. And if you take a look at your provision in your suggested ordinance, it actually be repealing RUR. It's one of the things that happens. If there's an inconsistency, you repeal the other ordinance. Imagine repealing RUR for the whole county, because that's what you do. Look, this man's land is not worthless. He can go on another journey, come back, do it the right way. All 11 provisions I brought to you tonight in the comprehensive plan. Do it. Let's find out where those gopher tortoises are. Let's improve, because that's the language. Let's improve their habitat. Now you may say, oh, I don't really like improving gopher tortoise habitat. We aren't debating that now. You want to change your comprehensive plan in the future. I get it. Maybe there is something you want to do with it. Everyone here tonight will come back and talk to you about why it is that it's really important to contain the gopher tortoises in their present state and do a little better. But we'll have that debate on another day. You're stuck with the ordinances that you have. And one of the ordinances, for example, says that you have to bind your successors. And you didn't do that tonight, nor is that in the application. And it's way too late now. Way too late now. And that leads us back to, well, we're not going to bind the successors. What are we really promising in that conservation? All right, I'm completely wrong. I don't know, there's some case going somewhere that says you have to take affirmative action to correct something 50 years ago that the developer knew about when he bought it. Then the conservation, I see my yellow light, the conservation restriction is meaningless. How can these people walk out of here tonight thinking you made a good decision? Can they do that? If what Clark Stillwell says is true, then you can never again restrict property as part of a condition of a development order. Again, my jaw drops. I don't think that's possible. I think sooner or later it'll be straightened away. My suggestion is, please vote this down tonight. Let's go back to step one. Let's not do it based upon our memories of some great people who have been in this county for decades. Let's do it based upon what your code says. That will give an opportunity for all the people who are concerned tonight to be able to speak with you in a way that puts it at the right level, the one that your code says you should have, that your comprehensive plan says that you should have. Remember that comprehensive plan provision that says that you will consult with the people on recreation, that you will consider their opinions. Let's do that, and then we'll see where we stand. Nobody's condemning his land. Nobody's taking anything away. There's no Nolan or Dolan or Penn Central happening tonight. None. So please, let's do that. I don't know, Commissioner Schalbach, am I doing that?
Commissioner Schleybaugh has been watching in the
And I know
conference
she
room in
is.
the back.
She
yes.
didn't like my quotation from the other case. So let me finish with this quotation. And by the way, all the cases I've cited are good law and still retain their validity. This is from Machado versus Musgrove. The law of Florida is committed to the doctrine of the requirement that zoning ordinances must be predicated upon legislative standards, which can be applied to all cases, rather than to the theory of granting an administrative board or even a legislative body the power to arbitrarily decide each case entirely. It goes on. The comprehensive land use plan is not a vest pocket tool. There's some cases there that they cite for making individual zoning changes based on political vagary. Instead, it is a broad statement of legislative objective to protect human, environmental, social, and economic resources, you've heard from all of the people who stood at the microphone, and to maintain through orderly growth and development the character and stability of present and future land use and development in this state. Let's carry that out. And I thank you for all the time, and I thank you for all the patience you've shown with me, and I'm getting to know the Citrus County system. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. Madam Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I have conferred with council and staff, and all have agreed that they are not going to conduct their final 5-minute closing. They feel like they've completed their closing arguments as part of their rebuttal. So at this time, the hearing is ready to be concluded. And before you begin your deliberations, I'd like to read the title of the ordinance that you'll be considering. It is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and the Pine Ridge Unit 3 Master Plan by redesignating approximately 221.9 acres from the Rural Residential District with a Plan Development Overlay Golf Course designation to the Rural Residential District with a Plan Development Overlay Single Family Residential designation, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you.
You would just close the public portion of the meeting and bring the deliberations to the board.
Okay, board, what's your pleasure? I'm close the public hearing. Do I have to say those words? Now closing the public hearing.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Finnegan.
Regarding the application of AA-2023-00003, Pigeon to amend the Pine Ridge Master Plan based on competent and substantial information, I vote to deny this application.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any further board discussion? Commissioner Schleybaugh?
There's a motion on the floor and a second to deny this application?
Yes.
Okay, I think that, you know, I sympathize with the homeowners, and I just feel like this has met, there's a test to an application. And based on testimony and according to the evidence presented, I I see where it's going. There's three of them, two seconds and one motion, but I think that according to the evidence presented in the backup material, even though it is, I sympathize, I think that I don't know that you should deny it, but if that's what the board wants, we might be in a little trouble.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
When an application comes before us, before it comes before us, everyone meets the requirements of the application. So we don't have to make changes to these communities or to our zoning ever just because someone is able to bring it to us or threatens us in a veiled way, which I do not appreciate. But if that's the case, every single time an application comes to us, that means we just have to vote for it or else? No, absolutely not. That's not a valid argument.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Is that what she thought my argument was? I said, according to the evidence presented.
Yeah, I was gonna, this might be what you were looking for. I do believe they have met all of the regulations of our LDC and our comp plan, but after the testimony of the residents, I do not believe that this change would serve the greater public interest of Citrus County. So I've flip-flopped several times tonight. Quite frankly, anytime the attorney spoke, I was ready to approve it. And when the residents spoke, it's tough, but I do believe that they have made their case wonderfully. So this is by far in 3 years the hardest case I have ever heard. And there's been a couple of doozies before this one.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I was prepared to make that motion or second it. I have been as pro-development, pro-growth as anybody on this board, or probably during the 7 years that I've sat here. However, what kept running through my mind tonight in listening to just tremendous testimony on both sides is that just because we can make a change doesn't mean that we should make a change. I don't believe that this serves, as Commissioner Davis just said, I don't believe this serves the greater community of Citrus County. I do look forward to the other developments that Mr. Dix is involved in this county. I'm thankful for the investment that you've been making in this county, but I believe this one is too big of a lift and ultimately does not serve the community.
Commissioner Kennard, thank you for saying that. I do take exception to anyone that called Mr. Dix names. I do think he has very deep roots in this community. I think he has the best at heart for this community, and I also look forward to seeing what other things he's developing. We've already approved at least one of his developments here, and he has an outstanding reputation with the other developments he's done. Clearly, you know which way I'm going to vote from what I've already said, but be careful what you wish for, because I think he did a nice job of putting together an alternate plan. However, you guys are going to have to pull, if you want that golf course, you're going to have to figure out a way to pull that out of the fire. So,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
can I say one more thing? The reason why I have a problem, and even though I completely agree with the homeowners, that's why I spent so much time on this map and who it affects and how it affects. The problem I have is this is designated a golf course that didn't survive. It didn't survive when I lived there in '95 when I built there. And we're golfers, and it didn't make it. And you guys rightly said, unfortunately, you were late to the ball, you didn't realize it. Same. The problem I have is it is private property, and the person that owns the property, this is not open space, this is not recreational, it is a golf course. And we cannot say to a private property owner, you better keep this a golf course. You have to keep this a golf course. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. If it didn't survive, excuse me, I had the floor. I didn't interrupt any of y'all. If it didn't survive and I had a business that didn't survive, and then you said you got to stay in that business and keep it going even though it doesn't survive. That's where I'm having trouble. And this is private property. You can't just go on it into the fields and watch and do all that. Commissioner Davis is right. I'm afraid, you know, be careful what you wish for. But I see where the board's going and I sympathize and I will, I'll go with the board. But I don't agree with it. I think this is a problem. I'll hold my nose. Is that what you say, Commissioner Kennard? I'll hold my nose and vote?
You can vote how, you need to vote however you feel appropriate.
Is there any further board discussion?
Call the vote.
All right, roll call vote.
Commissioner Finnegan,
Aye.
Commissioner Kennard,
Aye.
Commissioner Bays,
Aye.
Commissioner Slaybaugh,
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye. Madam Attorney, is there anything further or I just adjourned?
I don't believe there's anything further.
All right, we're adjourned. Lost my bet.